Family Immortal Cultivation. Starting as a spiritual farmer, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451, Clan Leader Ling Yunhong enters the Golden Core. At the same time, in the Boundless Sea, deep in the Kanglan Bahe secret realm, at the top of the Potten Peak, under the 4th level middle grade thunder spirit tree on this peak, there sat a middle-aged man with irregular features, a slightly majestic aura, wearing Lingxiao Ling's Taoist robes, with his eyes closed, madly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy into his body. This middle-aged man was Ling Yunhong, the patriarch of the Ling family, who had been in seclusion in this Kanglan Bahe secret realm for 4 or 5 years. Relying on the yin and yang primordial energy that Ling Pengyun brought back then to improve his qualifications and understanding, Ling Yunhong spent 4 or 5 years, and finally a month ago, he comprehended the 7th level of the explosion forging god technique, the method of spiritual consciousness cultivation, and possessed the spiritual consciousness of the dantian realm. After learning about this, the real person of Bahe gave Ling Yunhong the last of the 3 ordinary golden elixir spiritual objects, Qingshi Mountain, promised to give to the Ling family in order to repay the cause and effect of Ling Zhu, the ancestor of the Ling family. Because Ling Yunhong broke through the foundation alone when he was building his foundation, his spiritual power was sharp, his meridians were tougher than ordinary cultivators, and then the yin-yang Taichu Ki strengthened his meridians again. His spiritual consciousness was comparable to the dantian realm, and he also had the help of the dantian spiritual object Qingshi Mountain. Under the comprehensive situation, his probability of breaking through the dantian is as high as 40%. This success rate is not low, and it can even be said to be high. Generally, those who break through the dantian are lucky to have a 30% probability. If there is a 10% success rate, some people dare to try. Ling Yunhong, who was devoted to the great Tao, did not hesitate too much at the time, and directly expressed his intention to try to break through the dantian to Master Bihai. Seeing that Ling Yunhong was full of confidence, Master Bihai also brought Ling Yunhong to the Potten Peak and asked Ling Yunhong to try to condense the dantian. After another day or two, Ling Yunhong, who had been in seclusion here for a month, suddenly flashed a round blue shadow in his abdomen, and his aura also underwent a subtle change at this moment. I was able to condense the golden elixir so smoothly this time, thanks to the opportunity that Pengyun gave me 2 or 3 years ago. If it weren't for that opportunity, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to condense the golden elixir so easily this time. Ling Yunhong felt a blue golden elixir in his abdomen, his face full of joy. At this time, a black cloud of lightning gradually emerged above the sky of Potten Peak. Ling Yunhong looked up at the cloud of lightning in the sky, which contained terrifying power, and felt confident. What I condensed this time is the same as what Pengyun condensed back then. Both are middle-level golden elixirs. I think the lightning that this cloud is about to drop is not much different from the lightning that Pengyun condensed when he condensed the golden elixir. The 4th level lightning inducing formation in this peak should be able to block all the lightning that I induced this time. The cloud of lightning brewed for a while, and finally shot the first lightning. However, before this thunderbolt approached Ling Yunhong, it was intercepted by the 4th order thunderbolt tree beside Ling Yunhong with the thunderbolt formation, and turned into nutrients for the formation. The following 7 thunderbolts all ended in the same way. The last thunderbolt, which was also the most powerful 9th thunderbolt, was slowly passed into Ling Yunhong's body by the thunderbolt tree with the power of the formation, tempering his body. And by the way, the evil spirit left in Ling Yunhong's body after taking the Qingshi Mountain was removed with the power of the thunderbolt. When the remaining power of the 9th thunderbolt was exhausted, the calamity cloud in the sky also dissipated between the zumi and turned into a piece of nectar falling from the sky. Ling Yunhong, with a look of joy on his face, rolled up his Taoist robe and absorbed all the nectar into his empty dantian. With the help of these nectars, his consciousness, physique, etc. were all nourished. The cultivation that had just broken through was also stabilized. At this moment, his aura officially entered the realm of the golden elixir. After everything was over, Ling Yunhong, who was sitting cross-legged under the thunder spirit tree, also stood up and bowed to the thunder spirit tree that had given birth to spiritual intelligence. Then, he looked towards the direction of the mountain gate of Kanglan Bahe sect. Deep in the direction of the mountain gate, there was a void that was constantly rippling with waves. Even in the center of those waves, a small crack appeared. It was as if the next moment, the void would be torn apart. Fortunately, over there at the mountain gate, there were tens of thousands of Kanglen Bahesect's key training realm and foundation establishment realm disciples, as well as more than 20 giant and cultivators, and Kanglen Bahesect's only Yuanying realm Kanglen's Henjin, who was constantly transferring spiritual power into blue treasure realm suspended in the air. Relying on the effect of a blue light column shot out by the blue treasure realm, it was barely able to stabilize the rippling waves in the void deep in the secret realm, and the small crack was no longer spreading. Seeing this scene, Ling Yunhuang frowned slightly. The Holy Demon sect has relied on the 4th level secret peaking grade array to reveal the main entrance of the secret realm to the boundless sea cultivation world, and has been attacking the main entrance of the secret realm for half a year. According to Master, the Holy Demon sect will attack the secret realm every 50 years, and it will last at least 1 or even 3 years. It has been only half a year now, and the secret realm has been cracked. Judging from the situation that the sect is in a bad situation now, even if it can stop the invasion of the Holy Demon sect this time, the power of the secret realm will definitely be weakened a lot. If this continues, I am afraid that it will not take more than 100 years for the secret realm to be breached by the Holy Demon sect. The Kanglen secret realm where the Kanglen Blue Sea sect is located is difficult to enter without special spells. But the cultivation world is so large that there are many talented people, and all kinds of spiritual objects are also flourishing. There are also some spiritual objects that can break through the secret realm. Among those spiritual objects that can break through the secret realm, the most effective one is a formation called Secret Peaking Breaking the Realm. This formation is of extremely high grade, at least 4th grade. Moreover, every time this formation is opened, it consumes a 4th level void treasure crystal worth 2 million spirit stones, or 10 3rd level void treasure crystals worth 200,000 spirit stones each. Void treasure crystals contain the illusory power of space. In addition to being used to open the secret breaking realm array, this object can also be used as the main material of the teleportation array. The effect of this secret breaking realm array is also amazing. Once this formation is opened, the entrances of small and medium-sized secret realms that are difficult for ordinary people to see and touch can be directly displayed to the outside world. The enemy of Kanglen Bahe sect, the Saint Demon sect, attacks the Kanglen secret realm once every 50 years, relying on this formation to display the main entrance of the secret realm, thereby attacking the entrance of the secret realm and achieving the effect of breaking the secret realm. However, although the secret breaking realm array is powerful, it also consumes a lot. 10 3rd level void treasure crystals worth 200,000 spirit stones each, or 1 4th level void treasure crystal worth 2 million spirit stones, can only barely keep the secret breaking realm array open for about a year. It is precisely because the void crystals used to open the secret breaking array are expensive that the Holy Demon sect did not directly rely on the secret breaking array to break through the Kanglen secret realm in one fell swoop. Instead, it delayed attacking the secret realm once every 50 years. After all, 2 million spiritual stones are also a considerable amount for the Holy Demon sect, a major Yuanying sect. If this amount of spiritual stones is used on a cultivator, it is enough to pile a cultivator into the golden core realm. And the Holy Demon sect has spent at least 2 million spiritual stones worth of void crystals every 50 years for nearly 300 years to open the secret breaking array, and it is also very simple to attack the Kanglen secret realm. In those days, the Holy Demon sect captured the mountain gate of the Kanglen Blue Sea sect in the outside world. But the real wealth of the Kanglen Blue Sea sect, such as the Kishu Evil Pond and 5-element spirit tree that can produce golden core spirit objects, as well as other spiritual veins, are all in this secret realm. Moreover, the Kanglen secret realm occupied by the Kanglen Blue Sea sect is now a priceless treasure. It is one of the few secret realms known to the entire Wubianhe area's cultivation world that has all the laws of heaven and earth, which is equivalent to a small world. The value of such secret realms alone is enough to make the Holy Demon sect, the first force of the Wubianhe area's magic, excited. With this secret realm in hand, even if the Holy Demon sect encounters a period of decline in the future, it can hide in the secret realm like the Kanglen Bahe sect. As for the fact that the Kanglen Bahe sect can obtain such a precious secret realm, it is all because of the powerful strength of 4 Yuanying's Henjins, who are all above the middle stage of the Yuanying in the same period of the Bahe sect 10,000 years ago. The family business of the Kanglen Bahe sect was also conquered by those 4 Yuanying's Henjins. It's just a pity that since the lifespans of the 4 Yuanying's engines, who were all as high as the middle stage of the Yuanying, were exhausted, the Kanglen Baha'i sect gradually began to lack successors. In the past generations, only one Yuanying could be maintained to sit in the sect. It is precisely for this reason that more than 300 years ago, the Kanglen Baha'i sect was targeted by the Holy Demon sect. The treasure that can stabilize the secret realm is a 4th-level large array device called Secure Secret and Restore Realm, arranged by the ancestors of Kanglen Baha'i sect in this secret realm. This array device is called Repair Treasure Mirror, which can repair the broken parts of the secret realm. The void with the waves and a small crack was caused by the attack of the people of the Holy Demon sect from the outside world. Thinking back, Ling Yuanyang slowly stepped and landed under the Potten Peak. Under this mountain, only Wang Ying, who is also a disciple of Bishu's Henren, was waiting here. Lian's Henren, who was stationed at this Potten Peak, and Bishu's Henren, who had a close relationship with Ling Yuanyang, went to the mountain gate to maintain the repair mirror to repair the turbulent place attacked by the Holy Demon sect. That's why he didn't protect him here. Congratulations, junior brother Ling, for successfully entering the Golden Core realm. You and junior brother Pengyun are really a success. You have entered the Golden Core realm one by one before me. I envy you so much. You and junior brother Pengyun are now very successful. Don't forget that you have me as your senior sister in the future. Wang Ying congratulated Ling Yuanyang with a look of joy and envy. Senior sister Wang, you are seriously ill. When you recover from the injuries caused by the failure of the last breakthrough to the Golden Core, you will be able to break through to the Golden Core in one fell swoop. By then, with your talent, you will surpass my cultivation level in no time. By then, Pengyun and I should rely on you. Ling Yuanyang said modestly. He knew that Wang Ying was an extraordinary person who tried to break through the Golden Core alone before she was 100 years old, and solidified 70% of the spiritual power in her dantian in one fell swoop, and was just one step away from entering the Golden Core. If it weren't for Wang Ying's extraordinary aptitude, Bihai's Henren, who is about to enter the realm of Golden Core perfection and was expected to impact the nascent soul realm, would not have accepted her as his direct disciple. The value of a direct disciple is unique. Chapter 452. Lin Fan, who has the talent of taming beasts. Wang Ying was quite pleased with what Ling Yuanyang said, and the joy on her face increased a bit. Junior brother, you are so sweet. I have taken note of what you said today. If I fail to enter the Golden Core in the future, your senior sister, will be very thick-skinned. I will ask you to compensate me with my Golden Core cultivation. Wang Ying said with a smile. Senior sister, you are joking again. With your extraordinary talent, not to mention the Golden Core, even the nascent soul realm is not impossible. How can a mere Golden Core stop you from your path? Ling Yuanyang also knew the temperament of the senior sister Wang Ying very well, and said with a smile. Ha, then I will borrow your good words. Now that you have also entered the Golden Core, I wonder if you are willing to help our sect to overcome the current crisis. Wang Ying laughed twice and then said. Of course, since the sect helped me achieve enlightenment, I should do my best to help your sect. However, my strength is weak, and I don't dare to help the sect through the current crisis. I can only say that I have contributed a little bit of strength. Ling Yuanyang said. Wang Ying saw that Ling Yuanyang, an outsider, responded to this matter so decisively instead of leaving the secret realm immediately to seek refuge. She couldn't help but look up to Ling Yuanyang. Then, she said with a smile. That's great, junior brother Ling, let's go to the mountain gate together. Ling Yuanyang nodded lightly, and then he and Wang Ying rushed to the mountain gate of the sect in the Kanglen secret realm. After arriving at the mountain gate, Ling Yuanyang nodded and said hello to the sect's golden elixir, and then began to inject spiritual power into the suspended treasure realm. Although Ling Yun had just entered the golden elixir, his cultivation was only at the first level of the golden elixir. But he was still a golden elixir real person. In this secret realm, only more than 20 sec golden elixir and Kanglen's Henjin were better than him. With his help, the power of the repair mirror was also strengthened by 2-3%, and the ability to repair the mirror was also strengthened by a few points. In the territory of Huaishu County, Yuanzhou, a huge spiritual power fluctuation was rising in the rock-scale snake cave, and the spiritual power from the outside world was pouring into the snake cave crazily. Outside the snake cave, Ling Pengyun, a second-level spiritual plant husband who has been taking care of many spiritual plants here for many years, and Ling Chengxin, a second-level alchemist who has been stationed in the headquarters of the Xianfu Chamber of Commerce, the largest market in the Balingman territory, were all standing here. Moreover, both of them showed some expectation on their faces, looking into the depths of the snake cave. After about half a day, the spiritual power fluctuation in the snake cave stopped abruptly. Then, a huge foundation building pressure suddenly came out from the snake cave. Then, a young cultivator walked out of the snake cave. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Lin for entering the foundation building realm. Seeing this, Ling Chengxin and Ling Pengyun congratulated at the same time. The young cultivator surnamed Lin said modestly, "I was able to enter the foundation building stage, this time thanks to the foundation building pill given by the family behind the two Taoist friends. Without the help of the foundation building pill given by the family, I would have found it difficult to break through the foundation building stage. I am not sure I will linger in the key training stage for the rest of my life." The young cultivator surnamed Lin was named Lin Yuan. He was the one who traded the second-level alchemist Ling Chengxin and the second-level inheritance at the Xianfu Chamber of Commerce headquarters in Jiayamang Market 2 years ago. The price the Ling family paid to obtain the beast control inheritance from this person was also very high. A year ago, they spent a full 29,500 spirit stones to buy a foundation building pill from Jiayamang Market that could increase the probability of key training cultivators entering the foundation building stage by 30%. With this pill, they were able to obtain the second-level beast control inheritance from Lin Yuan. They also bought another set of second-level pills that were closely related to beast control from Lin Yuan. After obtaining the foundation building pill, Lin Yuan spent another year in retreat at the Xianfu Chamber of Commerce headquarters in Jiayamang Market for safety reasons. Only then did he tell Ling Chengxin, who was trading the beast controlling inheritance and the pill recipe, that he wanted to try to break through the foundation building in a place with rich spiritual energy. The most basic condition for breaking through the foundation building is to be in a place with rich spiritual energy, so that it is better to absorb spiritual energy into the body during the period of spiritual energy infusion. After Ling Chengxin learned what Lin Yuan wanted, he also kept his promise and immediately took him to the family spiritual vein in Yanlin Snake Cave closest to Jiayamang Market, so that he could use the rich spiritual energy in the Yanlin Snake Cave to impact the foundation building realm. Although the Yanlin Snake Cave also has a share of the interests of the Pengyun Yang family, it can also be regarded as the spiritual vein of the Ling family, which is shared by the two families. After the Ling family became a golden elixir family, they did not forget the contribution of the Yang family, and occupied the second-level middle-grade spiritual vein in the Yanlin Snake Cave alone. Ling Chengxin and Ling Pengyun, two Ling family foundation building cultivators, were very satisfied with Lin Yuan's attitude. Ling Chengxin also had some other ideas at this moment. Since 2 years ago, when Lin Yuan went to the Xianfu Chamber of Commerce headquarters in Jiamangfang City and sold the elixir recipe and the beast control inheritance, he settled down at the Xianfu Chamber of Commerce headquarters and became Ling Chengxin's neighbor. Ling Chengxin was quite interested in Lin Yuan, a casual cultivator who could produce a second-level elixir recipe and a second-level beast control inheritance, and he often chatted with him on weekdays. He also learned from the casual chat that Lin Yuan was originally a casual cultivator from the Wanqiao sect. 2 years ago, he came to the Balingman territory because at least 2/5 of the Wanqiao sect's territory was occupied by the poison blood demon sect and the monsters from the purple scorpion mountain, making the Wanqiao sect's territory extremely chaotic. In order to avoid death, Lin Yuan fled to the Balingman territory. There are many independent cultivators in the Wanqiao sect who do the same as Lin Yuan. The Baling sect is adjacent to the Wanqiao sect, and the two sects are connected. This has become the first choice for independent cultivators in the Wanqiao sect, which has led to an increase of about 40% to 50% in the number of independent cultivators in the Baling sect in recent years. After Lin Yuan escaped to the Baling sect, he returned to his old business and made a living by hunting monsters. Later, during a monster hunting, he found a cave by chance and got the second-level beast control inheritance and second-level pill recipe that he sold to the Ling family. The inheritance and pill recipe were not told to Ling Chengxin until Lin Yuan reached a deal with the Ling family. The deal was done, and Ling Chengxin swore on his life that he would not attack Lin Yuan afterwards, so Lin Yuan dared to tell the story. In addition, Ling Chengxin also knew that the spiritual root qualifications of Lin Yuan, an independent cultivator, were the 3 spiritual root qualifications of earth, wood, and water, and that he had been comprehending the second-level beast control inheritance. In just 2 years, he had already reached the first level of lower grade in beast control. With this progress alone, he was considered to have a good talent in beast control. Ling Changxin did not value his cultivation talent, but his talent in beast control was what the Ling family urgently needed. The Ling family alone had a large number of spirit beasts in the mountain, more than 100. Ling Pengyun recently sent another message saying that more than 300 demon beast cubs had been collected from the Bayun Mountains. Under this circumstance, the number of spirit beasts in the Ling family would reach 400. The Ling family currently had no beast control masters, so it was a time when they were in need of beast control masters. Now that such a talent had appeared, Ling Changxin naturally did not want to let it go, and then he asked kindly, "Friend Lin, you have now entered the foundation building stage, where are you going?" Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed, and he did not hide his thoughts, and shook his head. "I am a casual cultivator, and the only way to go is to hunt demon beasts for a living," Ling Changxin said, and his face became even more happy. "Fellow Taoist Lin, hunting monsters is really dangerous and not a long-term thing. I wonder if you are willing to come to my Ling family as a guest official. I will not hide it from you. Although my Ling family is now the only Jinden family in Yan State, our family has a weak foundation and has not risen for a long time. Although there are Jinden real people in charge, there are very few cultivators in the key training realm and foundation building realm. We cannot compare with the other 5 major Jinden clans in Yan State. We are in need of manpower, especially talents like you who are proficient in 100 arts. If you are willing to come to my Ling family to serve as a beast master who manages spirit beasts, my Ling family is willing to give you 5 second-grade inferior spirit gathering pills every year as your salary." When Lin Yuan heard such conditions, and he only needed to manage spirit beasts, he was immediately tempted. 5 second-grade inferior spirit gathering pills on the market can be worth 200 spirit stones each. 5 of them are as much as 1,100 spirit stones. This kind of salary is nearly double the salary of a guest official of an ordinary foundation building family. The salary of a guest official of an ordinary foundation building family is only about 500 spirit stones at most. The generous offering given by the Ling family is incomparable to the risk of killing monsters and seizing profits. Moreover, 2 years ago, Lin Yuan traded with the Ling family for the valuable second-level beast control inheritance and second-level alchemy manual. The Ling family has never breached a contract and even lent him a second-level spirit bane to help him break through the foundation. It is enough to see that the Ling family is more fair. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan did not hesitate too much and immediately responded to the matter with a smile. "It is an honor for me to be a guest official of the nobles." Chapter 453, Honest Ling Pengyun. Ling Changxin laughed twice and said, "Haha, fellow Taoist Ling has joined our clan, so we have one more foundation building cultivator. Now our clan is fighting in the Bayun Mountains. Would you like to go to the Bayun Mountains with me? But don't worry, fellow Taoist. According to our clan's battle report, 6 months ago, our clan's ancestor Pengyun, together with several Jinden from Bailing sect, successively killed 2 Jinden early-stage monsters and obtained most of the benefits of the 2 Jinden early-stage monsters. In fact, our clan has already occupied more than 500 spiritual veins in the territory of the original Jinden monster clan and the Thunder Leopard clan in the Bayun Mountains. The Jinden ancestor of our clan currently wants to destroy the Jinden monster clan's Swamp Crocodile clan, and it is a time when manpower is needed. If you and I can participate in it, and our clan successfully destroys the Swamp Crocodile clan and occupies the Muddy Swamp territory, you and I will also become heroes of the Ling family. With this title, I can at least ensure that fellow Taoist enters the middle stage of foundation building. Of course, if fellow Taoist is unwilling to go to the Bayun Mountains with me to support our clan, I will not force it." Half a month ago, the clan members who fought in Bayun Mountain Range, in addition to sending the news of the great victory back to the clan, also stated that the clan would attack the giant crocodile clan of the swamp in the near future, and would fight a long and protracted war in the future. They also ordered Ling Changxin, the second-level alchemist, to rush to Bayun Mountain Range as soon as possible. With him, the second-level alchemist, in charge, the clan would not lack elixirs for the monks fighting in Bayun Mountain Range. Ling Changxin has not set off for Bayun Mountain Range these days because he is waiting for Lin Yuan to break through the foundation building. He wants to take this person with him. Lin Yuan was shocked when he heard this. Joining forces with other giant and real people to kill giant and monsters, there is nothing wrong with killing giant and monsters of the same level with more people. It is possible that after killing the giant and monster, most of the benefits of the giant and monster will be obtained, which is enough to show that the strength of the giant and ancestor of the Ling family is far superior to other giant and real people. And the huge benefits offered by Ling Changxin made him very excited. He was originally a casual cultivator who made a living by hunting monsters. He had been fighting monsters for many years, so he was naturally not afraid of fighting monsters. At the same time, he also understood that this was a test given to him by Ling Changxin. If he did not agree to this, he would probably only be able to take the salary of 5 Jiling pills a year in this life. Driven by interests, he replied, "Fellow Taoist Ling, I will go with you." Seeing this, Ling Changxin laughed twice. "Very good, very good." Ling Pengyun, who was not familiar with Lin Yuan, also smiled a little. Ling Changxin told him all about Lin Yuan. For such talents with good beast control talents, the Ling family can be said to be in urgent need. It will not be a loss to recruit such talents into the family. And he also knew the real purpose of Ling Changxin's pulling this person to support the tribe members who were fighting in the Bayun Mountains. "Fellow Taoist Lin, this place is far from the Bayun Mountains, can we set off now? I have a flying boat, and you can consolidate your cultivation on the flying boat," Ling Changxin suggested. "Okay." Lin Yuan nodded. "Uncle Pengyun, fellow Taoist Lin and I will leave here first." Seeing this, Ling Changxin bowed to Ling Pengyun beside him and said goodbye. "Okay, be careful on the way," Ling Pengyun instructed. Ling Changxin nodded lightly, took out a flying boat from the storage bag, and flew away with Lin Yuan. Ling Pengyun, who was left alone outside the rock-scale snake cave, looked at Ling Changxin and Lin Yuan who were gradually disappearing into the sky, and a trace of envy gradually emerged in his eyes. With Starling's temperament, after occupying the vast Lingxiao territory this time, he will target the overlord of the Muddy Swamp, the giant and monster beast, the swamp giant crocodile clan. He must be confident of something. If Starling can really lead the family to destroy the swamp giant crocodile clan, and then occupy the Muddy Swamp with more than 2,000 spiritual veins, the family will be prosperous. By then, the clan members who participate in this battle will surely become heroes in opening up new clan territories and will be trained by the family. It's a pity that I need to take care of the spiritual plants in the rock-scale snake cave, and it was difficult to get away, so I missed this opportunity. I hope that Starling will consider the fact that my wife, Cheng Yuan and I are in charge of various places of the family in the future, and when training clan members, don't forget, the old people. Ling Pengyun sighed. Ling Pengyun's Taoist partner Wen Nianling had been stationed in the rock-scale snake cave like him for the past 10 years. More than half a year ago, after Ling Pengyun led his clansmen to the Bayun Mountains, Wen Nianling, who was at the foundation building stage, was transferred back to the family to take charge. Cheng Yuan is the only child born to Ling Pengyun and his Taoist partner Wen Nianling. He has the 3 spiritual roots of wood, gold, and earth, and has a talent for spiritual plants. This also means that after his spiritual roots were detected more than 10 years ago, he was taken by Ling Pengyun, a second-level spiritual plant husband, and carefully cultivated. It is precisely because of this that Ling Pengyun, who is of the Cheng generation, avoided the little demon chaos of the year and is one of the few good seedlings who can enter the foundation building stage. Now, more than a decade has passed, and Ling Pengyun's cultivation has been promoted to the 8th level of key training, and his spiritual plants have also entered the 1st level upper grade realm. After Ling Pengyun left Lingxiao Mountain, he was dispatched by the family to Lingxiao Mountain to guard and manage the spiritual plants planted in the mountain. The top of Lingxiao Mountain. In the spiritual garden, there were 2 young monks, a man and a woman, who were walking through a forest of spiritual mulberry trees in the garden, which were covered with the mulberries that looked like black gemstones. They used the control technique to collect spiritual mulberries from the mulberry trees. With the help of the control technique, the 2 of them could collect a large number of spiritual mulberries with a simple wave of their hands. After a while, the 2 of them had collected all the spiritual mulberries from the spiritual mulberry trees in the garden. After the task was completed, the honest-looking male cultivator handed the storage bag full of spiritual mulberries to the tall, fair-skinned, and slightly playful young female cultivator beside him. After the young female cultivator reached out to take it, she waved her hand to transfer spiritual power into the storage bag, took out thousands of spiritual mulberries on the ground, and said to the honest young male cultivator, "Brother Cheng Yuan, this is your share of spiritual mulberries." Upon hearing this, the honest male cultivator looked at the thousands of spiritual mulberries on the ground, his eyes trembling. Among this batch of spiritual mulberries, there are more than 500 spiritual mulberries of the first grade, lower, middle and upper grades. Sister Cheng Ping, although the value of spiritual mulberries is very low, there are a large number of them. If they are put on the market, they can be sold for at least 100 spiritual stones. If I accept them, I will be suspected of embezzlement. After the family knows about it, they will definitely punish me. It is better not to do embezzlement. The honest young male cultivator said with a little fear. Brother Cheng Yuan, what are you thinking about? I have 30% of the spiritual mulberries produced by the spiritual mulberry forest in Qingshi Mountain. You can take it as long as you don't exceed this share. Brother Cheng Yuan, you can take it without worry. The taste of these spiritual mulberries is very good, especially the first-class spiritual mulberries, which are even more delicious. In 10 days or so, I will take you to collect the fruit flower honey produced by the fruit flower bee colony in the past 6 months. I also have 30% of the fruit flower honey in Qingshi Mountain. When the time comes, I will give you some. The taste of that fruit flower honey is unique. The tall young female cultivator said with a smile. This tall female cultivator is Ling Chengping, a first-class silkworm breeder who grew up in Qingshi Mountain and was raised by Ling Pengyun. The young male cultivator with a simple and honest appearance is Ling Pengyun, a first-class spiritual plant husband who was sent by the family to manage the spiritual plants in the spiritual plant garden of this mountain half a year ago. Chengping, is this true? Ling Pengyun, who has always been simple and honest, was shocked when he heard what Ling Chengping said. Even if no one takes care of the mulberry garden, it can still produce 2 harvests every year with the help of the 5 special formations arranged in the spiritual plant garden. And every time the mulberry garden matures, it can produce at least tens of thousands of spiritual mulberries. 2 harvests means more than 20,000. With such a huge amount of spiritual mulberries, Qingshi Mountain alone accounts for 30%, which is amazing. The value of the more expensive fruit flower honey is even more needless to say. Of course it's true. The Qingshi Mountain where we are now is the residence of Pengyunbo. The spiritual mulberries and fruit flower bee colonies were also obtained by Pengyunbo for the family in his early years. With Pengyunbo's ability as a second-level spiritual plant husband, only 30% of the spiritual mulberries and fruit flower honey is considered small. After all, if Pengyunbo is in charge here, it will be enough to make the spiritual mulberry tree that can only harvest twice a year reach 4 harvests a year. The fruit flower bee colonies that collect nectar from fruit flowers will also produce more fruit flower honey. Now that Pengyunbo and his men are not here, we will enjoy ourselves and eat more spiritual mulberries and fruit flower honey. Ling Chengping said with a smile. After listening to the explanation, Ling Pengyun could understand why Qingshi Mountain could get so many spiritual mulberries and fruit flower honey. He also bowed to Ling Chengping with an apologetic look. So that's how it is. I misunderstood you, Sister Chengping. I hope you can bear with me. Ling Chengping waved her hand generously. It's okay, Brother Cheng Yuan, please accept the 1,000 mulberries. Seeing Ling Chengping like this, Ling Pengyun liked this sister who he had rarely met, had a cultivation level of the 9th level of key training, and had extraordinary talent even more. He was no longer polite, nodded lightly, and put the 1,000 mulberries on the ground into the storage bag. Thanks to Wei Feng Kinglian, Shishi Yu, Book Friend 2023030141731034, Book Friend 2023032501091570 Book Friend 202101135603659998, Quantitative Bull, Happy 01666, Kaguya, and the Big Monthly Ticket. Thank you all. Updates are slowly resuming. I will continue to update 10,000 chapters starting tomorrow. The chapters IO will be temporarily set at 10. I will definitely pay them back. Chapter 454, Dual Spiritual Roots Ling Wan Chuan. On the other side, a lot of people were gathered outside the ancestral temple halfway up the mountain. Most of them were children. Ling Pengyun, the current patriarch of the Ling family, was also here. He was standing in the main seat of the children. He looked at the 11 children of 7 or 8 years old in front of him, His eyes were full of brilliance, and his face showed a bit of joy. The reason was that the 11 children in front of him were all those who were brought into the mountain by the family this year after their spiritual roots were detected from the towns and villages under their control. And the number of mortals born with spiritual roots this year was twice as many as in previous years. The more than 500,000 mortals of the family have finally made an effort. The shortage of manpower in the family will definitely be made up within the next 30 years. Now, it all depends on whether the starling can occupy the muddy swampland occupied by the giant and monster swamp giant crocodile clan. If this can be accomplished, it will also officially consolidate the foundation of our clan. Our clan will also have the ability to cultivate giant and cultivators on its own and become a true giant family. Normally, a giant family can only be called a giant family if it has a giant and real person in charge and a third-level spiritual vein. However, because giant forces are rare in the northern wilderness immortal cultivation world, generally, as long as there is a giant and real person in charge, it can be called a giant force. After all, even if there is no third-level spiritual vein, as long as there is a giant and real person in charge, it can be regarded as a top force in the northern wilderness immortal cultivation world. After Ling Pengyun came to his senses, he took the 11 children one by one into the ancestral temple and tested their spiritual roots with a second-level spirit testing formation in the ancestral temple. After a while, the spiritual roots of 5 children were tested. However, without exception, the qualifications of these 5 children were poor, only 4 or 5 spiritual roots. However, after a little boy named Lingxiao Yin with yellow skin, bright eyes, wearing hemp clothes, and born in a small village in the Ling family territory entered the spiritual test array in the ancestral temple, a turn for the better. It was seen that at the core of the spiritual test array, the 5 jade pillars, each 1 foot long and arranged according to the 5 elements, had green and aqua blue spiritual lights at the base of 2 of the pillars. After a while, the green spiritual light rose to 8 inches of the stone pillar. Although the aqua blue spiritual light was weaker, it also rose to about 6 inches of the stone pillar. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun, who is in charge of the spiritual test array, smiled. The wood spiritual root aptitude is 8 inches, the water spiritual root is 6 inches, wood and water dual spiritual roots. With this aptitude, as long as the family focuses on cultivating, this child will definitely be able to enter the late stage of foundation building in the future, and even the state of perfection is not impossible. In the future, this person can also become the backbone of the family. He is really a talent. And this child's spiritual root configuration is a good seedling for spiritual plant husbands. If the family successfully develops the vast muddy swamp area, it will definitely lack a large number of spiritual plant husbands. The appearance of this child is just right for preparation for the future. It's really a happy thing, a happy thing. Ling Pengyun thought about it and couldn't help laughing twice. Ha 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 ha. The little Lingxiao in the spirit test formation saw Ling Pengyun's eyes shining and looking at himself with a happy face, and guessed that his immortal root might be better. For a moment, little Lingxiao couldn't help showing a little joy on his face. In order to confirm this, he immediately asked, "Immortal, is my immortal root the better one?" Ling Pengyun heard the question and came back to his senses. He did not hide it and kindly answered for little Lingxiao. "Don't call me immortal in the future. You belong to the 1 character generation among the 5 character generations of my Ling family, Yun, Xiao, Peng, Chang, and Wan. In the future, your name will be Ling Wan Chuan. According to the order, you are the 54th in the 1 character generation. My name is Ling Pengyun. According to the order of seniority, I am your ancestor. In the future, you can call me Pengyun Ancestor. As for your cultivation, it is indeed the better one. You have both wood and water spiritual roots. Among the more than 200 members of my Ling family, your qualifications can also be ranked in the top 10. But you must not be proud of this and be lazy in your cultivation in the future. Although talent is important, if you don't practice hard, it will be difficult to reach a higher realm. As for the benefits brought by the realm, but for those of us who practice Taoism, the most important one is lifespan. Those who practice Qi can live at least 120 years, those who build foundation can live at least 200 years, and those who reach golden core can live as long as 500 years. Wan Chuan boy, do you want to live longer? Or do you want your parents to live longer? When Xiao Ling Wan Chuan heard this, his face suddenly showed excitement. His mother, who is in the mortal world, had been suffering from a stubborn disease for many years. Even though his poor mother was rewarded by the Ling family because he had detected his spiritual roots, she was given an immortal pill to cure the stubborn disease in her body. But the stubborn disease destroyed his mother's body for many years, so that although the stubborn disease was cured, his mother's lifespan was also consumed a lot. According to the Ling family's key training realm cultivator who had detected his spiritual roots, his mother had only 20 years to live at most. His mother is now 30 years old, and she can probably only live to 50 years old. The average lifespan of mortals in the world of immortal cultivation is about 80 years. Even though Zhao Ling Wanchuan was young, he had an idea of the fact that he had a short life of 30 years. He didn't want his mother, who had been plagued by a stubborn disease in the first half of her life, to only enjoy this beautiful world for 30 years and then leave in a hurry. And his honest father, who had worked hard in the fields all his life to earn money, spent all the money on his mother's stubborn disease, and he didn't enjoy anything. Immediately, little Ling Wanchuan made up his mind, and a firm look appeared on his slightly childish face, and he said solemnly, "Grandpa Pengyun, I want to live long, and I want my parents to enjoy the prosperity of the world and live 100 years longer." Seeing that his intention was achieved, Ling Pengyun smiled even more, stretched out his hand and patted little Ling Wanchuan on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Good boy, you have an idea. Practice well in the future. Whether your idea can come true depends on you. Okay, you leave the ancestral temple first, and let the next child enter the ancestral temple to test his spiritual roots." Little Ling Wanchuan's expression condensed, nodded lightly, and silently took a heavy step and slowly walked towards the gate of the ancestral temple. Ling Pengyun, who was still in the ancestral temple, looked at the back of little Ling Wanchuan leaving, and his eyes showed a little appreciation. He is a good child, and his character is not bad. Although this child is not a cultivator of the family, but with his character, it should be no problem to put him in the core of the family. But we can't rush this matter. We need to see how the child performs first. If the child's character changes in the future, then he won't be worthy of the family's training. Soon, the figure of little Ling Wanchuan disappeared in the ancestral temple, and a little girl of 7 or 8 years old entered the ancestral temple. As usual, Ling Pengyun led her into the spirit testing array and used it to test her spiritual roots. This was done 5 times in a row, and this year, all the children with spiritual roots in the mortal world had their spiritual root attributes accurately measured. Most of them had 4 or 5 spiritual roots, and only the little Ling Wanchuan with the wood and water dual spiritual roots had better aptitude. However, Ling Pengyun was very satisfied with this. After all, these 11 children were of mortal origin. Most of the children of mortal origin had poor aptitude. Among this group of people, Ling Pengyun was already satisfied with the birth of little Ling Wanchuan with dual spiritual roots. After testing the spiritual roots of these 11 children, Ling Pengyun had no intention of practicing because he had a short lifespan, so he personally settled these 11 onesie generation clansmen in Lingxiao Mountain. Chapter 455 Ling Pengyun has disappeared for many years. Then, he brought the 11 onesie generation clan members to the school halfway up the mountain. The school was a small flat of 100 square meters. At this time, there were a dozen young Ling onesie generation clan members wearing Lingdao robes sitting in front of a chessboard, playing chess. In addition, there was a beautiful young female cultivator wearing a black dress, who kept walking and stopping in front of the chessboards of the Ling clan members, guiding them to play chess. Ling Pengyun, who brought the 11 children whose spiritual roots had just been accurately measured, looked at the beautiful female cultivator through a window of the school, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. At this moment, the beautiful young female cultivator in the school also noticed a gaze outside the school, and then he turned his head and looked at Ling Pengyun, and his eyes met. Ling Pengyun came back to his senses in time, nodded slightly to her, and then walked into the school, came to the beautiful and pretty girl, smiled, and said, "Fairy Liu, the 11 children behind me are those who have been tested by my Ling family this year. They will enter the school for further study from today." It just so happened that the fairy was teaching the rest of the young people in our clan how to play chess, so these children were handed over to Fairy Liu to teach together. The beautiful and pretty girl named Fairy Liu was actually strange chess fairy Liu Mengting, who was recruited by Ling Pengyun to teach the clan members how to play chess 2 years ago. Liu Mengting's eyes trembled when she heard this, and she hurriedly congratulated. This year, the number of people with spiritual roots in fellow Taoist Ling's family is much more than before, which is a good thing. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Ling Pengyun was quite benefited by Liu Mengting's congratulations, smiled twice, and then said, "Haha, Fairy Liu, thank you for your courtesy. Fairy, we haven't played chess for a few days. Recently, I feel a little itchy. After the chess lesson, Fairy Liu, are you willing to play a few more games with us?" Liu Mengting heard this without any hesitation and nodded and said with a smile, "Dao, I am willing to do it." The two used to play chess every day, and they have been doing this for more than 2 years. If it weren't for the shortage of manpower in the clan these days, Ling Pengyun would have gone out of the clan to the villages and towns under the clan to pick up the children whose spiritual roots were detected to join the clan. Otherwise, the two would not have stopped playing chess in recent days. When Ling Pengyun heard Liu Mengting's response, his face became more happy, and then he said goodbye to Liu Mengting. Since Fairy Liu agreed, I won't talk too much. When the fairy finishes the course, come to my courtyard to find me. After saying that, he left the place first. Liu Mengting also settled Ling Wanchuan and others who had just been tested for their spiritual roots in the school one by one, and taught them how to play chess. As for the knowledge of cultivating immortals, there will be other lecturers to explain. That night, the Bailing Palace, the core of the Bailing Kingdom with millions of mortals around the Bailing Mountains, which stretches for hundreds of thousands of miles, was surrounded by tens of thousands of mortals wearing iron armor and carrying the aura of iron and blood. For a time, a solemn atmosphere permeated the entire palace. The thousands of guards on the 5-foot-high walls of the palace were all elites in the army, but such a grand scene and the delay in the arrival of reinforcements made them all look solemn. They did not dare to take the initiative to draw their bows and shoot arrows to attack, so as not to trigger a battle in advance. Little did they know that it was precisely because of the inaction of the thousands of guards that the palace maids and eunuchs in the Bailing Palace were panicked. A few old people in the palace saw that the situation was not right and fled from some secret passages. However, the mortal soldiers surrounding the Bailing Palace seemed to be very familiar with the secret passages in the palace, and they had been waiting at the exits of those secret passages early. This also caused the old men in the palace to fall into danger as soon as they came out of the secret passages, and they were directly killed. At this time, outside the palace, the tens of thousands of solemn soldiers who had never attacked the palace gradually made way. An old man wearing linen clothes, a little hunched, like an ordinary person, stepped slowly, walked out of the aisle and came to the heavy gate of the palace. The thousands of guards on the walls of the palace saw the old man appear, and their expressions changed drastically. In the past 1 or 2 years, the name of this living sword god who killed the only sword saint of Bailing Kingdom with one sword and slaughtered thousands of cavalry alone, etc., has resounded throughout the Bailing Kingdom. 2 years ago, the mighty King Baizuan, who was chased by the Baiyanzhong, the emperor of Bailing Kingdom, and fled from Bailing Kingdom in a panic, was able to recruit troops and expand his power because of this sword god. Even now, the mighty King Baizuan led his troops to attack directly outside the palace. At this moment, the sword god who walked out of the army suddenly took out an ordinary iron sword from the sword box behind him. He just waved it lightly, and the huge sword intent soared into the sky, raising all the dust around. The white moonlight from the bright moon in the sky also emerged into the huge sword light at this moment, dyeing those invisible sword intents white. Melt. A hoarse voice sounded in the silent night. Those white sword intents quickly poured into the iron sword in the hands of the old sword god, making the iron sword shine with silver white light. The sword god also threw it out. However, the 4-foot-long silver-white flying sword turned into a silver-white sword shadow, and slammed into the steel gate of the palace between Zumi. The gate, which was usually solid, was like a piece of white paper at this moment, and was directly split in half. At this moment, tens of thousands of soldiers behind the old man also rushed into the palace along the split palace gate with countless roars. However, the sword god who had made great contributions disappeared. When he appeared again, he had appeared on the roof of a hall in the palace, sitting and watching the fighting in the whole palace. I have also been training in Bailing country for 2 years. I wonder how my 8th brother and others are doing now. The powerful sword god mentioned by others was Ling Pengyun, the sword cultivator of the Ling family whose foundation of cultivation was shattered. In less than half an hour, the guards in the palace were slaughtered. As a result, tens of thousands of soldiers went deep into the depths of the palace and surrounded a magnificent hall. The leader of the rebels, King of Might Baizuan, who had been hiding among tens of thousands of soldiers, also showed up at this time. He sent dozens of soldiers to tear down the gate of the magnificent palace, and captured dozens of people in official uniforms and a young man in a yellow robe. King of Might Baizuan looked at the dozens of high-ranking officials of Bailing State and the Emperor of Bailing State, Bai Yanzhong, with cold light in his eyes. 2 years ago, if it weren't for these people, he would not have almost died tragically in a foreign land. Fortunately, he met the kind-hearted sword god who helped him and saved his life. Behead those dog officials for me, and as for my nephew, chop him up and feed him to the dogs. King of Might Baizuan ignored the pleas for mercy from Bai Yanzhong and said coldly to the dozens of soldiers. The next moment, the dozens of soldiers did as he was told. At this time, Ling Pengyun, who was on the roof of a large hall in the palace, suddenly discovered that a faint yellow gas was emanating from the body of the beheaded Bai Yanzhong, which merged into the body of the mighty King Baizuan, making the mighty king more majestic. Seeing this scene, Ling Pengyun's eyes narrowed slightly. The emperor's aura, attached to the emperor's body, adds to the emperor's majesty, which is strange. However, this thing is only an external object after all, not something you own. Although Baizuan is meticulous, he is not a man. Even if he has the blessing of the emperor's aura, he is at most a cat in tiger skin. When he is in danger, he still has to kneel down and beg for mercy. He has no real emperor's aura. And this emperor's aura can only increase the direction of majesty and momentum. In my sword path, it may not be another way out. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up. This emperor's aura is just ordinary aura, it is useless to me. But I was originally a cultivator, I can borrow the power of this world to enhance the power of my sword. Chapter 456, Sword Move. Chuan goes out. He looked up at the rising sun in the east, and the sword will in his body began to gather the power of the sun. Although he had no cultivation now, he could still use some of the methods of cultivators by relying on his sword will. In just a short moment, the huge sword will gathered a lot of the power of the sun. Then, the huge sword will turn the power of the sun into nutrients in a mysterious way to help itself become stronger. In an instant, the sword will increase by nearly 1-fold. It even condensed a sword energy of the sun. Ling Pengyun was overjoyed when he saw that his idea was successful. Sword energy can only be condensed with the support of spiritual power. Even if he was a sword cultivator in the late stage of foundation building, it was difficult to condense sword energy by relying on sword will after his base was destroyed. This sword move relies on the power of the early sun as nourishment. The move that enhances the sword intent can at least double the power of the sword intent. If I have all my cultivation base, relying on this move, gathering the power of the early sun as nourishment, and enhancing the power of my Zhengjin sword, it is estimated that it can at least help me to cross 3 small realms to fight the enemy when the power of the early sun is exhausted. Such a powerful move is enough to be included in the star gold sword art of my own creation. This sword move uses the power of the early sun as its source, so it is named the early sun. Together with the first move of the bright moon and my star gold sword art, there are a total of 2 sword art secrets. One move is suitable for night, borrowing the power of the moon. One move is suitable for the early morning, borrowing the power of the early sun. They are all borrowing power. Can I borrow the power of the scorching sun hanging in the sky? Water power, mountain power, can I borrow it? The more Ling Pengyun thought about it, the more excited he became. Immediately, he looked at a blazing sun that had reached the sky, and then mobilized his sword intent, borrowing the power of the blazing sun, trying to comprehend a sword art. A few days passed. Baiyun Mountain Range, Lingxiao Ridge. The 31 Ling family members of the 1Z generation in Yangxiao Peak, as well as Ling Pengyun, Ling Pengyun, Ling Changsha, Ziokai and Fei and others, all gathered at the top of this peak. When Ling Pengyun saw that everyone was there, he said, "The June appointment has arrived, and it's time for our clan to go out and attack the muddy swamp territory occupied by the giant and demon clan and the giant crocodile clan. But we can't all leave. The Yangxiao Peak where we are now, as well as the Spiritual Medicine Valley, Spiritual Beast Mountain, Lotus Mountain, and Black Soil Mountain, all have second-level spiritual veins and are close to the swamp giant crocodile territory. The location is crucial. If we attack the muddy swamp territory, it will be difficult to establish much merit in that territory. If we need to fight a protracted war, these 5 places will also become our strongholds when we attack the muddy swamp territory. In addition, these 5 places are now planted with spiritual plants or raised with spiritual beasts. The Baiyun Mountains are now in a period of war, So the 5 major sects of Yan state don't have to worry. They can't bring themselves to rob our Ling family's 5 spiritual veins. But we need to be on guard against those casual cultivators who enter the Qingshi Mountains as hired soldiers. Sister Penguin, you are formation master. The mountain protection formations of Lingxiao Peak, Lingxiao Valley and other 5 places have also been set up for you. If you stay here, I can feel more at ease. I wonder if you are willing to stay here to guard it. Ling Penguin had expected this. Besides, staying here can also be regarded as contributing to the capture of the muddy swamp, but in a different way. Therefore, she did not hesitate too much and nodded and agreed. Mina, I am willing. That's good. After Ling Pengyun nodded in response, he waved his hand and summoned the Lingxiao flying boat, which was 40 meters large and had a high grade of magic weapon cone, and jumped on it first. Then, he called out to the others. Others, follow me. Ling Pengyun and others heard the signal and took action. After everyone got on the Lingxiao flying boat, Ling Pengyun nodded to Ling Penguin, who was left alone on the top of Lingxiao Peak, and drove the Lingxiao flying boat to the east. After flying for several miles, the sky-high flying boat stopped above a valley with 1 or 2,000 small wooden houses. This valley was the temporary location of the nearly 2,000 casual cultivators who were attracted by the Ling family with the spiritual veins in the sky-high ridge. My fellow cultivators in the valley, the June appointment has come. Follow me to fight and destroy the giant crocodile clan in the swamp to gain military merit. Standing at the head of the sky-high flying boat, Ling Pengyun waved his hand and placed the 45-meter-long sky-high flying boats that he had refined some time ago around. Then, he used the sound enhancement technique and spoke loudly to the valley below. The nearly 2,000 casual cultivators who were originally in their own wooden houses in the valley were startled by the sound coming from the sky and went out to see. When these nearly 2,000 casual cultivators saw the sudden appearance of 41 huge flying boats in the sky and the arrival of the Ling family, their faces were full of smiles. They waited for the Ling family to gather enough flying boats and take them to the muddy swamp, but they had to wait for 6 months. Only by going on the expedition could they gain military merits. With military merits, they could exchange the Ling family for the first level or even second level spiritual veins on Lingxiao Ridge. With spiritual veins, they could settle down and practice with the spiritual energy produced by those spiritual veins. Even establish a family. Immediately, nearly 2,000 casual cultivators in the valley flew into the sky with the help of various flying instruments and boarded the 42nd level Lingxiao flying boats that Ling Pengyun had taken out, each carrying 50 people. Ling Pengyun also handed over the controlled tokens of the 40 Lingxiao flying boats to the cultivators on the 40 flying boats, allowing them to transfer their spiritual energy into the controlled tokens as the power source for the flying boats, and control the flying direction of the flying boats. Giving power to those casual cultivators was also a helpless move. To control those second-level Lingxiao flying boats, at least the foundation building cultivation or the combined efforts of many key training cultivators was required. At present, the Ling family has only Ling Pengyun as a foundation building cultivator, and there are only more than 30 key cultivating cultivators in the family. It is difficult for the Ling family members alone to maintain the flight of the 40 Lingxiao flying boats. Although Ling Pengyun's spiritual consciousness is strong enough to control the flight of the remaining 40 flying boats by himself, this will greatly limit his combat power. Of course, Ling Pengyun is not really at ease with those independent cultivators. Before handing over the controlled tokens of the 40 Lingxiao flying boats to those independent cultivators, Ling Pengyun has already placed a special restriction in those controlled tokens. With this restriction, Ling Pengyun can control the 40 Lingxiao flying boats at any time. When everything is ready, Ling Pengyun also controls the magic weapon cone-shaped Lingxiao flying boat to lead the way, leading the 40 Lingxiao flying boats behind him to the east, rushing to the muddy swamp occupied by the swamp giant crocodile clan. Between Lingxiao Ridge and the muddy swamp, there is a barren land stretching about 50,000 miles. This land has few spiritual veins and few monsters. Even if there are monsters, they are mostly key training monsters, which can hardly pose any threat to Ling's flying boats. Thanks to Daozi 273, Book Friend 202206232216396660, Zhengxi, Xiangxin Yijian, Zia Aochua, Book Friend 202208231153555779. ASD, Book Friend 2020005192353333895, and Hebing 135 for their monthly tickets. My brain is wadding. I can't write today. I don't know why. I'm really sorry. Chapter 457 Yin-Yang Mountain. After flying for nearly half a day, Ling's flying boats finally entered the muddy swamp. The muddy swamp is just as its name suggests. There are mostly swamps in the area, and there is not much land. There are only some reeds, duckweed, shrubs and other short plants growing here, and there are no tall trees that are several feet high. This also makes the vision of this muddy swamp extremely open, and you can see the situation several miles away at a glance. Everyone looked, although they did not see any monsters appearing in the field of vision. But everyone did not dare to be careless. Although there are no monsters on the swamp, there are many monsters such as snake monsters, scorpion monsters, swamp giant crocodiles, etc. that are good at lurking in the muddy swamp. Without knowing it, those monsters will suddenly jump up and bring a fatal blow to the monks. For the safety of everyone, Ling Pengyun took out the 18 flags of the 5 elements returned to origin array from his storage bag and placed them around the flying boats, forming a huge defensive light curtain that covered the entire flying boat group. Now, most of the monsters in the muddy swamp are fighting with the people of the Qingshi Taoist temple who just occupied the Taichu Yin-Yang territory in the north of this territory. Our first stop on this trip is to support the Qingshi Taoist temple. Follow me to the north of the muddy swamp. Then, Ling Pengyun used the sound enhancement technique and shouted to the remaining 42nd level Lingxiao flying boats behind him. They did not take this opportunity to directly attack the 3rd level spiritual vein in the muddy swamp because even if they occupied the 3rd level spiritual vein, they would not be able to stay there for long. Otherwise, it would arouse the anger of the Yuaning Demon King in the boundless vast swamp, attracting countless monsters to come out of the vast swamp. After all, now is not the time of the monster rebellion. The 2nd level spiritual veins in the swampy land are mostly deep under the swamp. If the human race wants to use those 2nd level spiritual veins as a base, they still need to spend a lot of effort to use earth magic to build islands. At a time when a war is imminent, it is not a wise move to consume too much spiritual power to build islands. For various reasons, Ling Pengyun decided to support Qingshi Taoist temple first. The nearly 2,000 casual cultivators on the 42nd level Lingxiao flying boats immediately followed the instructions and controlled the 40 Lingxiao flying boats, following the leading magic weapon cone-shaped Lingxiao flying boat, flying to the north. The Qiwangan land where Qingshi Taoist temple is currently located does not intersect with the Lingxiao Ridge land. There is a muddy swamp between the two lands. The Ling family and their group can only enter the muddy swamp first and then rush to Qiwangan land for support. The monsters in this muddy swampy land may have been summoned by the giant monster clan, swamp giant crocodile, to attack the Qingshi Taoist temple disciples in Qiwangan land. Along the way, Ling Pengyun and others did not encounter many monsters. This reduced some of their troubles. In the next 2 days, Ling Pengyun and others flew 110,000 miles with the help of the flying boat, and gradually approached the giant insect Qingshi Taoist temple, a 2nd level upper grade spiritual mountain called Yin-Yang Mountain stationed at the junction of the Qiwangan territory and the muddy swamp. Now, this spiritual mountain is protected by a huge light curtain. Outside the spiritual mountain, there are more than 200,000 key training and foundation building monsters. These monsters frantically attack the huge light curtain of Yin-Yang Mountain, causing waves to rise. The land within a dozen miles around the spiritual mountain was also turned into a swamp by the magic of those monsters. The more than 200,000 monsters in the swamp were as flexible as fish in the water. Moreover, these monsters even relied on the black mud in the swamp as a source to cast spells and build a thick layer of mud armor on their bodies, greatly enhancing their own defense. It was precisely because of the solid mud armor on the bodies of these monsters that nearly 2,000 monks from the Qingshi Taoist temple, nearly 1,000 monks from the other 4 major giant sects of Yan State, and more than 5,000 independent cultivators stationed in Yin-Yang Mountain had a headache and made very little contribution. On the contrary, the more than 200,000 monsters outside the mountain continued to bombard the defense formation of Yin-Yang Mountain, consuming the power of this formation. I am afraid that within a month, this formation will be broken by those monsters. And the more than 8,000 monks in the mountain will also be in danger. As for escaping, although the monks in the mountain wanted to, Yan'an Mountain was now surrounded by more than 200,000 monsters. Unless they used the third-level large Qingshi flying boat of the Qingshi Taoist temple, they would have a chance to escape. But the people of the Qingshi Taoist temple were determined to stay in this mountain. This is because Yan'an Mountain is the front of Qiuyanyan territory, facing the monsters in the muddy swamp. Once this place falls, the 200,000 monsters in the muddy swamp will rush into the heart of Qiuyanyan territory. The Qiuyanyan territory that Qingshi Taoist temple has spent decades, devoted all its efforts, and lost nearly half of its disciples will be taken back by the monsters again, and the efforts of Qingshi Taoist temple for decades will be wasted. In this situation, Qingshi Taoist temple is naturally unwilling. Of course, if the mountain protection array of Yan'an Mountain is broken, the people of Qingshi Taoist temple will naturally not stay to die. They just adhere to the idea of defending as much as possible, and wait for the support of Lingxiao Ling's family. As early as half a year ago, the people of Qingshi Taoist temple received 2 messages from the Bailingman, confirming that Lingxiao Ling's family will come to support them in half a year. As for the nearly 1,000 cultivators from the other 4 major giant sects in Yan'an Mountain, they were attacked by monsters in the muddy swamp after Qingshi Taoist temple captured the Qiuyanyan territory occupied by the Qiuyanyan clan of the giant monster clan. The Qingshi Taoist temple, which suffered heavy losses, was somewhat overwhelmed and sold a lot of the spiritual veins in the Qiuyanyan territory and borrowed manpower from the other 4 major giant sects. The nearly 5,000 independent cultivators were attracted by Qingshi Taoist temple with a large amount of cultivation resources. At this time, Ling Pengyun, who was standing on the Lingxiao flying boat, saw the situation of Yan'an Mountain and his expression moved slightly. I didn't expect that Yan'an Mountain would fall into such a dangerous situation. It seems that what Senior Bailing said half a year ago about the Qingshi Taoist Master Qingshi being seriously injured is true. Otherwise, if the Qingshi Taoist was not injured, he could have used the third-level defense formation on Yan'an Mountain to kill some key training and foundation-building monsters to ease the crisis. I guess the old Taoist Qingshi is also afraid that if he takes action, he will attract the giant in realm swamp giant crocodile king hidden in the monster group, and he is afraid to fight with the giant and crocodile king. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's face showed a hint of joy. The Qingshi Taoist master, the giant in realm Qingshi Taoist, was seriously injured. For the Qingshi Taoist temple, it might be a bad thing. But for the Ling family who supported the Qingshi Taoist temple, it was a good thing. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun loudly signaled to the more than 30 Ling family members and nearly 2,000 casual cultivators on the flying boat group. We are approaching the battle, and we are all ready to fight. As soon as these words came out, most of the cultivators on the Ling family's flying boats showed solemn expressions on their faces. Only those Ling family members who were not afraid of the ground and the onesie generation, as well as Ling Chengsha, Ziokai and Fei and others, saw the huge number of monsters in the distance, and their faces were full of fighting intentions. Although they knew that there were countless monsters, they were protected by the ancestor Pengyun, so they fought. Who was afraid of who? Soon, the Ling family's flying boats approached the Yan'an Mountain battle by about 3,000 feet. This distance was within the attack range of Ling Pengyun, the giant's Henrun. He also first sacrificed the magic weapon Bihai Yuan Bao's Hu that was 48 feet in size and shot it out, killing more than 200,000 monsters. Those key training and foundation building monsters were like thin paper in front of the Bihai Yuan Bao's Hu, containing 480,000 pounds of weight, and were easily crushed. However, in just 10 breaths, more than 10,000 monsters died under this pearl. The huge group of monsters was also torn open by the orb. This situation also attracted the attention of the more than 8,000 monks stationed in Yan'an Mountain. They looked in the direction where the Bihais Hongyan orb came from, and immediately saw dozens of small black dots appearing in the distant sky. When they used the pupil technique seeing technique to blast their eyes, they could see the dozens of small black dots clearly. For a moment, everyone's face was filled with joy. Chapter 458 The Powerful Swamp Crocodile King. At the same time, on the top of Yan'an Mountain, in a bamboo building, an old monk with a pale face, flowing white hair, and wearing a green Taoist robe walked out. The old monk saw the Bahai Changyin pearl that was fighting in and out of the monster group, and the dozens of flying boats flying in the distance, and a trace of relief appeared on his face. The people of the Ling family are finally here. Then, He used the sound enhancement technique and shouted loudly, "Taoists in the mountain, we are here to support you. Everyone, follow me to attack with all your strength. Don't hide your means. Help our allies to contain the monster group outside the mountain and help them enter the mountain." This voice spread throughout the entire Yin-Yang Mountain. The monks in the mountain all knew the seriousness of the matter, and they followed suit, desperately using various means of attack to bombard the more than 200,000 monsters attacking the mountain. And the white-haired old monk on the top of Yin-Yang Mountain also sacrificed a whisk at the level of a magic weapon at this moment. This whisk is the Qingshi whisk, the magic weapon of the Qingshi Taoist temple, and the white-haired old man is the Qingshi old Taoist who is the master of the Qingshi Taoist temple and is at the third level of the golden collar. He waved his hand lightly, and the 5,000 white whiskers at the front of the whisk quickly grew longer, flew out of the mountain, and poured into the group of monsters. These 5,000 white whiskers seemed soft and slender, but they were so sharp that they easily pierced the heads of the key training realm and foundation building realm monsters wearing solid mud armor. Under the fierce attack of more than 8,000 monks in Yin-Yang Mountain, their achievements were not small. Every breath, at least 3,000 to 4,000 monsters died tragically at their hands. In just 10 breaths, they killed 30,000 to 40,000 monsters. But the good times did not last long. Among the more than 200,000 monsters, a huge roar sounded suddenly. Then, a huge crocodile demon, which was 50 feet long, covered with a layer of thick black scales and carrying the pressure of the golden elixir, rushed out from the depths of a swamp near Qingshi Mountain, stirring up countless black mud. This giant crocodile was the Swamp Giant Crocodile King of the third level of the golden elixir in the Swamp Giant Crocodile clan. This crocodile looked at the 30,000 or 40,000 key training and foundation building monsters that died tragically on the battlefield in a short period of time, and his heart was filled with anger. Although there were few of his kind among those monsters, they were all his subordinates. The muddy swamp realm was mostly swamps, and there were not many monsters suitable for living there. In order to make up for the 30,000 or 40,000 monsters that had just been lost, they could only rely on the monsters in the muddy swamp realm to reproduce and replenish themselves. And this replenishment time would take several years. Several years was not a long time for it, but now the Bayun Mountains were invaded by humans. Several years were enough to determine the fate of a golden elixir monster clan. Under such circumstances, the reduction in the number of monsters under its command was tantamount to reducing its strength. However, this third-level giant crocodile king did not attack immediately, but looked at the Beihai treasure behind him that had killed the monsters, with a bit of fear in his eyes. Then, he looked up at the dozens of flying boats in the distant sky. When he realized that there was only one first-level giant cultivator on those flying boats, and the remaining nearly 2,000 cultivators were all cultivators in the key training stage and foundation building stage, the fear in his eyes suddenly dissipated, and instead, there was a bit of bloodthirsty joy. I didn't expect that the owner of that powerful gem is only a human giant of the first level. Ha ha ha. When I kill that person and get the gem containing gravity, I will also have a handy magic weapon. That person's flesh and blood are also good spiritual objects for nourishment. When I swallow that person's flesh and blood, and the flesh and blood of the third-level human in Yin-Yang Mountain, my chances of reaching the fourth level of giant will be greater. Thinking of this, the bloodthirstiness in the eyes of this swamp giant crocodile became stronger. Because Ling Pengyun and others were far away, it was not good at long-range attacks, but only good at physical strength, and it was difficult to attack Ling Pengyun and others who had not yet approached. In addition, the 8,000 cultivators in Yin-Yang Mountain and the old Taoist Qingshi posed a greater threat to the group of monsters, so the swamp giant crocodile king put the Beihai Yuan gem aside first. It roared at Yin-Yang Mountain, and then swam the thick tail behind it, quickly swam in the black mud swamp, and crashed into the formation of Yin-Yang Mountain. Seeing this, Taoist Qingshi in Yin-Yang Mountain frowned. If the powerful swamp crocodile king was allowed to hit the mountain formation, it would probably be broken in less than 3 days. He quickly urged the 5,000 long white whiskers in his hand, the third-level medium-grade magic weapon Qingshi whisk, to roll towards the body of the swamp crocodile, tying up most of its body and restricting its movement. Moreover, the white whiskers were getting tighter and tighter, and the white whiskers were like blades, gradually cutting through the thick black scales on the swamp crocodile king's body. The swamp crocodile king had fought with Taoist Qingshi several times before, and knew the power of the white whiskers. It did not dare to be careless, and quickly cast the Swamp Crocodile clan's life spell Zhuan scale armor, and a dark black light flashed around it. A set of dark black spiritual armor gradually emerged from the scales on its body, blocking all the white whiskers wrapped around its body. This crocodile king also avoided the pain of having his scales cut by the 5,000 sharp white whiskers and penetrating his flesh and blood. Then, this giant swamp crocodile king began to exert his strength and swing his body, trying to break free from the restraints of those white whiskers. Although the grade of Qingshi whisk is as high as the third grade middle grade, and the white whiskers that are transformed are also tough, the old Taoist Qingshi is now injured and it is difficult for him to fully exert the power of this magic weapon. In addition, the giant swamp crocodile king has a strong physique and contains more than 500,000 kilograms of strength. As this crocodile keeps swinging, the white whiskers tied to it gradually become a little overwhelmed, and the flashing spiritual light becomes a little dim. I am afraid that it will not be long before those white whiskers will be torn off by this crocodile. More than 2,000 feet away, in the sky, on the Lingxiao flying boat, Ling Pengyun looked at the mighty giant swamp crocodile king with his eyes slightly narrowed. I'm afraid this crocodile's cultivation has reached the peak of the third level of the golden core. It's probably only a matter of time before it breaks through to the fourth level of the golden core. That's a problem. Ling Pengyun's expression changed slightly as he temporarily took over the control of the 40 Lingxiao flying boats behind him, transferred a huge amount of spiritual power to those flying boats, and used all his strength to drive those flying boats and the magic weapon cone-shaped Lingxiao flying boat he was sitting on to rush to Yin-Yang Mountain. Although the distance was more than 2,000 feet, these flying boats flew at full speed and arrived outside Yin-Yang Mountain in less than 100 breaths. On the way, although many monsters launched magic attacks on Ling's flying boats, those monsters in the key training and foundation building stages were not good at magic attacks, and their power was not strong. They were all easily blocked by the light curtain supported by the third level inferior 5 elements return to origin array, and it was difficult to pose any threat to the flying boat. As for the swamp giant crocodile at the peak of the third level of the golden core, it was now being entangled by Taoist Qingshi with all his strength, and it was difficult to get away. Ling's flying boats also took this opportunity to follow the big hole in the formation protecting Yin-Yang Mountain and smoothly entered the mountain. The flying boats also landed on a huge flat land halfway up Yin-Yang Mountain. Several disciples of Qingshi Taoist temple in the foundation building stage were also brought up at this moment, arranging the nearly 2,000 independent cultivators brought by Ling, as well as Ling's key training and foundation building cultivators to participate in the battle. Another foundation building cultivator invited Ling Pengyun to the top of the mountain to meet with the giant and Qingshi Taoist master of Qingshi Taoist temple. On the top of Yin-Yang Mountain, I have heard for a long time the Taoist friend Ling entered the giant before the age of 100. Today, when I see that Taoist friend's blood and ki are strong, I believe that Taoist friend is indeed a great man of the world. The Qingshi Taoist who urged the Qingshi whisk to trap the giant and 3-level peak swamp giant crocodile outside the mountain saw Ling Pengyun coming, and separated some of his mind and greeted Ling Pengyun. Fellow Taoist, you are too polite. I just entered the golden elixir stage by chance, and I don't deserve the title of a hero. Now that my clan has arrived, I wonder what you plan to do next? Do you plan to stay, or find an opportunity to take your disciples away from here? Ling Pengyun was not interested in the compliments from Taoist Qingshi, but asked meaningfully. I'm sure that fellow Taoist Ling can see that I'm injured. I'm not fit to fight in my current condition. Nearly half of the disciples of my sect who were powerful were lost while developing the territory of Qiuyangan. Therefore, I plan to leave this place and return to the hinterland of Qiuyangan after helping fellow Taoist Ling stabilize the situation. As for this mountain, although it is in the territory of Qiuyangan occupied by my Qingshi Taoist temple, I can make the decision to lend this sacred mountain to fellow Taoists' family as a base, so that the nobles can also resist the huge group of more than 200,000 monsters outside the mountain. Taoist Qingshi is also an old Taoist. Knowing Ling Pengyun's intention, he didn't hide it too much and said directly, "Thank you very much." Ling Pengyun was very satisfied when he heard this. This was exactly what he wanted to see. If Taoist Qingshi stayed here, after destroying the group of monsters outside the mountain, Taoist Qingshi's side would definitely share a lot of the spiritual veins of the muddy swamp. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, Leaving Qingshi Taoist Temple. It's a small matter. Please help me and help me to repel the third-level giant crocodile king. My whisk Whitebeard can't trap the giant crocodile king for long. If it escapes, it will definitely use its physique to attack the formation in Yin-Yang Mountain, and then accelerate the collapse of the formation arranged by our sect in this mountain. Qingshi said. Okay. After Ling Pengyun responded, he waved his hand and sacrificed the jade heavy yuan orb again, and bombarded the giant crocodile king entangled by the whisk Whitebeard. Although the giant crocodile king of the swamp noticed the attack of the 48 zang long jade heavy yuan orb, its body and even its 4 feet were entangled by the 5,000 whisk Whitebeards, making it difficult for it to use its physique to respond. In desperation, it had to cast its life defense spell Giant Crocodile Zhuan Gang to support a huge black light shield. The jade heavy yuan orb also bombarded the black light shield the next moment, causing a huge wave. The defensive power of the giant crocodile Zhuan Gang is indeed good, and its power is about 30% stronger than that of the general third-level low-grade defensive magic weapon. Even the heavy yuan treasure bead of the sea weighing 500,000 jins is difficult to break it in a short time. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun frowned slightly, raised his hand and waved it, and sacrificed the magic weapon-level ghost-controlling long banner, from which he summoned 6 mountain-moving evil ghosts that were 24 feet tall and had cultivation as high as the perfect foundation-building realm. 6 ghosts merge into one. Ling Pengyun clasped his hands and murmured. The 6 24 feet tall mountain-moving evil ghosts suddenly merged into a huge mountain-moving evil ghost that was 18 feet tall and had a cold and imposing aura. Then, Ling Pengyun pinched his fingers and condensed a water dragon that was 30 feet long. Go! The mountain-moving evil ghost and the water dragon soared into the air, baring their fangs and claws and pouncing on the giant crocodile king of the third level of the golden elixir outside the mountain, constantly bombarding the light curtain held up by the crocodile king. Under the joint attack of the Behe heavy yuan pearl, the 18 zang mountain-moving evil ghost, and the 30 zang water dragon, the flashing spiritual light of the defensive light curtain gradually dimmed. There was even a small crack on the light curtain. The swamp giant crocodile king entangled by the whisk Whitebeard was a little surprised to see Ling Pengyun, a human of the first level of the golden core, actually launched 3 powerful attacks in succession. Because it was in a dangerous situation, it did not dare to hold back. Immediately, it spit out the golden core that had been nurtured for nearly 1,000 years and hit the 5,000 whisk Whitebeards that extended from Yin-Yang Mountain to its front. This demon golden core is comparable to the same level of attack magic weapon. If the whisk Whitebeard does not respond and resists, it will definitely be damaged. Out of helplessness, the old Taoist Qingshi had to withdraw the whisk Whitebeards that were entangled on the swamp giant crocodile king, and relied on the whisk Whitebeard to transform into a Whitebeard round shield. The whisk Whitebeard is an all-round magic weapon that can attack, trap, and defend. The Whitebeard round shield had good defensive power, only slightly weaker than the third-grade middle-grade defensive magic weapon of the same level. It was no problem to block the golden elixir shot by the swamp crocodile king. The swamp crocodile king, who had just escaped from the entanglement of 5,000 Whitebeards, felt a little sorry when he saw that the golden elixir he shot was blocked. If he could use the golden elixir to severely damage those white whiskers this time, he could take the initiative in this battle. It was just a pity that the attack was not successful. The swamp crocodile king also knew that if he continued to stay here, he would definitely fall into the predicament just now. He also made a prompt decision and immediately took back the golden elixir. He roared loudly again, then dived into the black mud swamp under him and quickly fled backwards. The huge group of demon beasts, numbering as many as 200,000 in the surrounding area, also stopped attacking Yin-Yang Mountain at this moment and quickly retreated with the swamp crocodile king. On the top of Yin-Yang Mountain, Ling Pengyun looked at the back of the swamp crocodile king leaving, his eyes gradually cold. After Taoist Qingshi leaves, your luck won't be so good. Just now, he had not used his full strength, and the powerful 5 elements returned to origin formation had not been used. As for this, it was because Taoist Qingshi was beside him. If he and Taoist Qingshi worked together to kill the giant swamp crocodile king, The spiritual materials on the Swamp Crocodile King would have to be divided with Taoist Qingshi. Taoist Qingshi would also have to share a portion of the spiritual veins in the muddy swamp. After all, those who see it have a share. Ling Pengyun didn't want to see such a situation. Therefore, he didn't use his full strength and let the giant Swamp Crocodile King leave. Of course, he still had the confidence to kill the giant Swamp Crocodile King alone. After all, he had a powerful formation comparable to the third-level middle-grade formation to help him. At the same time, the tens of thousands of key training and foundation-building cultivators stationed in Yan'an Mountain breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the monsters retreat. Just now, among the 10,000 cultivators, more than 8,000 cultivators who were originally stationed at Yan'an Mountain entered the mountain to cover the Ling family's support group, but they did not care about the consumption of spiritual power to launch attacks. It was only a few hundred breaths, and their spiritual power had been consumed. If the monster group outside the mountain did not retreat and continue to fight with them, they would not be able to fight again. Yan'an Mountain would also fall into a real crisis. Then, the 10,000 cultivators in the mountain looked at the more than 20,000 monster corpses left outside the mountain, and their faces showed joy. They all had a share of those monster corpses. The monster group left in a hurry just now, and they did not have time to take away all the monster corpses that died in this battle. Monster corpses are treasures for cultivators, and they are also treasures for the monster clan who are now in the battle. They are one of the most important rations. After the monster group left, the mountain protection array of Yan'an Mountain also dissipated by itself. The voice of Taoist Qingshi was also heard from the top of Yan'an Mountain. My fellow Taoists, please don't cause any disturbance when collecting corpses outside the mountain. As usual, 30% of the corpses of the monsters you killed belong to my Qingshi Taoist temple, and will be used to make up for the consumption of opening the formation in the mountain to resist the monsters. The 10,000 cultivators in the mountain were meaningless to what the Qingshi Taoist said. Immediately, the 10,000 cultivators ran out of Luoyang Mountain and began to clean up the battlefield. At this moment, on the top of Yan'an Mountain, fellow Taoist Ling's strength is indeed as strong as the rumors say. No wonder, half a year ago, fellow Taoist Ling and fellow Taoist Bayan, who was only in the false elixir realm, worked together to kill the mutant Black Wind Wolf Demon in the third level of the Golden Elixir in the Bayun Mountains. Fellow Taoist has such strength, and I am relieved. After my sect disciples clean up this battlefield, I will take my sect disciples away and give this mountain to fellow Taoist. This place depends on fellow Taoist. I would like to congratulate fellow Taoist in advance for winning the Muddy Swamp territory. By then, our two forces can still be neighbors in the Bayun Mountains. The Qingshi Taoist said to Ling Pengyun in front of him with a smile. Then I will borrow your good words. Seeing that Taoist Qingshi was leaving, Ling Pengyun was delighted and said with a smile. Then the two chatted about other things for a while. After the more than 7,000 cultivators outside the mountain picked up the corpses of the monsters they killed and handed over some of the corpses to the Qingshi Taoist temple. Taoist Qingshi also hurriedly took advantage of the good opportunity of the retreat of the monsters to leave. He controlled the third-level lower-grade Qingshi flying boat in the Taoist temple to take the 1,000 Qingshi Taoist temple disciples in the mountain, and used dozens of second-level medium-sized flying boats to carry more than 3,000 scattered cultivators summoned by the Taoist temple for benefits, as well as 1,000 cultivators supported by the other four sects to leave this place. There were originally 5,000 scattered cultivators summoned by the Taoist temple to guard this mountain for benefits, and there were 2,000 left. They were given a rich reward by Ling's family that their military merits could be exchanged for spiritual veins, so they stayed in Yan'an Mountain to guard. In this way, the number of cultivators in Yan'an Mountain also reached more than 4,000. Among them, 4,000 were independent cultivators, and the Ling family cultivators were still Ling Pengyun, Ling Pengyun, Ling Chengxia, Xiao Qianfei, Ling Wanduo and other 31 young clan members of the Onesie generation. It is worth mentioning that Ling Chengxia, Xiao Qianfei, and Ling Wanduo, these young disciples of the Onesie generation, no matter how good their cultivation was, relied on the mountain protection formation in Yan'an Mountain, did not need to defend, and could attack with all their strength, and killed at least 1 or 2 monsters in this battle. This also greatly boosted the morale of this group of brave young people, and they were getting braver and braver. In addition, after experiencing the battle just now, Ling Wandro and other 31 clan members of the Onesie generation were gradually impressed by the powerful strength of Ling Qingsha, who was of the same age and had a good relationship with him, but was of a higher generation, and they intended to take Ling Qingsha as the leader. In the previous battle, Ling Qingsha, whose cultivation level had been raised to the 7th level of key training more than half a year ago, relied on the rocket technique that he had comprehended to the perfect state, as well as several excellent first-level top-grade magic tools, to kill nearly 100 key training period monsters, and his achievements were great. Ling Pengyun's only disciples Iokai and Fei and Ling Wandro also made great achievements. The former relied on excellent magic tools, and the latter relied on the earth thort technique that he had comprehended to perfection, and they also killed 30 or 40 key training monsters. The rest of the Onesie generation of the clan had only the initial stage of key training, and their strength was not strong. At most, they only killed a dozen monsters. After the war, the Ling family also relied on their military achievements to take away all the thousands of monster corpses left in the hands of more than 4,000 casual cultivators in the mountains. These monster corpses can be of great use to the Ling family. As long as they pass through the hands of those 100 artists in the Ling family, those monster corpses can be turned into valuable spiritual objects, which can be sold at multiples or even 3 times the price to earn a lot of wealth. Horizontal Ellipsis. Chapter 460, The Advanced Burning Yuan Magic Lamp. 3 days later. The swamp giant Crocodile King confirmed that the Qingshi Taoist who was at the 3rd level of the Jinden realm left Yan'an Mountain with thousands of monks and returned to the hinterland of Qiuyangan. He immediately rushed out of the muddy swamp with more than 250,000 monsters, following the swamp that had been opened up in Qiuyangan's territory, and headed straight for the weakly defended Yan'an Mountain. At this time, Ling Pengyun, who was sitting cross-legged on the top of Yan'an Mountain, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the muddy swamp and immediately saw a black mass of monsters running towards the direction of the muddy swamp. He was not afraid of this, but his mouth corners slightly raised. Finally here. He raised his hand and waved, took out a formation plate from the storage bag, and transferred spiritual power into it. The next moment, a 5-element defense light curtain suddenly propped up, protecting the entire Yan'an Mountain. This light curtain was the light curtain supported by the 3rd level 5 elements return to origin formation that Ling Pengyun had set up in the past 3 days, relying on the 2nd level superior spiritual vein in Yan'an Mountain. After completing this task, Ling Pengyun used the sound enhancement technique to signal the more than 4,000 monks stationed in the mountain. The monsters from the muddy swamp are coming, quickly prepare for battle. After hearing this, the more than 4,000 monks in the mountain quickly walked out of their respective residences in a short period of time, gathered together, and prepared for battle. After waiting for a while, when the huge group of monsters with a total number of 200,000 broke into the 2 miles of Yan'an Mountain and confronted the more than 4,000 monks stationed in the mountain, Ling Pengyun, who is on the top of Yan'an Mountain, also fixed his eyes on the giant and 3rd level peak swamp giant Crocodile King that rushed to the front of the monster group. He waved his hand and first offered the jade heavy yuan pearl, then took out the ghost control banner and waved it, summoning the 6 evil ghosts in the banner, and directly performed the 6 ghosts into one technique, making the 6 evil ghosts merge and transform into 18 Zhang tall mountain moving evil ghost, which pounced on the swamp giant Crocodile King at the peak of the 3rd level of the golden collar. The swamp giant Crocodile King outside the mountain was not afraid of the attack. When the jade heavy yuan pearl and the 18 Zhang tall mountain moving evil ghost approached, it exerted force on all 4 legs and suddenly raised its head to hit the jade heavy yuan pearl that attacked first. Bang! The head of the swamp giant Crocodile King was like an iron tool, and the two collided, causing a huge sound. The black mud swamps around it were also blown away by the aftermath. The two were deadlocked for half a breath, and the swamp giant Crocodile King at the peak of the 3rd level of the golden collar actually used his huge strength of more than 500,000 jin to block the jade heavy yuan pearl weighing 480,000 jin, and stalemated with it. However, the crocodile still had a lot of strength left. It swung its tail, which was more than 20 feet long and 5 feet thick, and whipped the 18-foot-long evil ghost that came to it several feet away. The evil ghost that moved mountains was unable to stabilize its body for a moment and fell directly into the group of monsters around it. Thousands of monsters nearby also pounced on the body of the evil ghost that moved mountains. Although the evil ghost that moved mountains had no flesh, its yin energy was gradually dispersed by the bites of the monsters, causing its strength to gradually weaken. This incident made the evil ghost that moved mountains furious. It roared and quickly stood up from the muddy swamp. It swung its strong arms violently and slapped the thousands of key training and foundation building monsters that were attacking it. Although the thousands of key training and foundation building monsters were good at physical strength, they were all relatively strong. But the mountain-moving evil ghost contained a huge force of 180,000 jinn. The bodies of the thousands of key training and foundation building monsters were like thin paper, and were constantly torn into pieces by the mountain-moving evil ghost with his hands. This mountain-moving evil ghost also absorbed the souls of the monsters after their death into his body to restore the consumed yin qi. The swamp giant Crocodile King, who was fighting with a beehive yuan pearl in the distance, saw the mountain-moving evil ghost killing his men wantonly, and swung his tail again. However, the mountain-moving evil ghost, who had suffered a loss on this tail, was well prepared. It quickly moved back and avoided the whip of the 20 zang long tail. Then this mountain-moving evil ghost took advantage of the moment when the giant tail fell and jumped onto the giant tail of the Crocodile King, pressing the giant tail under his body, and constantly used his strong arms to bombard the giant tail covered with solid black scales. Although the black scales attached to the giant crocodile's tail were extremely strong, the mountain-moving evil ghost was quite powerful. Under the crazy attack, a lot of the remaining power was transmitted through the scales into the giant crocodile's flesh and blood, causing the giant crocodile to feel pain. The swamp giant Crocodile King, who was at the peak of the third level of the golden elixir, immediately exerted his strength to shake off the mountain-moving evil ghost sitting on his crocodile tail. But the mountain-moving evil ghost was not a vegetarian. This ghost contained a huge force of 180,000 jinn. Although the crocodile tail contained 300,000 to 400,000 jinn of force in a charged attack, the crocodile tail was now pressed so hard that it was difficult to accumulate force. The force of the crocodile tail alone was only about 200,000 jinn at most. With this kind of force, it was difficult to lift the mountain-moving evil ghost away. In desperation, the swamp giant Crocodile King had to cast his life spell, Mysterious Scale Armor, to support a spiritual armor covering his body and block the attack of the mountain-moving evil ghost. At the same time, it also ordered thousands of nearby monsters to come to help and drag the mountain-moving evil ghost off its tail. The thousands of key training realm and foundation building realm that were scared away from the giant in battlefield by the powerful mountain-moving evil ghost just now heard the order from the swamp giant Crocodile King and had no choice but to bite the bullet and kill the 18 zang mountain-moving evil ghost. These key training realm and foundation building realm monsters were not much of a threat to the mountain-moving evil ghost, which could be killed with a wave of its hand. But in order to kill these key training realm and foundation building realm monsters, it had to stop attacking the crocodile tail under it. On the top of Yin-Yang Mountain, Ling Pengyun looked at this scene and frowned. There are still a few cultivators stationed in the mountain. If there are enough cultivators in the key training realm and the foundation building realm, they can hold back the more than 200,000 key training realm and foundation building realm monsters outside the mountain, and the difficulty of me facing the Crocodile King alone can be reduced. With those key training realm and foundation building realm monsters here, it is very difficult for me to kill the Crocodile King. I can only kill some key training realm and foundation building realm monsters first. After making up his mind, Ling Pengyun pinched his hands and muttered a sentence. 5 elements return to origin flying sword. Go. The 5 elements returned to origin formation that protects the entire Yin-Yang Mountain trembled slightly, and a 5 elements flying sword emerged from the formation. A crisp sword sound rang out from the sword body, and a giant sword light of 30 feet long burst out from the tip of the sword. Go. The 5 elements returned to origin flying sword turned into a 5 element sword shadow and quickly killed into the group of monsters outside the mountain. The monsters blocking the way were all cut in half by this sword. However, in just 100 breaths, more than 20,000 key training and foundation building monsters were killed. The temporarily trapped swamp crocodile king was heartbroken when he saw the death of so many monsters under his command. In addition, Yin-Yang Mountain only had the first level giant and cultivator in charge at this time. This time, it led its troops to attack with the intention of conquering the mountain in one fell swoop. For various reasons, the crocodile no longer held back. It directly used the desperate method of the swamp crocodile clan, black spirit boiling technique, which can accumulate the power of the earth veins in the body. When it wants to use it, it can increase its strength by nearly 70% in a short time. The side effects of this technique are not as great as those of the explosive spirit pills used by cultivators to enhance their strength. After using this technique, the swamp crocodile king will only fall into a weak period of about half a year at most. Moreover, the swamp crocodile king can also quickly get through the weak period by absorbing the power of the earth veins. Just after this giant swamp crocodile king performed this technique, its entire body began to shine with dazzling yellow light. Its body, which was already 50 feet long, also swelled rapidly at this moment. When the abnormal change stopped, the body of this crocodile king had swelled to 85 feet long and 10 feet high. If this crocodile stood up, it would be much taller than an ordinary small mountain. And the solid scales on its body became extremely large, each as big as a millstone. The black scale armor on its body, which was transformed from spiritual power, also grew larger, in line with its current huge size. In addition, the huge strength of this giant swamp crocodile king also soared from more than 500,000 caddies to more than 800,000 caddies. With this power that it mastered in a short period of time, it was enough to be comparable to those monsters with physical strength at the 5th and 6th levels of the golden elixir. After the crocodile's strength increased greatly, the bloody intent in his eyes increased several times. It roared in its mouth, and with its head exerted force, it directly knocked the jade heavy yuan pearl away dozens of feet. It also swung its tail, which had grown to 40 feet in length and contained more than 400,000 pounds of force, and threw away the mountain-moving evil ghost that was pressing on the tail. It also used its extremely long tail to tightly bind the 18-foot mountain-moving evil ghost, causing the evil ghost to suffer and howl miserably. The swamp giant crocodile king was quite excited when he heard the evil ghost's howl. It opened its bloody mouth, quickly moved its forelegs, and ran madly towards the jade heavy yuan pearl that it had knocked away before and had not yet stabilized its body, wanting to severely damage the pearl in one fell swoop, so that Ling Pengyun and Yan'an Mountain would lose an attack method. But how could Ling Pengyun, who was in Yan'an Mountain, let it do as it wished? Ling Pengyun raised his hand and waved, offering his own trump card, the lower-grade 3rd-level Burning Yuan magic lamp. Half a month ago, after this lamp refined the soul of the 3rd-level mutated Black Wind Wolf demon, its grade was very smoothly returned from the magic weapon cone level to the 3rd-level lower level. And its power has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Originally, this mid-level quality life magic weapon was still at the magic weapon cone level, and its power was only 10% or 20% stronger than some ordinary 3rd-level lower level magic weapons. But after this magic lamp entered the 3rd-level lower level, its power skyrocketed. In terms of power alone, this magic lamp is enough to be 10% or 20% stronger than ordinary 3rd-level middle-level magic weapons, and is not weaker than the 3rd-level middle-level magic weapon Qingshi Whisk of the Qingshi Taoist temple. After Ling Pengyun took out this big killer, he immediately injected a huge spiritual power into the magic lamp. The Burning Yuan magic lamp flashed brightly, and a large piece of black Burning Yuan true fire suddenly gushed out from the wick, transforming into a flame demon wolf that was more than 70 feet long. It stepped into the air and roared out. Between Zumi and Mir, the flame demon wolf crossed a distance of several hundred feet. Before the giant swamp crocodile king could react, the flame demon wolf had already arrived beside it and violently hit its body, knocking the crocodile to the ground. The giant swamp crocodile king's belly and forelegs were facing the sky, and his back was facing the ground. Chapter 461 The Value of the Swamp Crocodile King. The flame demon wolf quickly stepped forward and stepped on the body of the overturned swamp giant crocodile king with its feet, making it difficult for the swamp giant crocodile king to turn over. However, this flame demon wolf is made up of a large amount of burning true fire after all, and its strength is relatively small. It is difficult for it to suppress the crocodile alone. Seeing this situation, Ling Pengyun immediately stabilized the flying jade heavy yuan treasure bead, and urged the jade heavy yuan treasure bead, which weighed 480,000 jin, to slam it into the body of the swamp giant crocodile king. He also mobilized the 30-foot-long 5 elements return to origin flying sword that had been used to kill the key training realm and foundation building realm monsters outside the mountain to attack the swamp giant crocodile king. Afterwards, he pinched the formula to summon the 5 elements return to origin rope, a trap-type formation device of the 5 elements return to origin formation, and quickly bound the body of the swamp giant crocodile king, restricting its movement. With the combined efforts of a wolf, a treasure bead, a flying sword, and a rope, the swamp giant crocodile king was finally suppressed and unable to move. The flame demon wolf, under Ling Pengyun's command, opened its bloody mouth and bit the belly of the swamp giant crocodile king, which was lying on the ground with its belly facing the sky. This wolf was extremely powerful and was formed by the gathering of the burning yuan true fire, which had the effect of burning spiritual power. In just 3 breaths, a large gap was bitten out of the black scale armor on the swamp giant crocodile king. The flame demon wolf also spewed out a large amount of burning yuan true fire, which flowed into the black scale armor along the gap and burned on the body surface of the swamp giant crocodile king. Although the scales on the swamp giant crocodile had strong defensive power, they were not very heat resistant. This was basically a common problem for every demon beast that was good at physical strength. After burning the crocodile for about 10 breaths, the flesh and blood in the swamp giant crocodile's body were burned by the high temperature transmitted by the scales. There was even a smell of meat wafting from it. At the same time, it was accompanied by the wailing of the swamp giant crocodile king. In order to defuse the situation, the swamp giant crocodile king immediately spat out a golden elixir that had been nurtured for nearly 1,000 years. Although its golden elixir was called golden elixir, its surface was yellow. This was related to the crocodile's own attributes. This crocodile was of the earth element, so its golden elixir was naturally yellow. The golden elixir turned into a stream of yellow light and quickly hit the Bahei Chang'an treasure orb that was pressing on it. Then, a huge sound of golden weapons and iron rang out. Zhang. The golden elixir actually hit the Bahei Chang'an treasure orb back several feet away. Even then, the golden elixir knocked away the 5 elements returned to origin flying sword and broke the 2 feet of the flame demon wolf that were stepping on its body. However, for this reason, the spiritual light flashing on the surface of the golden elixir also dimmed a little. Obviously, the golden elixir consumed a lot of its essence. Seeing this, the swamp giant crocodile king felt extremely distressed and quickly took it back into his body to nurture it. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the Bahei Chang Yuan orb and the 5 elements Gui Yuan flying sword were repelled and the flame demon wolf's feet on its body were broken, it turned its body over. It also cast another defensive spell giant crocodile Zhuan Gang to consolidate its defense and rearranged a Zhuan scale armor to wear on its body. Suddenly, a huge black light shield enveloped the crocodile. The burning yuan true fire that had previously burned on its body surface, as well as the flame wolf demon that had just used the burning yuan true fire to restore its front feet, were also blocked by the light shield. After getting rid of the threat, the crocodile first used spiritual power to stabilize the flesh and blood injuries in its body caused by the high temperature. Then, it began to exert its strength to break free from the restraints of the 5 elements Gui Yuan rope on its body. Although the 5 elements Gui Yuan rope is blessed by the 5 elements Gui Yuan formation, its power is not weaker than that of an ordinary 3rd-level inferior magic weapon. But after the swamp giant crocodile king performed the black spirit boiling technique, his body contained a huge force of more than 800,000 jin. This kind of strength is enough to match some Jinden level 5 and 6 monsters that are good at physical strength. The 5 elements return to origin rope is still not enough to face such a strong enemy. The rope has not lasted for 3 breaths, and the flashing spiritual light on it began to dim rapidly. I am afraid that it will break in less than 20 breaths. Ling Pengyun of Yan'an Mountain saw this scene and frowned slightly. He did not hold back and took out a magic weapon, the Cloud Thunder Shuttle, which he got from killing a Jinden level 2 Cloud Thunder Leopard and shot it out. He also used spiritual power to stabilize the Bahei Heavy Origin Orb, the 5 elements returned to origin flying sword, and the flame wolf demon that were blown away, and controlled them to continuously attack the giant crocodile Zhuan Gang supported by the swamp giant crocodile. At the same time, he kept pinching his hands and groaned. The art of splitting the blue sea shadows. Transform. 3 phantoms that looked like Ling Pengyun and whose bodies were condensed with spiritual power quietly appeared. Because Ling Pengyun had only comprehended the first level of the art of splitting the blue sea wind shadows, the 3 phantoms that were condensed only had 30% of his cultivation. Ling Pengyun's mind moved, and he made a seal with his hands again, and began to perform the 3rd level water dragon art. The 3 human phantoms also followed suit and performed the water dragon art. After 3 breaths, 4 dragons with bared fangs and claws appeared, 1 long and 3 short. The longer water dragon, which was 30 feet long, was shot out by Ling Pengyun's real body, and the other 3 water dragons, which were 10 feet long, were shot out by the 3 phantoms. The 4 dragons swung their bodies in the air, soared into the air, and pounced on the giant swamp crocodile king outside the mountain, biting the defensive Zhuan gang held up by the crocodile king. This time, Ling Pengyun can be said to have used all his strength for the first time after entering the golden core. Under the joint attack of 1 bead, 1 wolf, 1 sword, 1 shuttle, 4 dragons and 8 other beings, the defensive black barrier held up by the crocodile king was in turmoil, and the flashing spiritual light of the black barrier quickly dimmed. In just 5 breaths, a small crack appeared on the black barrier. Ling Pengyun also seized the opportunity, and at the cost of spiritual power, he directly pinched the formula to cast his life spell, the art of the blue sea sky sword. A crisp sword sound resounded through the sky, and then a 50-foot-long blue sea sword suddenly appeared. Go! The sword turned into a sword light and quickly killed out, bombarding the place where the small crack appeared on the black barrier light curtain, directly widening the small crack countless times. The sword light also exhausted its remaining power. However, the black barrier light curtain was already full of cracks, and under the bombardment of the blue sea heavy yuan treasure bead and other attack methods, the black barrier light curtain also shattered. Seeing this dangerous situation, the giant swamp crocodile king panicked and hurriedly used the golden elixir that had been nurtured for nearly 1,000 years to resolve the crisis. However, as soon as the giant swamp crocodile king used the golden elixir, a huge gravity spread out from the body of the jade sea heavy yuan pearl. The flying golden elixir was not prepared at all, and it stagnated in the air and quickly fell to the ground. The jade sea heavy yuan pearl also took this opportunity to smash on the golden elixir, pressing it to the ground. The flame wolf demon, the 5 elements returned to origin sword, the cloud thunder shuttle, and the 4 water dragons bombarded the body of the giant swamp crocodile king at this moment. Although this crocodile was strong and powerful, its golden elixir was out of its body, so it could only exert 70% of its strength at most, and its huge strength was only more than 500,000 pounds, as if it had not used the desperate technique. In addition, the attacks of the Bahai heavy yuan orb and other weapons were not weak, especially the burning yuan true fire spit out by the flame wolf demon, which was extremely powerful. Even if the swamp giant crocodile king had previously rearranged a black scale armor on his body, the black scale armor could not resist the powerful burning yuan true fire. The swamp giant crocodile king was also burned by the powerful true fire and suffered terribly. The cloud thunder shuttle, which seemed to be only at the prototype level of a magic weapon, was extremely extraordinary. It was a treasure weapon that broke the gang. Facing the black scale armor transformed by the spiritual power on the swamp giant crocodile king, it had a strong advantage. However, after bombarding it for more than 10 times, it broke a hole in the black scale armor, and spent some time to smash a solid scale on the swamp giant crocodile king, and fiercely pierced into the flesh of the swamp giant crocodile king. Although, the swamp giant crocodile king reacted very quickly, mobilizing the strong spiritual power in his body, and slowly forced the long shuttle out of his body. But the flame wolf demon saw the right moment and spit out a large ball of burning yuan true fire, which spread into the flesh and blood of the swamp giant crocodile king along the gaps carved on the black scales and scales by the cloud thunder shuttle. Before the swamp giant crocodile king could react, its flesh and blood were burned to ashes, and the swamp giant crocodile king was no longer alive. Its body, which was more than 80 feet long, also shrank back to its original size of more than 50 feet. Although Ling Pengyun had expected this, he still couldn't help but be happy. He was in the body of the 3 powerful magic weapons that were comparable to the 3rd level lower grade, and he also had a burning yuan magic lamp that was comparable to the 3rd level middle grade to help him, and a 5 elements returned to origin formation that was comparable to the 3rd level middle grade formation to help him. With all these means combined, it was strange that it was difficult to kill the swamp giant crocodile king, who had no life magic weapon. There are no powerful ancestors in the race. Only when one's own cultivation is improved to the middle stage of the golden elixir and the spiritual wisdom is improved again, there is a great opportunity to rely on the innate spiritual pattern on the golden elixir to comprehend the method of refining the innate magic weapon. After coming to his senses, Ling Pengyun immediately shot out the burning yuan magic lamp in front of him. This burning yuan magic lamp quickly flew to the body of the swamp giant crocodile king, spreading a huge suction force, absorbing the soul of the swamp giant crocodile king on the body into the magic lamp. Perhaps because the golden elixir of the swamp giant crocodile king was suppressed by the Bihai treasure orb earlier, there was no chance to leave, and the swamp giant crocodile king did not pass its soul power into the golden elixir. The soul in its body is the complete soul power of the swamp giant crocodile king. After the burning yuan magic lamp absorbed the soul of the swamp giant crocodile king, it immediately returned to Ling Pengyun and sent a joy and gratitude to Ling Pengyun, and at the same time, there was the thought that he would fall asleep in the near future. Ling Pengyun looked at the lamp and muttered to himself, "If this lamp wants to return from the 3rd level lower grade realm to the 3rd level middle grade realm, it needs the souls of 6 giant and middle stage monster beasts, which is equivalent to at least 18 giant and early stage monster beast souls. If you want to improve the realm of this treasure, there is a long way to go. Although it is difficult to improve the grade of this treasure, its power is also very great. Ling Pengyun likes this treasure very much." Then, Ling Pengyun arranged a defensive spell around his body, and then turned into a beam of light, leaving Yin-Yang Mountain, and quickly rushed to the corpse of the giant swamp crocodile king outside the mountain. He looked at the huge corpse of the crocodile with a little regret. It's a pity that the flesh and blood of this crocodile were burned to ashes, otherwise with the help of the powerful spiritual energy of this crocodile, my cultivation can be improved again. In recent days, Ling Pengyun, who has eaten a lot of the flesh and blood of the 3rd level giant and black wind wolf demon killed half a year ago, knows the power of the flesh and blood of the giant and monster beast. It's just a pity that if the crocodile's flesh and blood were not burned during the battle, it would be difficult to find another opportunity to kill it. Ling Pengyun could only feel sorry for this matter secretly. Then, he waved his hand to take the long rope of the 5 elements return to origin that was still tied to the swamp giant crocodile king. This rope was covered with many cracks because the swamp giant crocodile king had just broken free. This matter made Ling Pengyun very distressed. It will cost another sum of money to repair this rope. Fortunately, this swamp giant crocodile was killed. Although the swamp giant crocodile king did not have his own life magic weapon, his physique was strong and was a good material for forging inner armor magic weapons. His golden elixir was also very valuable. Although it lacked flesh and blood, it was at least worth 40,000 spirit stones. In the early years, when he borrowed a 5 elements return to origin array from Balingman, he promised that after 50 years, he would return the 5 elements return to origin array intact to Balingman. This 5 elements return to origin long rope is the formation tool of the 5 elements return to origin formation. Now that the rope is damaged, Ling Pengyun is naturally responsible for repairing it. Chapter 462, Huge Harvest from Killing Monsters. After Ling Pengyun put away the rope, he put the body of the giant swamp crocodile king into a huge storage string of spiritual beads. Then, he activated the magic weapon and killed in and out of the monster group. Every time he made a move, he could kill thousands of monsters. By this time, the key training and foundation building monsters in the entire battlefield, which were reduced to only 180,000, also discovered that the breath of the giant swamp crocodile king had dissipated and was killed by the human race's golden elixir. Although the intelligence of the 180,000 monsters was not high, they were not fools. There was a human race golden elixir in Yin-Yang Mountain. If they stayed, they would surely die. Immediately, the group of monsters turned around and fled towards the muddy swamp boundary. The giant swamp crocodile king was dead, and the muddy swamp boundary was also regarded as his own by Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun, a golden elixir real person, naturally would not let the 180,000 monsters enter the huge muddy swamp in the boundary, which would only increase the difficulty of the Ling family to develop the muddy swamp in the future. He quickly took out the magic weapon cone-shaped Lingxiao flying boat and the 42nd level Lingxiao flying boats in the sky, and withdrew the 5 elements return to origin formation arranged in the mountains and arranged it around the flying boats in the sky. Cultivators in the mountains, quickly follow me to board the flying boat. After saying this, Ling Pengyun jumped onto the Lingxiao flying boat first. The more than 4,000 cultivators stationed in the mountains all understood that the giant and demon king among the group of monsters was dead, and the group of monsters was a group of lambs to be slaughtered. It was a good opportunity for them to earn military merits. Such an opportunity would naturally not be missed by the more than 4,000 cultivators. Therefore, the more than 4,000 people rushed to board the flying boat. It was a pity that the 40 Lingxiao flying boats could carry 50 people. 40 boats could only carry about 2,000 people. After a while, the 40 flying boats were full of cultivators, but more than 2,000 cultivators still had difficulty boarding the flying boats. Although these 2,000 cultivators were unwilling to miss the opportunity to earn military merit, they could not catch up with the flying boat at their speed. Without the protection of the formation on the flying boat, they would be in great danger if they went out. Ling Pengyun did not want the outside world to spread the reputation that the scattered cultivators had suffered heavy losses by opening up a base for the Ling family. This kind of reputation was not good enough to make many scattered cultivators lose trust in the Ling family. In order to prevent those scattered cultivators from running around, Ling Pengyun also set up a shadow retaining ban in the mountains. Then, he sternly ordered the 2,000 scattered cultivators who had not boarded the flying boat. You all stay in the mountains, don't follow, and don't go out. If I see anyone who has triggered the ban I set up, I will definitely kill him. After saying this, Ling Pengyun controlled the flying boats and flew away. The flying boats were very fast and soon caught up with the 180,000 or 190,000 monsters that were fleeing straight to the muddy swamp in front of them. The more than 2,000 cultivators on the flying boat also attacked the 180,000 or 190,000 monsters with all their strength. Those monsters were already defeated and had no intention of fighting. They only knew how to flee. This also made the Ling family's side achieve great success. The monsters on the ground were killed and injured. In this way, one chased and one fled. The dozens of miles from Yan'ang Mountain to the muddy swamp became the place where most monsters died. Only tens of thousands of smarter monsters did not follow the large army to escape back to the muddy swamp, but fled to the Qiangayan territory nearby. The huge flying boat group was difficult to disperse and pursue, so they successfully escaped. Ling Pengyun and others still had to chase the large army of monsters that rushed into the muddy swamp, so they let the tens of thousands of monsters leave. After the war, only half a mile away from the muddy swamp, on the Lingxiao flying boat, Ling Pengyun looked down at the large group of monsters trying to escape back to the muddy swamp. The last monster was killed, and the big stone in his heart finally fell. Then, he used the sound enhancement technique and said loudly, "Clean up the battlefield in an orderly manner. My Ling family wants you to kill 30% of the monster bodies to make up for the opening of my Ling family's third-level formation. Afterwards, you must hand them over to my Ling family." This voice spread throughout the entire flying boat group through the sound enhancement technique. It is a rule in the world of Immortal Cultivation to hand over 30% of the monsters killed. The more than 2,000 casual cultivators on the flying boats have no objection. They also used various flying magic tools to land on the ground and began to collect the monster bodies they killed. The Ling family members on the Lingxiao flying boat used the shadow restriction on the 5 elements return to origin formation arranged around the flying boat group to look back at the impact of the battle just now and calculate the monsters killed by those casual cultivators, so as to prevent the more than 2,000 casual cultivators who were collecting monsters from taking more. The more than 2,000 casual cultivators were honest and were relatively honest when picking up the corpses of the monsters. There was no corruption. After the more than 2,000 casual cultivators had picked up the corpses of the monsters they had killed, Ling Pengyun also led the Ling family to transport the remaining 150,000 monster corpses on the ground one by one through the flying boat group. It took 3 full days. Lingxiao's flying boat group transported dozens of times before all the monster corpses were transported back to Yan'ang Mountain. Yan'ang Mountain. Ling Pengyun, who spent half a day to calculate the corpses of the monsters harvested by the Ling family this time, had a big smile on his face. He quickly walked to the top of the mountain and found Ling Pengyun, who was sitting on the top of the mountain, and said in detail, "My dear brother, among the clan members participating in the war this time, you killed the most monsters, as many as 130,000 monsters. I killed more than 15,000 monsters. The young clan members of Qingshi have lower cultivation levels and only killed more than 5,000 monsters in total. We killed more than 150,000 monsters in total and obtained their corpses. The independent cultivators recruited by my Ling family killed about 90,000 monsters in this battle, and handed over 30%, a total of more than 30,000 monster corpses, to my Ling family. In addition, those independent cultivators also handed over more than 30,000 monsters to the clan in exchange for military merits. Combined the 3, my Ling family has obtained a total of more than 211,000 monster corpses this time. Among them, The corpses of monsters in the initial, middle, late, and perfect realms of key training are more than 126,000, more than 66,000, more than 28,500, and more than 500 respectively. Among them, there are more than 650, more than 310, more than 30, and more than 10 corpses of monsters in the initial, middle, late, and perfect stages of foundation building, respectively. One corpse of a demon king in the Jindan stage. Mina, this battle is really a big harvest. Even if this batch of monster corpses is sold directly, it can at least sell for about 200 spirit stones. If we add the materials of those monsters to the hundreds of arts of our clan, we can refine them into spirit objects and sell them. This batch of monster corpses can at least bring a huge profit of 4 million spirit stones to our clan. Ling Pengyun was shocked when he heard Ling Pengyun's statistics. In an instant, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face again. 4 million spirit stones are not trivial. If they are taken to the market, this amount of spirit stones can at least buy 4G Jindan. That can increase the probability of a cultivator breaking through the Jindan by 30%. With this amount of spirit stones, as long as you are lucky, it is no problem to create 1 or 2 Jindan. I didn't expect that the profit from destroying most of the monsters in a monster gathering place with a Jindan monster beast would be so great. Add to that the 2,000 spirit veins in the muddy swamp, the profit that can be brought to the family is even greater. Destroying a monster gathering place is really a good business with huge returns. Back then, when Balingman conquered Jiamang Lake, I'm afraid they also made a lot of money. Ling Pengyun thought about it. The more than 250,000 monsters, he led a group of cultivators to destroy this time were 99% of the monsters in the muddy swamp. At the beginning, the Jindan level swamp giant Crocodile King mobilized so many monsters to come out in full force, intending to capture Yan'ang Mountain in one fell swoop and seize the Qiangayan territory of the monster clan. After the joy, Ling Pengyun thought that there were not many Bai practitioners in the family now, and the number of monster corpses obtained this time was extremely large, and he immediately felt a headache. Relying on the few Bai practitioners in the family, even if they were starved of food and water, it would take at least several decades or even hundreds of years to refine the materials from the corpses of the monsters obtained by the family this time into spiritual objects. It would take at least hundreds of years to sell the spiritual objects refined with the materials of the monsters. After all, the other 5 major Jindan sects in Yan State have also killed many monsters in the Bayun Mountains, and many spiritual objects have been refined by Bai practitioners to flood the market. The market of Yan State's cultivation world is so small that the Ling family naturally needs to sell spiritual objects slowly. Under such circumstances, it would take at least 200 years for the Ling family to digest this batch of monster corpses. 200 years is a long time for him, and it is even a lifetime for the rest of the Ling family. It seems that the Ling family doesn't need any spiritual stones now, but if they want to develop the muddy swampland where there is no golden core demon king and 99% of the demon beasts have been killed, the spiritual materials needed to set up the formation for the 2000 first level and second level spiritual veins in this land will be extremely huge. According to Ling Pengyun's estimation, the spiritual materials for setting up the formation will cost at least millions of spiritual stones. The Ling family can't afford this amount of spiritual stones now. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun sighed helplessly. This feeling of having wealth but being unable to cash it in a short time is extremely uncomfortable. He looked at Ling Pengyun and made arrangements. Although it is a good thing that the family has obtained many demon beast corpses this time, it is also a problem considering the current number of 100 arts in the family. Are there any 100 arts among the 4,000 casual cultivators in the mountain? Ling Pengyun heard this and finally realized what Ling Pengyun meant. He shook his head. Mina, I don't know. Ling Pengyun's position in the family has always been the same as Ling Pengxing, similar to the family's guardian, and rarely involved in the management of family affairs. Ling Pengyun could understand that such far-sighted arrangements were not prepared in advance. Then, Ling Pengyun ordered, "Go and ask quickly. If there is, leave it in the mountain first." After saying this, Ling Pengyun took out 2 pieces of white paper and wrote a lot of words on the 2 pieces of white paper with spiritual power as a pen. After writing, he put the 2 pieces of white paper in envelopes and handed them to Ling Pengyun. "Pengyun, in addition, you have entrusted 2 independent cultivators with good reputation to bring these 2 letters to Balingman and the family. This is the array of the 5 elements returned to origin array. I have rearranged this array in the mountains. If there is any change, you can activate the array. I need to go to the muddy swamp to collect some spiritual objects in it, so as to prevent other forces from knowing that my clan has killed the Demon King in the muddy swamp and 99% of the monsters in it, and taking the opportunity to collect the spiritual objects in advance, allowing others to take advantage. In the 2 letters to Bailingman and the family, in addition to recording the victory over the muddy swamp monsters and occupying the muddy swamp, there are also some important arrangements. For example, in the content of the envelope that Ling Pengyun gave to Bailingman, it was mentioned that Bailingman should arrange a flying boat as soon as possible to transport the mortal clansmen from the family to the muddy swamp. The letter to the family was to ask the family to cooperate with Bailingman to transport the clan members, but not too many clan members should be transported, only half of them should be transported, so as to avoid the Yen Kingdom's Immortal Cultivation world from conquering the Bayun Mountains when the monster beast riot comes decades later. Of course, this change is very small. Otherwise, the other 5 sects of Yen Kingdom would not have dispatched immortals in their own territory to the Bayun Mountains early. These 5 giant sects are not stupid. Obviously, they have great confidence in the next monster beast riot and officially conquer the entire Bayun Mountains. And the fact is indeed so. Now, the monster beasts in the Bayun Mountains can be suppressed by the human race and can't make any waves. After Ling Pengyun took the 2 letters and the array plate, he said to Ling Pengyun solemnly, "Mina, be careful on the road." Ling Pengyun heard this, a smile appeared on his face, patted Ling Pengyun on the shoulder, and nodded. Okay. After saying this, he turned into a stream of light and flew to the muddy swamp. After watching Ling Pengyun go away, Ling Pengyun also left the top of Yan'an Mountain and walked to a huge flat land halfway up the mountain. Recently, more than 4,000 casual cultivators who were summoned by the Ling family for their military exploits were all here. As soon as Ling Pengyun arrived, many of the more than 4,000 casual cultivators asked Ling Pengyun when he could redeem his promise to rent a spiritual vein with military exploits. For a moment, the scene was full of noise. Ling Pengyun frowned and roared. Silence. The casual cultivators around also had some vision. When they saw that Ling Pengyun, an 8th-level foundation building cultivator, looked unhappy, they all stopped asking questions. Ling Pengyun's original cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of foundation building. In the past 2 years, relying on the 10 bottles of century-old wood elemental spiritual water that Ling Pengyun brought back from the Immortal Cultivation world in the Boundless Sea, he successfully broke through to the 8th level of foundation building. Thanks to Yao Chinalan, Yuruau, Demon Youth 240, Book Friend 202009182238144735, Book Friend 201906021458076888, Book Friend 202011911701453348, Soul T Om, Treasures of the World, Don't Understand Books, Cherish, 800 Years of Time Go with the Fate, Dowsy 273, Book Friend 2022062322163960, Shiangxin Yijian, Zaya Aochua, Book Friend 202208261153555779, ASD's Monthly Ticket. Chapter 463 13 Casual Cultivators of 100 Arts. Ling Pengyun saw that everyone had quieted down, so he spoke. As for the matter of renting spiritual veins, our clan will naturally fulfill it, but we have already agreed that we will only rent the 505 first-level spiritual veins and 22nd-level spiritual veins in Lingxiao. And there are more than 4,000 of you. It is not possible to rent a spiritual vein alone. At least 8 people can rent a spiritual vein. Taoists who have chosen to rent a spiritual vein together can find me to rent a spiritual vein with military merit. Although there are more than 2,000 spiritual veins in the muddy swamp, the Ling clan is currently short of manpower and it is difficult to use the spiritual veins in that area. But even so, the Ling clan does not intend to rent them to those unknown casual cultivators, so as to avoid accidents or other incidents when the Ling clan members who are stationed in the muddy swamp will encounter them in the future. This kind of thing is very likely. After all, many casual cultivators are the kind of ruthless people who dare to act as evil cultivators when they put on veils. As for the spiritual veins in the muddy swamp, which were difficult to use due to the lack of manpower, the Ling family also had other arrangements. As for the spiritual veins in Lingxiao Ridge, the main reason why the Ling family was willing to rent them out was that they lacked manpower to attack the monsters in the muddy swamp. Moreover, Lingxiao Ridge was not the permanent residence of the Ling family. In the future, the 5 second-level spiritual veins of Yangxiao Peak, Spiritual Medicine Valley, Spiritual Beast Mountain, Loess Mountain, and Black Soil Mountain in Lingxiao Ridge will not be guarded by low-level clansmen. In the future, the cultivator's station there will at least be at the foundation building stage. With this level of cultivation, they can use the formations of the 5 spiritual lands to deter the villains. The more than 4,000 casual cultivators present had expected what Ling Pengyun said. After all, the Ling family did say early on that they would only rent more than 500 spiritual veins in Lingxiao Ridge. They had also already chosen their trustworthy companions and planned to exchange spiritual veins with them for military merits. Because there were too many independent cultivators who rented spiritual veins, Ling Pengyun also asked young disciples such as Lingxiao in the mountain to help. After more than a day, Ling Pengyun finally determined the ownership of the 505 first-level spiritual veins and 22nd-level spiritual veins in Lingxiao for the next 200 years. Then, Ling Pengyun copied more than 4,000 copies of the spiritual vein distribution map of Lingxiao and distributed them to everyone present, informing them of the location of their respective rented spiritual veins. However, afterwards, Ling Pengyun did not let them leave Yin-Yang Mountain directly, but kept them. Ling Pengyun was afraid that after leaving Yin-Yang Mountain, these independent cultivators would break into the muddy swamp and collect the spiritual objects on the spiritual veins. Ling Pengyun did not dare to take this risk. The more than 4,000 independent cultivators in the mountain also understood this truth. They had all witnessed the powerful strength of Ling Pengyun, the ancestor of the Ling family, who is a ruthless man who could kill even the swamp giant crocodile king at the peak of the 3rd level of the golden collar. They dared not provoke a family with such a strong man in charge, so they stayed in Yin-Yang Mountain honestly. Ling Pengyun followed and found 2 9th-level key training casual cultivators with good key, and asked them to help deliver the letter in exchange for spirit stones. He found the group of casual cultivators again and asked them, "Are there any of you who are proficient in 100 arts? If so, my Ling family is willing to invite you to join my family at a high price and serve as a guest official. If you perform well, my family can reward you with a high-level inheritance of 100 arts to help you master 100 arts and make further progress in the path of 100 arts. Even giving a spiritual vein to help you establish a family, become a vassal of my Ling family, and be protected by my family is not impossible." When the 4,000 casual cultivators heard this, their eyes suddenly became hot. Being able to permanently own a spiritual vein of their own is what casual cultivators like them dream of. Although being a vassal sounds bad, with the support of the Ling family, a great Jinden family, life will definitely not be bad. It's just a pity that most casual cultivators can only watch with envy. The 100 arts are extremely difficult to master, and the 100 arts circulating on the market are very rare. There are even fewer 100 arts that can fall into the hands of casual cultivators. Without the inheritance of the 100 arts, it is naturally difficult to master the 100 arts. This also makes the probability of a 100 arts master appearing among casual cultivators extremely low. Among the 4,000 casual cultivators, only 13 casual cultivators said that they were 100 arts masters and walked in front of Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun, who rarely participated in family decision-making, was slightly disappointed to see that there were only 1,300 arts masters. How could he know that among the 4,000 casual cultivators, there were 1,300 arts masters, thanks to the Ling family's hiring of casual cultivators to participate in the war at the cost of spiritual veins? Without such favorable conditions, these 1,300 arts masters would not risk their lives to work for the Ling family. After Ling Pengyun came to his senses, he began to carefully question the 1,300 arts practitioners about the 100 arts they practiced, what their grades were, etc., and asked them to perform their 100 arts skills in front of him. Although he was not a 100 arts practitioner, he still had the vision to identify 100 arts practitioners. After confirming the true level of the 1,300 arts practitioners, Ling Pengyun asked about various information about the 1,300 arts practitioners, such as the grades of their 100 arts, etc. Most of these 1,300 arts practitioners were at the key training level, but there were also 2 casual cultivators at the foundation building level. The 100 arts skills mastered by these 100 arts practitioners were also the 5 more common pills, talismans, instruments, formations, and plants in the world of immortal cultivation. Among them, there were 7 spiritual plant husbands who mastered the most widely spread spiritual plant inheritors on the market, 3 first-level low-grade spiritual plant husbands, 3 first-level middle-grade spiritual plant husbands, and 1 first-level high-grade spiritual plant husband. There are 3 talisman makers who are the inheritors of the talisman making that are relatively popular in the market, 1 second-level low-grade talisman maker and 2 first-level middle-grade talisman makers. The second-level low-grade talisman maker is one of the casual cultivators in the foundation building realm. This person is called Zai Haoshan. He is over 140 years old, and his cultivation is in the early stage of foundation building. The other 2 first-level middle-grade talisman makers are all his apprentices. This person used to live in Baiyunfeng City outside the Baiyun Mountains and made a living by refining spiritual talismans. Because his wife and concubines gave birth to several heirs with spiritual roots, he happened to hear that the Ling family hired cultivators to participate in the war with spiritual veins, so he wanted to establish a family and took the risk to come and work for the Ling family. Baiyunfeng City used to have an extremely important position in Yan State. It was the first line of defense against the monsters in the Baiyun Mountains. It is precisely because of this that Baiyunfeng City attracted a large number of casual cultivators who made a living by hunting monsters, and became the largest market in Yan State with its traffic. Zai Haoshan was not originally from Baiyun Market. In his early years, he took his children, wives, concubines, and 2 disciples to the Baiyun Mountains because Baiyun Market had a large flow of people and the talismans he refined were easy to sell. The remaining casual cultivator in the foundation building realm was named Feng Jiayu. He was about the same age as Zai Haoshan, but his cultivation was higher than Zai Haoshan's, reaching the middle stage of foundation building. His alchemy skills had reached the peak of the second-level lower grade, but he lacked the subsequent second-level alchemy inheritance, which was why he had not been able to break through. It is worth mentioning that this person was also located in Baiyun Market in the past, and he was an old acquaintance of Zai Haoshan. The 2 of them also came together to help the Ling family attack the monsters. The last 2 key training realm 100 arts masters mastered the formation and the refining of weapons respectively, and their 100 arts were all of the first-level lower grade. These 1300 arts masters were all useful to the Ling family, who had just mastered a large number of monster corpses and a large number of spiritual veins. However, considering the unknown whereabouts of the 1300 arts, Ling Pengyun did not directly promise them that they could join the Ling family as guest officials and worshippers, but just asked them to go back and wait for news. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun spent some time to inquire about the reputation of the 1300 arts from other casual cultivators. 100 arts are very rare in the world of immortal cultivation. Those casual cultivators who can become 100 arts are basically famous. There are quite a few casual cultivators gathered in Yanyang Mountain, and there are some casual cultivators from all over Yan State. There are also quite a few casual cultivators who know the 1300 arts. From the casual cultivators, Ling Pengyun learned that the reputation of the 1300 arts was not good, nor was it bad, but they were all a group of famous hard-working people. Ling Pengyun was very appreciative of this. These 1300 arts have not wasted their talents in 100 arts. No matter who the 100 arts are, it is much easier for them to earn spirit stones than ordinary cultivators. When cultivators have enough spirit stones, they will naturally use them to feed back their cultivation. Breaking through to higher realm and increasing lifespan is the long-cherished wish of all cultivators. After Ling Pengyun inquired about these things, he no longer cared about those casual cultivators, and returned to the newly built small courtyard quiet room halfway up the mountain. Ling Pengyun, who had been busy since the end of the war, finally had time to deal with his own work. He waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and took out a soul bottle from it. The soul bottle only contained a demon beast soul. Ling Pengyun looked at the demon beast soul in the bottle, his eyes flashed with 2 brilliant rays, but also mixed with a bit of regret. With the help of this half-dragon demon python soul, my life magic weapon, the red sun fiery fan, will definitely be able to complete its transformation. It's just a pity that the original attribute of this half-dragon demon python soul is earth, not fire, which complements my life magic weapon. In the future, I will obtain the follow-up method of the flame burning technique and know the 3rd level flame burning spiritual pattern restriction. If I want to refine this treasure to the level of the magic weapon, I need to integrate a fire-attributed dragon python soul into it. The earth-attributed dragon python soul was the only soul of a half-dragon bloodline dragon python that Ling Pengyun found among more than 250,000 monsters attacking the mountain in the muddy swamp a few days ago. Although the cultivation of the half-dragon dragon python is as high as the perfect foundation building, Ling Pengyun is not weak either. His cultivation is as high as the 8th level of foundation building, and he is protected by the 5 elements return to origin formation. He does not need to defend and can go all out. The half-dragon body of the giant Mang was also killed by Ling Pengyun. After he killed the monster, its soul naturally fell into his hands. The half-dragon body of the demon python and demon snake is very rare, and it is not certain that one can be born among tens of thousands of snake monsters and python monsters. Chapter 464, Topaz Spirit Tree Spirit Peach Tree. The possibility of Giant Mang appearing in the gathering places of the monsters under the command of those monsters who have successfully transformed into Jiao will be greater. However, there are no monsters who have successfully transformed into Jiao in the Muddy Swamp, so there is only one Earth-type half-Jiao monster python among more than 250,000 monsters. As for the monster pythons and monster snakes that have successfully transformed into Jiao, they can be said to be rare in the world. At present, there are none in the monster gathering places adjacent to the entire Yan state. There were some in the past. There was a Jiaolong in Jiamang Lake and a giant in Jiaolong in Bayun Mountains, but they were all killed by the monks of Yan state. Of course, the qualifications of the Jiaolong that successfully transformed into Jiao are also very strong. With that strong physique, the Jiaolong can increase the probability of breaking through the Jiandan realm by 10%. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun waved his hand and sacrificed the second great superior red sun fiery magic fan that had been placed in the dantian for many years. Then, he sent the earth-type dragon soul in the soul collecting bottle into the magic fan, and used his spiritual consciousness to help the magic fan refine the soul. 3 days later, when the magic fan refined the earth-type dragon soul, it suddenly flashed red light. The ferocious red dragon depicted on the magic fan became vivid at this moment, and its lifeless eyes became more lively. Even the dragon opened its mouth and roared. Roar! A majestic dragon roar suddenly came from the magic fan. When the dragon roar fell, the aura of the magic fan also surged. In an instant, the aura of the magic fan was upgraded to the level of a top-level intermediate life magic weapon. Ling Pengyun was overjoyed when he saw the changes in the magic fan. A top-level intermediate life magic weapon is about 50% to 60% stronger than an ordinary second-level upper-grade magic weapon. In order to verify the improvement of the magic fan, after integrating the earth-type dragon python soul, Ling Pengyun walked out of the quiet room and came to the small courtyard. Then, he waved his hand and transferred a spiritual power into the magic fan. The magic fan flashed red light, and immediately spewed out countless red sun flames, condensing into a ferocious fire dragon that was 20 feet long. Looking at the size and power of this ferocious fire dragon, Ling Pengyun's face became even happier, and he muttered confidently. With this magic fan alone, I estimate that it is enough to fight with ordinary foundation building perfect cultivators. With the help of my magic cultivation, it is not impossible to kill some foundation building perfect cultivators with few means. But my cultivation is still a little bit lacking. Fortunately, I gained a lot in the battle a few days ago. The benefits brought by the more than 10,000 monster corpses I killed are enough to maintain my cultivation to the perfection of foundation building. After dealing with the family's future development of the Muddy Swamp, I should also go into a long retreat, enter hard training, and improve my cultivation to the perfection of foundation building as soon as possible. On the other side, Ling Pengyun, who left Yan'an Mountain, spent half a day, relying on the Blue Sea escape technique, crossing more than 100,000 miles, and finally went deep into the Muddy Swamp and approached the giant crocodile island with the only third-level spiritual vein in this area. This giant crocodile island is the clan land of the swamp giant crocodile clan, the original overlord of this Muddy Swamp. The surrounding area of this island is all swamps, and the island is not large, only about 10 miles. At the border of the island, there is a large area of shrubs only 3 feet high, and in the middle is a small dense forest. Ling Pengyun, who is looking at the entire giant crocodile island, fixed his eyes on a small area of shrubs with flowing spiritual light on the eastern border of the island, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. A bush that has entered the grade? This is rare. He increased his spiritual power and performed the escape technique, and quickly landed in the small area of spiritual shrubs on the eastern border of the giant crocodile island, and carefully looked at this area of spiritual shrubs. There are about 50 spiritual shrubs in this area, and the grade is all first grade low. Their main stems are only as thick as arms, and they are not tall, only about 3 feet high. However, these spiritual shrubs have many branches. Then, Ling Pengyun sent out another spiritual power, took out the next branch of the spiritual shrub nearby, and swung it in his hand to test its hardness. When he found that the hardness of the branches of this spiritual shrub was not weaker than the hardness of spiritual wood of the same grade, Ling Pengyun's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of joy. Its hardness is not inferior to that of spiritual wood of the same level, and according to the classics in the inheritance of spiritual plants, this kind of spiritual shrub can reproduce very quickly as long as it is cultivated properly. If this piece of spiritual shrub is cultivated properly, it is an excellent source of spiritual materials needed to refine basic wooden puppets. Most of the plants in this muddy swamp are this kind of shrubs. There must be a lot of spiritual shrubs that have entered the grade. I can collect them carefully and transplant them to one place to prepare for my future comprehension of the puppet inheritance. 8 years ago, Ling Pengyun and clan leader Ling Yunhong won the Kayanitum Leodeo inheritance in the Boundless Sea, which contained a complete first-level puppet inheritance. In the past 8 years, Ling Pengyun has been busy with other things, so he rarely comprehended this puppet path that is roughly consistent with the refining path. However, he has also read a lot of the content of this puppet path. This inheritance records the refining method of the 5 elements basic puppets, one of which is the wooden puppet, and the other 4 are iron puppets, earth puppets, water puppets, and fire puppets. Each of these 5 basic puppets has its own advantages. The defense, attack, and recovery of the wooden puppet are all okay. It is quite versatile, but it can also be said to be mediocre, without any outstanding points. The iron puppet is hard and has strong attack power. The earth puppet has strong defense, but weaker attack power. The water puppet needs special spiritual water as raw material, and its body is water. It can recover quickly after being broken. The fire puppet has strong attack power. Among these 5 basic puppets, the easiest for the Ling family to refine are the wooden puppet and the iron puppet. The main materials required for the refining of these 2 puppets are spiritual wood and spiritual iron, as well as the key soul. The main materials required for the 3 types of puppets, earth puppet, water puppet, and fire puppet, are all very hard. The main material required for the earth puppet is special spiritual soil. The sand produced by the sands mine in Huaishu County in the early years can be used to refine this earth puppet. It's just a pity that the sand in the hands of the Ling family has long been exhausted, and the rest of the special spiritual soil is not yet mastered. The spiritual soil in the spiritual field only contains spiritual energy and has no other effects. Although it can also be used to refine earth puppets, the earth puppets refined are very weak and not worth it. The main material required for water puppets is special spiritual water, and the main material required for fire puppets is even rarer, requiring fire-type demon spirits as the main material. The Ling family does not have special spiritual water and fire-type demon spirits, so it is naturally difficult to refine these 2 types of puppets. After Ling Pengyun made up his mind, he began to transplant the 51st level spiritual shrubs in front of him. However, during the transplantation of the 50 or so first level shrubs, hundreds of key training realm, 10 foundation building realm, and 1 pseudo-dan realm swamp giant crocodiles suddenly rushed to various places on the giant crocodile island. Obviously, this group of swamp giant crocodiles was left by the swamp giant crocodile king to guard the island. Ling Pengyun did not show any courtesy to them. He directly used the Cloud Thunder shuttle to pierce their heads and put all their bodies into the storage bag. Then, he continued to transplant the 50 or so first-level spiritual shrubs. After the transplant was completed, he officially boarded the giant crocodile island. Because of the attack by the swamp giant crocodile just now, Ling Pengyun hid other swamp giant crocodiles in order to avoid the giant crocodile island. He also used his spiritual sense to carefully search the entire island. Through his spiritual sense, he actually found a lot of small swamp giant crocodiles hiding in plain sight, as well as some swamp giant crocodile eggs hidden deep in the mud and sand, which contained life. Ling Pengyun was very worried about those small swamp giant crocodiles. As long as he saw them, he would kill them directly. As for those swamp giant crocodile eggs containing rich spiritual energy, Ling Pengyun did not destroy them, but collected them, intending to give them to the younger generation of the clan as spiritual objects for cultivation. The swamp giant crocodile clan gave birth to the Golden Core Demon King, and their bloodline is good. The spiritual intelligence of this clan is also stronger than that of ordinary monsters. If they are allowed to live, it will bring a hidden danger to the Ling family, which destroyed the swamp giant crocodile clan. In addition, he also searched for more than 50 first-level spiritual shrubs, dozens of first-level spiritual fruit trees, one second-level spiritual fruit tree, hundreds of immature first-level spiritual plants, and dozens of immature second-level spiritual plants in various places on the island. Ling Pengyun accepted all of these spiritual plants and transplanted them all away. After the matter was settled, Ling Pengyun rushed to the depths of the giant crocodile island. In the depths of the giant crocodile island, there is a small swamp area that is more than 3,000 feet wide, covered with black mud, and rich in spiritual energy. In the center of this small swamp area, there is a flat land of more than 500 feet. On the flat land, there is a large nest built of black mud that is more than 100 feet long. As soon as Ling Pengyun walked into it, a pure spiritual energy rushed to his face. Feeling the spiritual energy level in the cave, Ling Pengyun's mouth corners slightly raised. The spiritual energy here is enough for my daily cultivation in the early stage of Jinden, or even after I break through the middle stage of Jinden. When the next monster beast rebellion comes, my Ling family will really occupy this giant crocodile island with a third-level spiritual vein, and I will also have a suitable place for cultivation. Although he has now destroyed the overlord of this place, the swamp giant crocodile king clan, and the only giant and demon king of this clan has also been killed by him. But this is not the time of monster beast rebellion. If he occupies the third-level spiritual vein of the demon clan in such a normal period, it will violate the agreement between the human race and the demon clan in the northern wilderness Zeuxan world that they cannot occupy each other's third-level or higher spiritual veins during the non-monster beast rebellion. Once violated, it will give the demon clan in the boundless and vast swamp an opportunity to take advantage of it. They will also send a large number of demons to directly crush the human forces that violated the contract. Ling Pengyun dare not do such a thing. Ling Pengyun stepped deeper into the nest. After taking 2 steps, he arrived at the depths of the nest. Deep inside the nest, there grew a 3-meter-tall spiritual tree with a third-grade aura, yellow leaves and trunks, and 18 unripe topaz-shaped spiritual fruits on the tree, as well as a spiritual peach tree with 36 spiritual peaches, whose aura had reached the peak of the second-grade upper grade. Seeing the appearance of the yellow spiritual tree and the spiritual peach tree, Ling Pengyun was overjoyed. I didn't expect that this swamp giant crocodile clan would occupy such a treasure as the topaz spiritual fruit tree, and also have a spiritual peach tree of such a high grade. The topaz spiritual tree is the same as the Ling family's only second-grade upper-grade spiritual fruit tree, the purple moon spiritual tree. The fruit it bears can improve the cultivation of cultivators. When this tree enters the third grade, the fruit it breeds will also have the power of good fortune. According to the cultivation of this topaz spiritual fruit tree at the third-grade lower-grade realm, every 300 years, it can breed a 300-year-old topaz spiritual fruit that can help cultivators increase their probability of breaking through the golden elixir by 10%. However, this spiritual fruit also has its disadvantages. It can only be used by cultivators with earth spiritual roots to exert its true effect. If a cultivator without earth spiritual roots takes this fruit, the effect will be halved. Chapter 465, Backup, Harvest from the Muddy Swamp and Future Plans. Although the peaches produced by the peach tree do not have the same good fortune as the topaz fruit, they contain a lot of spiritual energy and are holy products for cultivation. Just when Ling Pengyun was delighted, he found that the topaz tree and peach tree in front of him, which he regarded as priceless treasures, had a strange aura. The aura of this topaz tree is a bit unstable. It is estimated that it has only entered the third level in the past few decades, and it should not be a normal gradual progress. The aura is a bit mixed. There is also such a strange phenomenon on the peach tree. Ling Pengyun lowered his head with doubts and looked at this oil under the 2 trees. When he saw that this oil was all blood red, and there was a bloody smell floating in the air from time to time, Ling Pengyun frowned slightly. That swamp giant crocodile king, at the peak of the third level of the golden elixir, is quite smart. He even knew to use the blood of monsters to water the 2 spirit trees to increase the growth rate of the 2 trees. I think that the swamp giant crocodile king slaughtered many monsters in order to cultivate the topaz spirit tree to the third level and the second level upper grade top level spirit peach tree. Maybe that stupid guy also put a lot of his own blood to water the growth of the 2 spirit trees. It's because of this move of the swamp giant crocodile king that the success and failure are also due to this move of the swamp giant crocodile king. I will be busy in the future. If the impurities in the topaz spirit tree and the spirit peach tree are not purified in time with spiritual power, the number of spirit fruits produced by the two trees in the future, the spiritual power contained in the spirit fruits, etc. will be affected. In addition, any spiritual plant can actually be watered with the blood of monsters to promote the growth rate of the spiritual plant. However, the spiritual plants that are bred with the blood of monsters have a violent medicinal effect, and the probability of using this kind of spiritual plants to refine pills is extremely low. It takes a lot of time to refine them directly. In addition, in this way, the blood of monsters required to bred spiritual plants is extremely large, and it is not enough to have the blood of 1 or 2 monsters of the same level. At least the blood of 10 monsters of the same level is needed to bred a spiritual plant. The growth rate of bred is only 10%. It is precisely because of this method that the cost is too high, the bred speed is not strong, and the effect of the bred spiritual plants is weak. This method of bred spiritual plants with the blood of monsters has been abandoned by the monks. Only those monsters who have no spiritual plant inheritance will do this. And Ling Pengyun did guess a little right. In the past 200 or 300 years, the swamp giant crocodile king at the peak of the 3rd level of the golden elixir did use a lot of his own blood to nourish this yellow jade spiritual tree in order to cultivate it to break through the 3rd level. If not, it would have already broken through to the 4th level of Jinden. As for why it did so, there was a reason. With this tree, the giant crocodiles under the command of the swamp crocodile king would have a greater chance of entering the Jinden realm. Once the swamp crocodile clan has one more Jinden, the clan of the swamp crocodile king will become more powerful. The swamp crocodile clan will also occupy more of the vast Bayun mountains and plunder more spiritual objects. In addition, the 300-year-old topaz spiritual fruit produced by the 3rd level topaz spiritual tree can also be used as a breakthrough spiritual object, which is also of great help to the future path of the swamp crocodile king, who is at the peak of the 3rd level of Jinden. It's just a pity that the swamp crocodile king was killed by Ling Pengyun before his great ambitions were fulfilled. And the 3rd level topaz spiritual tree that it carefully cultivated will also become one of the important keys to the revival of the Jinden family Ling family. The aptitude of this topaz spiritual fruit tree should not be low, and there is a chance to cultivate it to a higher realm. The effect of the spiritual fruit produced by this tree is not much different from that of the purple moon spiritual tree in the family. The yin and yang primordial energy originally intended for the purple moon spiritual tree will be transferred to this tree in the future. The spiritual fruit produced by the 2nd grade upper grade peak spiritual peach tree is an excellent cultivation resource. Its cultivation has also reached the peak of the 2nd grade upper grade. It can be transplanted here by the swamp giant crocodile king. Its potential is estimated to be not low, and it is also worth cultivating. If this tree can be upgraded to the 3rd grade realm, it will also help my daily cultivation. In the future, I can also transfer a breath of yin and yang primordial energy into this tree to help the spiritual plant's aptitude go further. Ling Pengyun looked at the 3rd grade lower grade topaz spiritual tree and the 2nd grade upper grade peak spiritual peach tree in front of him and made arrangements secretly. After coming to his senses, Ling Pengyun began to transplant the 2 trees. This giant crocodile island is located on the 3rd level spiritual vein, which is not something Ling Pengyun can get his hands on now. Since he cannot stay in a place for a long time, Ling Pengyun naturally does not intend to leave the 2 trees of extraordinary value. After transplanting the 2 trees, he left the nest and carefully plundered the small swamp where the nest was located. Only then did he leave the giant crocodile island. Instead, he went to the muddy swamp covering an area of more than 200,000 miles to collect the spiritual objects in the remaining 2,000 spiritual veins, and searched for the remaining monsters in this area and killed them. Therefore, the news of the monsters being killed in this area has not been spread yet, and no one has touched it. The spiritual objects on the spiritual veins are all there, and those spiritual objects belong to the Ling family. Ling Pengyun's harvest on this trip is also quite fruitful. He searched for more than 20,000 immature spiritual medicines, 100 first-level spiritual fruit trees, 5 second-level low-grade spiritual fruit trees, and 3 second-level medium-grade spiritual fruit trees, 200 first-level spiritual shrubs, 6 second-level low-quality spiritual shrubs, plus the 100 shrubs collected on the giant crocodile island. A total of more than 300 shrubs were collected. He also collected more than 600 monster cubs and monster eggs. The parents of these monster cubs and monster eggs were ordinary monsters, so Ling Pengyun kept them. In addition, when he was collecting more than 2,000 spiritual veins in the entire muddy swamp, He counted the number of spiritual veins that could be occupied by the Ling family in the rest of the muddy swamp, except for the giant crocodile island and the more than 500 spiritual veins on the border between the muddy swamp and the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan, which can directly reach the giant crocodile island. He also drew a detailed map of the muddy swamp. The Ling family did not intend to occupy the more than 500 spiritual veins that bordered the territory of the nearby Bayun Spirit Fox clan, but planned to leave them to the Demon clan. In this way, the Demon clan in the territory of the Bayun Spirit Fox clan could enter the giant crocodile island with a third-level spiritual veins through those spiritual veins, forming a small gathering place for demon beasts. The infantless demon emperor in the boundless vast swamp had nothing to say about this. Even if Ling Pengyun gave up more than 500 spiritual veins, the number of spiritual veins in the rest of the muddy swamp was still considerable. The total number of these spiritual veins was 2,220, of which there were 1,120, 538, and 468 first-level lower, middle, and upper-grade spiritual veins. There were 135, 47, and 12 second-level lower, middle, and upper-grade spiritual veins, respectively. Ling Pengyun looked at the distribution of the 12 second-level upper-grade spiritual veins on the map in his hand and was slightly surprised. 9 of the 12 second-level spiritual veins are formed around the giant crocodile island, while the remaining 3 second-level high-quality spiritual veins are all located at the intersection of the 3 muddy swamps and other territories. The muddy swamp territory intersects with the Taoling territory recently occupied by the Bailing sect, the Qiuyangayan territory occupied by the Qingshi Dojo, and the Bayun Spirit Fox clan territory where the strongest monsters gather in the Bayun Mountains. The intersection with the Taoling territory is Lingxiao, which is on the other side of the Taoling territory of the Ling family. The rest of the Taoling territory does not intersect with the muddy swamp. This layout of spiritual veins seems to be intentional, used to resist monsters from other territories and serve as a stronghold. As soon as this idea came out, Ling Pengyun immediately thought of a guess. It is said that the White Cloud Spirit Fox King, who is at the Golden Core Perfection stage and the overlord of the White Cloud Mountain Range, is a superb third-level formation master. I think the layout of the spiritual veins in this muddy swamp and other places where monsters gather are all determined by the White Cloud Spirit Fox King. This fox made such an arrangement to prevent the difficulty of the various parties in the White Cloud Mountain Range monster gathering places from conquering each other and to achieve a check and balance effect. This kind of demon king with a high level of cultivation is really intelligent. He can even understand the way of checks and balances so clearly. Fortunately, the White Spirit Fox King's cultivation has not been raised to the nascent soul stage. My Yan country cultivators still have the chance to kill it. Otherwise, letting this demon live in this world will definitely be a disaster. Ling Pengyun felt a little scared. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun thought about this matter and turned his attention back to the map in his hand. After a careful observation, Ling Pengyun planned to place the temporary clan land of the family for the next few decades on the only small island among the 9 second-grade superior spiritual veins in the core of the muddy swamp. He named it Lingxiao Island. The other 8 second-grade superior spiritual veins in the core of the muddy swamp were all in the swamp. If you want to use the 8 second-grade superior spiritual veins, you need to cast earth magic on them to build an island. More than 90% of the spiritual veins in the muddy swamp are basically like this. Seeing this situation, Ling Pengyun raised his eyes and looked at the muddy swamp area full of swamps around him, and frowned slightly. Generally speaking, this area is not suitable for human cultivation. After the family settles here, most of the spiritual veins deep in the swamp need to build islands on them before they can be used. And the black mud in this area is a hindrance. Not only is it smelly, it is also easy to breed mosquitoes that carry malaria, which is not conducive to mortal habitation. Mortals have no way to deal with this extremely sticky black mud, which is not conducive to trade between villages and towns of mortals who move here in the future. It is also very troublesome for ordinary cultivators to travel in this swamp area. They need to keep the light body technique on their bodies at all times to avoid falling into the swamp. This consumes too much spiritual energy. It is not conducive to ordinary cultivators to travel for a long time. Although this area is mostly black mud, there is also a lot of water in it. I think there must be a huge source of water here. In the future, we still have to spend some effort to clean up all the black mud in the entire muddy swamp, and then find a large stream of water to turn this place into a large lake. The problems of mosquitoes, trade between mortal villages, and raids by cultivators can be solved. In the future, we can also use ships to travel here. However, this project is relatively large. It will take at least dozens or even hundreds of years for those key cultivating and foundation building cultivators of our clan to clean up the black mud in the muddy swamp covering an area of more than 200,000 miles. It seems that I will have to be busy for a while in the future. After planning everything, Ling Pengyun put away the map of the muddy swamp in his hand and flew towards Yin-Yang Mountain. Thanks to Book Friend 130,709,062,652,523. Book Friend 20180726155043268. Cherish, Dream Back to Chang'an 12. Cotton Candies. Book Friend 20200519235333895. Forever 101's monthly ticket. Thanks to Budong Shu for the 100-point reward. Thanks to Xinmingjing for the 200-point reward. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466 Ling Pengyun's Methods. When approaching Yin-Yang Mountain, Ling Pengyun saw a beam of light flying down from the foot of Yin-Yang Mountain. When the beam of light stopped, the figure of Taoist Qingshi also appeared. He smiled and congratulated Ling Pengyun. I didn't expect that you killed the giant crocodile king of the swamp at the peak of the 3rd level of the Golden Core so quickly. It is a blessing for our Yan country to have such a powerful person as Ling Dao. In the future, our Yan country will have another piece of land in the Baiyun Mountains. I almost forgot to congratulate you on your great victory in this battle and gaining the vast territory of the muddy swamp. Ling Pengyun said modestly. Dao, you are too kind. It was a fluke that we killed the giant crocodile king in the swamp. I have to thank you for lending Yin-Yang Mountain, a 2nd-level superior spiritual mountain, to my clan. Without this mountain, it would not be easy for me to kill the giant crocodile king in the swamp at the peak of the 3rd level of the Dantian realm. Now that my Ling family has won a great victory, Yin-Yang Mountain should be returned to you. This piece of monster meat was taken from the mutant black wind wolf monster in the Dantian realm when I killed it in the territory of Taoling. This piece of wolf monster meat contains a lot of spiritual energy. I hope you don't dislike it. While talking, Ling Pengyun took out a piece of monster meat weighing 100 kilograms from his storage bag and handed it to the Taoist Qingshi. Taoist Qingshi naturally understood the reason why Ling Pengyun gave him the monster meat, and his smile grew. The monster meat of the Dantian realm is a good thing. I won't be polite to you, he said with a smile, and then reached out to take the piece of monster meat weighing 100 kilograms. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while, and Taoist Qingshi also said goodbye and left, returning to the Qiuyang boundary. Ling Pengyun entered Yin-Yang Mountain. After entering the mountain, he found Ling Pengyun and learned from Ling Pengyun about the 1300 arts. Ling Pengyun was very surprised that there were so many hundred arts among the 4,000 casual cultivators in the mountain. He originally thought that it would be good to have 300 or 400 arts among the more than 4,000 casual cultivators summoned by the family. After all, the number of 100 arts born among casual cultivators is relatively small. Unexpectedly, that batch of casual cultivators was of such high quality. Ling Pengyun immediately summoned the 1300 arts to Ling Pengyun's small courtyard halfway up Yin-Yang Mountain. Regardless of the rank of the 100 arts, the 1300 arts were very respectful to Ling Pengyun, who had killed the Dantian monster. As soon as they met, they saluted and greeted Ling Pengyun, calling him Ancestor Ling. Ling Pengyun was quite satisfied with this, but with some concerns in mind. He waved his Taoist robe and directly cast a bewilderment spell to create a large piece of bewildering white mist, which poured into the bodies of the 13 Bai practitioners. The 13 Bai practitioners could not resist the spell cast by Ling Pengyun, who was in the Dantian realm. However, in just half a breath, they all fell into coma. Ling Pengyun also took this opportunity to ask about their respective origins and other information. Through such a powerful method, Ling Pengyun really found a first-level low-grade spiritual plant husband who was interested. This spiritual plant husband had done the work of evil cultivators in the past and killed several fellow Taoists. As for the reason, it was also very simple. He was tempted by money. Ling Pengyun could not say that he hated or liked people of this character. After all, at least 30% of the casual cultivators had acted as evil cultivators, and few of them had clean hands. He also woke up the man alone, pointed out that he had done evil cultivation, and directly stated that it would be difficult for this person to join the Ling family as a guest official. The first-rank low-grade spirit plant husband had no opinion on this. Instead, he was trembling with fear, fearing that Ling Pengyun, the giant and ancestor, would dislike him and slap him to death for doing evil things. Evil cultivators are the kind of people that everyone in this world wants to kill. As a righteous cultivator, Ling Pengyun knew what he had done, and it was normal and reasonable for him to kill him. However, when he saw that Ling Pengyun had not taken action, he was relieved. Then, with a grateful look on his face, he bowed to Ling Pengyun and thanked him. "Thank you, Ancestor Ling, for not killing me. I didn't kill you because I needed your help. You are a 100 arts practitioner, and you should have your own circle among the casual cultivators. Do you know other 100 arts practitioners?" Ling Pengyun asked calmly. "Report to the ancestor, I have made quite a few friends, and I know 3 of them among the 100 arts practitioners." The first-rank low-grade spirit plant husband, who looked middle-aged and had a tuft of goatee on his chin, said carefully, "Are the 300 arts masters you know in the mountains? Can you introduce them to me and have them meeting with me so that they can serve as guests of the Ling family?" Ling Pengyun continued to ask. Reporting to the ancestor, "The 300 arts practitioners I know all mastered the 100 arts techniques of alchemy and talisman making. Although their 100 arts rank is only the lower first rank like mine, they earn spirit stones faster than me. Moreover, they have no offspring with spiritual roots, and they have no idea of establishing a family. That's why they did not risk coming to the front line to join the war, but stayed in the 5 elements marketplace established by the 5 major sects of Yang state, relying on spiritual materials to refine spiritual objects and earn spirit stones. Ancestor, the treatment that you have provided to the nobles as guests this time is so good. If the 300 arts practitioners I know knew about it, they would definitely be tempted. If the senior is willing to believe me, I am willing to go to the 5 elements marketplace and tell my 300 arts friends about the nobles recruiting guests." The middle-aged spirit plant husband with a goatee heard this, his eyes flashed, and he hurriedly said to please. "If this is successful, I will give you a chance to join the Ling family and become a guest of the Ling family." This is exactly what Ling Pengyun wanted, and he immediately offered some benefits. The middle-aged spirit plant husband with a goatee heard this and his eyes lit up. There are many benefits to joining the Ling family and becoming a guest of the Ling family. Those who perform well will even be rewarded with spirit veins by the Ling family to help establish the family and continue the bloodline. This is very attractive to a casual cultivator like him who has children. If not, the Ling family would not be able to attract the 1300 arts masters. "Don't worry, senior, I will definitely do it well." The middle-aged spirit plant husband with a goatee nodded solemnly. "Retreat. If this is done well, take the 300 arts masters directly to Lingxiao Peak on Lingxiao Ridge." Ling Pengyun waved his hand and ordered. The middle-aged spirit plant husband with a goatee nodded slightly and left the courtyard first. Ling Pengyun, who had been watching this scene, saw Ling Pengyun's methods and admired Ling Pengyun, his brother, even more. At the same time, he also realized that he was still too naive in dealing with such things. After all, he had previously inquired about the information of the middle-aged spiritual plant husband with a goatee, but he did not find out that the man had done evil cultivation work. While Ling Pengyun was distracted, Ling Pengyun also awakened the remaining 12 Bai practitioners in the courtyard who were under the illusion. He gave them different salaries based on the hundreds of arts they mastered and their success rate in refining spiritual objects. As for the spiritual veins that the 12 Bai practitioners valued, Ling Pengyun promised that after they served as guests of the Ling family for 30 years, if they performed well, they would get a first-level spiritual vein. After receiving Ling Pengyun's promise, the 12 Bai practitioners were extremely happy. They also immediately expressed their loyalty to Ling Pengyun and were willing to serve the Ling family. Ling Pengyun was very satisfied with this, but he didn't want to talk about it, so he called back the 1200 arts practitioners and asked Ling Pengyun to gather the few 30 or so foundation-building cultivators among the 4,000 cultivators in the mountain to the courtyard. When everyone arrived, Ling Pengyun said, "I won't hide it from you. My Ling clan is short of manpower. In the future, My Ling clan will only send 1 or 2 foundation builders to garrison in Lingxiao Ridge, where you will be located. With you in the future, the number of independent cultivators that will be located in Lingxiao Ridge will be as high as 4,000. Lingxiao Ridge will also become a mixed bag, and I'm afraid it will be very easy for unrest to occur. My clan also plans to build a market on Yangxiao Peak, one of the second-grade upper-grade spiritual veins in Lingxiao Ridge. It will be named Lingxiao Market. What the market needs is peace in the surrounding area. Therefore, I need you to help me manage the peace of Lingxiao Ridge on a daily basis. If unrest occurs, you will need to stop it to maintain the peace of Lingxiao Ridge. Of course, my clan will not treat you unfairly. As long as you agree to my request, I can give you 30% of the tax revenue of Lingxiao Market in the future. And if anyone dares to use this power to do whatever he wants, I will kill him. The 30 or so foundation building casual cultivators present were tempted when they heard the conditions offered by Ling Pengyun. They were all smart people, and naturally understood that as a giant clan, the Ling family would build Lingxiao Market, and the flow of people would be huge in the future. Relying on the reputation of the giant family, at least 5,000 people would be no problem. With such a flow of people, it would be no problem to earn tens of thousands of spirit stones every year through taxation. Chapter 467, 7 Islands in the Muddy Swamp. The third dividend of tens of thousands of spiritual stones is 3,000. There are more than 30 of them. If they are divided equally, each person can get about 100 spiritual stones every year. Although 100 spiritual stones are not much, in the long run, this amount of spiritual stones can be extremely huge. For these casual cultivators with weak foundations, it is enough to serve as an important source of spiritual stones. As for Ling Pengyun doing this, the most important thing is to attract these casual cultivators to join the market. Ling's family is indeed short of manpower at present. Only by attracting these casual cultivators to help maintain the order of Lingxiao Ridge can the market have business. After all, if Lingxiao Ridge, where Lingxiao Market is located, is very chaotic, cultivators will not go to Lingxiao Ridge. And if you want the 30 casual cultivators to help, naturally they must also benefit from it, so that they will do their best. As for not opening the market in the Muddy Swamp, it is because the Muddy Swamp has not been developed yet. If you have to wait until this area is developed before building the market, it will take too long, and it will be a big loss for Ling's family. Instead of doing so, it would be better to build the market in the Lingxiao Ridge where the scattered cultivators gathered. Anyway, that land bordered the Muddy Swamp land, and it would be planned to be included in the territory of the Muddy Land in the future. The 30 foundation building scattered cultivators would naturally not miss such a good thing. They immediately agreed to manage the Lingxiao Ridge. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun was not surprised. After all, the benefits he offered were not small. Then, he took this group of foundation building scattered cultivators and Ling Pengyun out of the courtyard and began to gather the remaining more than 4,000 key training scattered cultivators in the mountain. Through the family's Lingxiao flying boat at the prototype level of the magic weapon and 42nd level Yangxiao flying boats, they went back and forth to the Lingxiao Ridge twice. It took more than 10 days to finally send all the scattered cultivators back to Lingxiao Ridge. Ling Pengyun also took away all the more than 300 spirit beast cubs in the Lingxiao Ridge Spirit Beast Mountain, and opened up a spirit field in the Spirit Beast Mountain to plant spirit plants. Ling Pengyun, who was at the 8th level of foundation building, was left in Lingxiao Ridge to replace Ling Pengyun to guard the place and take care of the 5 second-level spiritual veins of the family, namely, Yangxiao Ridge, Spiritual Medicine Valley, Spiritual Beast Mountain, Lotus Mountain, and Black Soil Mountain. After arranging the place, Ling Pengyun took Ling Pengyun, Ling Chengsha, Zhao Qianfei, 31 members of the family with a character Wan, and the 12 casual practitioners of Baiyi and their relatives, and drove the Lingxiao flying boat into the Muddy Swamp. They rushed to the Lingxiao Island with the second-level upper-grade spiritual veins that Ling Pengyun had previously selected as the temporary residence of the family for the next few decades, and settled down there. In the following days, Ling Pengyun and young members of the family such as Ling Chengsha relied on Lingxiao Island as the center to gradually clean up the black mud in the Muddy Swamp. Based on the black mud, they cast earth-related spells and first built artificial islands on the other 6 second-level upper-grade spiritual veins in the swamp deep in the swamp. After the 6 artificial islands with second-grade superior spiritual veins were built, Ling Pengyun named them Spirit Medicine Island, Spirit Beast Island, Shrub Island, Earth Spirit Island, Unai Island, and Fortune Island. Most of the spiritual energy on Spirit Medicine Island was used by Ling Pengyun to develop spiritual fields. As a result, the number of spiritual fields on the island reached hundreds, and the number of spiritual plants planted reached thousands. When Ling Pengyun was collecting spiritual veins in the muddy swamp, he found many immature spiritual plants and planted them on this island. Spirit Beast Island was specially used to raise more than 300 monster cubs that Ling Pengyun brought from Lingxiao Spirit Beast Mountain, as well as the more than 600 monster cubs he found in the muddy swamp a few days ago. The situation of Shrub Island was the same as that of Spirit Medicine Island. Most of the spiritual energy on the island was used by Ling Pengyun to develop spiritual fields. On this island, he also developed 100 acres of spiritual fields. However, the spiritual herbs planted in the 100-acre spiritual field were not spiritual medicines, but the 300 spiritual shrubs that Ling Pengyun had previously searched for in the muddy swamp, as well as the small shrubs that he cultivated by cutting down the branches of those spiritual shrubs through spiritual planting methods. According to Ling Pengyun's estimation of the fast growth characteristics of shrubs, as long as the spiritual shrubs on the island grow for 1 year, after the next year, 1,000 kilograms of spiritual shrub branches worth at least 5,000 spiritual stones can be harvested every year. The second-level upper-grade spiritual vein on the Earth Spirit Island is a pure earth vein that does not contain other attribute spiritual energy, so it is named Earth Spirit Island. The third-level topaz spiritual tree with earth attribute that Ling Pengyun found on the giant crocodile island was transplanted on this island. In addition, he also opened up hundreds of acres of spiritual fields on this Earth Spirit Island, specializing in planting earth-based spiritual plants that complement the spiritual energy of this place. The growth rate of earth-based spiritual plants can be increased by about 10% when growing in this special environment with extremely rich earth attributes. The second-level high-grade spiritual veins on Unai Island and Hongyan Island produce most of the 5 elements of spiritual energy, and water spiritual energy accounts for the majority. Considering this point, Ling Pengyun used Unai Island as a place for himself and his Taoist partner Yan Siyi to practice Taoism. Hongyan Island was left by Ling Pengyun to the clan leader Ling Yunhong, who also practiced the water attributed Bihai Zhenjing and has not yet returned to the clan. The second-level formation master Ling Pengyun and an old first-level low-grade formation master named Niu Cheng set up formations to guard the spiritual veins of the artificial island. Although Niu Cheng is old, he is already in his 80s or 90s and has little life left. However, there are 5 of his descendants who have spiritual roots. It's a pity that none of his 5 descendants inherited his inheritance of formations, nor did they have the talent for other arts, and their cultivation qualifications were not strong. They were just ordinary people with 4 or 5 spiritual roots, and it was difficult for them to join the Bailing sect. In the future, if his 5 descendants do not have his help, they will also become ordinary casual cultivators. The old cultivator Niu Cheng knew the difficulties faced by ordinary casual cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation. For the future of the 5 descendants with spiritual roots, Niu Cheng had no choice but to respond to the call of the Ling family half a year ago, hoping to get a spiritual vein with the help of the Ling family. With the help of the spiritual vein, after his death, his descendants can also earn meager spiritual stones by planting spiritual plants, and go further and further on the path of Taoism, so as not to risk their lives to kill monsters to survive. The other 1,100 artists summoned by the Ling family were also in this situation. They responded to the call of the Ling family to kill monsters half a year ago and a little half a month ago. They each performed their duties. The only second-level lower-grade alchemist Wang Yun, the second-level talisman maker Zia Haoshan and his 2 first-level middle-grade talisman maker apprentices, and the first-level lower-grade weapon refiner relied on the materials from the Ling family's batch of monsters to refine spiritual objects. The remaining 6 spiritual plant husbands, as well as Iokai Anfei, a first-level lower-grade spiritual plant husband, were taking care of the spiritual plants planted on 7 islands with second-level upper-grade spiritual veins, including Lingayan Island and Lingxiao Island, deep in the muddy swamp. 3 days later, Ling Chengxin, a second-level alchemist of the Ling family who had been driving a flying boat for nearly a month, and Lin Fan, a guest of the Ling family with a talent for controlling beasts, crossed 1,000,000 miles and finally entered the first vast territory Lingxiao Ridge occupied by the Ling family in the Bayun Mountains. However, What surprised Ling Chengxin and Lin Fan was that as they gradually went deeper into the territory of Lingxiao Ridge, the number of casual cultivators around them increased. They even saw along the way that many casual cultivators were located on the spiritual veins that originally belonged to the Ling family. Puzzled, Ling Chengxin took Lin Fan to a nearby spiritual vein and asked several casual cultivators located on that spiritual vein. From the mouths of those casual cultivators, Ling Chengxin and Lin Fan also learned that Ling's ancestor Ling Pengyun had killed the giant and demon king of the swamp giant crocodile clan under Yan'ang Mountain in Qingshi territory, and destroyed the huge group of demon beasts in the muddy swamp that wanted to attack Qingshi territory, thus occupying the muddy swamp territory covering an area of 200,000 miles. After learning about this, Ling Chengxin was overjoyed. Immediately, he let out a long sigh and sighed secretly. The family finally doesn't have to live under someone else's roof and make a living in the territory of Bailingmen. It is a blessing for our Ling family to have Uncle Pengyun. Although the territory of Huaishu County belongs to the Ling family on the surface, the real owner is still Bailingmen. The Ling family is just a tenant, but the rent is disguised as a certain amount of tribute to Bailingmen every year. If Bailingmen wants to take back the spiritual veins of the Ling family in Huaishu County, the Ling family will have no way to stop it. Lin Fan, who had just joined the Ling clan as a guest of the beast tamer, showed a hint of disappointment on his face. A month ago, he followed Ling Chengxin from the Bailingmen territory to this place to support the Ling clan because Ling Chengxin had invited the Ling clan to open up the muddy swamp territory, and the Ling clan could help him improve his cultivation to the middle stage of the foundation building. Now that the muddy swamp territory has been conquered by the Ling clan, the matter of helping him with his cultivation is naturally gone. If I could have come earlier, it would have been better. I am so unlucky. I missed such a good opportunity. Lin Fan sighed helplessly. After a cultivator enters the foundation building stage, it is very slow to improve his cultivation. His cultivation aptitude is not particularly outstanding, and can only be considered okay. If he only relies on the few soul-gathering pills he gets every year as a guest of the beast tamer for the Ling clan, it will take at least 30 to 40 years, or even 50 to 60 years to enter the middle stage of the foundation building. Only with more and better cultivation resources can his cultivation progress be improved. Chapter 468, Arrangements for Beastmaster Lin Fan. Ling Chengxin, who was delighted, did not notice the strange look on the face of his good friend Yi Fan beside him. He just pulled Yi Fan and hurriedly left the spiritual vein where the group of casual cultivators were located, and flew the second-level flying boat to the second-level upper-grade spiritual vein Lingxiao Peak, and found Ling Pengyun, the 8th-level foundation building cultivator who was stationed on this peak, and greeted him. He also asked Ling Chengxin for a map of the muddy swamp. Then, he took Yi Fan and rushed to the family's temporary new clan land Lingxiao Island deep in the muddy swamp through the map. It took several days for the two to get close to Lingxiao Island for more than 10 miles, and they just ran into Ling Pengyun with Ling Chengxia, Ling Wandero and 31 other onesie-generation clansmen, cleaning the silt in the muddy swamp. The silt was piled on the nearby spiritual veins, and the island was built by casting earth-based spells based on the silt. The two also found Ling Pengyun. Uncle Ba's heroic act of killing the giant crocodile king in the giant realm really makes me admire you. I bow to you to show my respect. I bow to you again to show my respect for you. I came late and missed the bloody battle with you. Ling Chengxin smiled and bowed to Ling Pengyun to compliment him. Yi Fan behind him felt a huge pressure emanating from Ling Pengyun. He was slightly stunned, and then he bowed to Ling Pengyun and greeted him. Ancestor Ling. Ling Pengyun and his nephew Ling Chengxin have a very close relationship. In the early years, it was Ling Pengyun who measured Ling Chengxin's spiritual roots. Ling Chengxin's words also pleased him. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. He laughed and scolded. You little brat, you only know how to flatter. You are not at fault for not providing support in time. I know how far this place is from the family. Besides, you are the family's alchemist. Originally, I asked you to come to me from the family because I wanted you to refine pills, not to let you fight. Now it's not too late for you to come. The family got 210,000 monster corpses in that battle a few days ago. You will be busy in the future. By the way, Chengxin, who is this young friend? Ling Pengyun looked at Yi Fan, who came here with Ling Chengxin, with doubt in his eyes. When Ling Chengxin heard that the family had obtained 210,000 monster corpses this time, his eyes suddenly lit up. Monster flesh and blood are the main materials for refining pills such as beast-breaking pill and spirit-feeding pill that are beneficial to monsters. As long as the monster flesh and blood are continuous, he can rely on alchemy to refine a large number of beast-breaking pills, spirit-feeding pills and other pills suitable for monsters to take. As for the bigu pills that can also be refined with the flesh of monsters, they are of less value and there is not much market on the market, so it is not easy to refine too much. With the help of that huge batch of monster pills, the cultivation of the spirit beasts raised by the family will definitely not be low, and the family's beast control will flourish. Ling Changxin sighed happily. Then, he began to introduce Yifan to Ling Pengyun. 8th uncle, this is the Taoist friend Yifan who sold the second-level pill recipe related to beast control and the second-level beast control inheritance to the family 2 years ago. Taoist Lin Fan began to comprehend the beast control 2 years ago. Now 2 years have passed, and Taoist Lin Fan has entered the first lower level of beast control. After discussing with Bing Shanbo, who is temporarily managing the family affairs, I recruited Taoist Lin Fan into the family as a guest of beast control. After listening to the introduction, Ling Pengyun's expression moved slightly. Not long ago, when he was collecting spiritual creatures in the muddy swamp, he found more than 600 monster cubs. Together with the more than 300 monster cubs he had found in the Taoling area with Bai Ling's Henren before, and the 100 monsters in the family's back mountain, the Ling family now has 1,000 monsters. In order to make perfect use of the 1,000 monsters, they need the help of a beastmaster. If there is a beastmaster to help, with a beastmaster's aphrodisiac technique, pregnancy protection technique and other secret techniques, the 1,000 monsters can produce at least dozens of monster cubs every year, bringing the Ling family thousands of spiritual stones. In the long run, the spiritual stones that can be brought by raising monsters are very expensive. Most importantly, if those monsters produce cubs with better qualifications, the Ling family can also hand them over to the clan members to help them in the future. It's just a pity that the Ling family currently has no beastmaster in charge, and they are in great need of beastmasters. Lin Fan, a beastmaster with a good talent for beast control, who can improve his beast control to the first grade lower grade in just 2 years, is enough to solve the current urgent needs of the Ling family. It turns out to be my friend Lin Fan. I didn't expect that my friend Lin also has the talent for beast control. Talents like yours are exactly what my Ling family lacks at the moment. I'll trouble you to help take care of our spirit beasts in the future. I see that your breath is a little unstable. I think you have just entered the foundation building stage. I happen to have an unused second grade lower grade flying sword in my hand, so I will give it to you for self-defense. As a foundation building cultivator, it is not right to have no second grade magic weapon in hand. In the future, if you perform well and are willing to serve as a guest official for our clan for 30 years, our clan can also give you a first-grade spirit bane in this muddy swamp to establish a family. Ling Pengyun valued Lin Fan's talent for beast control, took out a second-grade lower-grade flying sword that he had refined in his early years from his storage bag and handed it to Lin Fan, and then offered a huge profit as a temptation. Lin Fan's eyes were full of brilliance when he heard what Ling Pengyun said and the second-grade inferior flying sword that Ling Pengyun handed over. Let's not talk about the spiritual veins first. Just the second-grade inferior flying sword that Ling Pengyun gave him is worth as much as 1,500 spiritual stones on the market. This amount of spiritual stones is an astronomical figure for a cultivator like him who has just entered the foundation building stage. Not to mention, this sword was given to him for free. Of course, he also understood that Ling Pengyun was trying to win people's hearts. If he, a guest official of the Ling family, dared to be disloyal to the Ling family in the future, the Ling family would double the gift today, and even kill him. However, he didn't worry much about this matter. He was born as a casual cultivator. Since he agreed to let Ling Cheng join the Ling family as a guest official, he planned to stay in this generous patron, the Ling family, for the rest of his life. Naturally, he would not do anything disloyal to the Ling family. After all, the salary that Ling family promised to give him every year was 5 soul-gathering pills worth 1,000 soul stones. This was a lot of money, and other families could hardly afford it. For him, Ling family was his best destination. Lin Fan was not polite either. He took the second-grade inferior flying sword handed to him by Ling Pengyun, thanked him, and expressed his loyalty. Thank you for the sword, senior. It is my duty to take care of the soul beasts for the nobles. I will do my best in the future. In the future, if the nobles are in danger, I as a guest of the nobles, will protect the nobles with this sword you gave me today." Ling Pengyun was very satisfied when he heard this. However, he also knew that such verbal talk could not be taken seriously, and he did not want to say more about it. After asking Ling Changxin a few more questions about whether there was any major event in his family, he called Ling Changxin and Lin Fen back. He arranged them to refine pills in Lingayan Island, the clan's land, and take care of the more than 900 soul beasts in the Soul Beast Island. After Ling Changxin and the others left, Ling Pengyun also began to work with Ling Changsha and others to clear the silt from the muddy swamp. A few days later, in the Bayun Mountains, on the top of a spiritual mountain with a second-grade upper-grade spiritual vein in the yellow sand and thick earth turtle land, in a luxurious palace quiet room, Bailing's sect's late giant and Master Bailing was holding a letter and reading it carefully. After reading it, Bailing Master's face showed a trace of surprise, but also mixed with a look of long guessed and expected. "I thought that after the Lings went out to conquer the muddy swamp within half a year at most. I didn't expect that Ling Pengyun killed the giant and demon crocodile in the muddy swamp in just half a month and then occupied that area. I'm afraid that Ling Pengyun's strength is much stronger than half a year ago. Such an outstanding person will definitely have a great future. With the help of the master behind him, it is probably common sense that this boy will surpass me in cultivation in the future, and it is not impossible for him to enter the giant in perfection. This Ling Pengyun is a good opportunity. He is not bad himself, and there is a master to help him." Bai Ling's Henrin looked at the letter in his hand, with a little envy in his heart, and muttered to himself. He has lived for more than 300 years and has managed the great power of Bai Lingman for nearly 200 years. Seeing that he is not small, he naturally does not think that Ling Pengyun's current achievements are all due to the master behind him. If Ling Pengyun didn't live up to his expectations, no matter how much help the master behind him gave, it would be difficult to help Ling Pengyun. Moreover, Ling Pengyun was a famous genius of comprehension in the Bailing sect in his early years. With his extremely high comprehension, he improved 2 new types of spiritual rice. After a long sigh, Bailing's Henrin prepared some gifts, left the yellow sand thick earth turtle territory, and went to the muddy swamp territory to congratulate Ling Pengyun. After finishing this matter, Bailing's Henrin returned to the sacred mountain in the yellow sand thick earth turtle territory again. He didn't want to be better than Ling Pengyun, so he planned to speed up the capture of the yellow sand thick earth turtle territory. On that day, he summoned the sect disciples in the mountain, as well as tens of thousands of beast sect disciples and tens of thousands of scattered cultivators to leave the mountain, and went to the depths of the yellow sand thick earth turtle territory to fight against a huge group of monsters led by the yellow sand thick earth turtle clan, the overlord of this territory. Because Bai Ling's Henrin was powerful and in the late Jinden stage, and Bao Yuan's Henrin, who was in the first Jinden stage, was in charge, even if the overlord of this place, the yellow sand thick earth turtle king, who was in the middle Jinden stage, woke up from his slumber, it would be difficult to stop the human army led by Bai Ling's Henrin and Bao Yuan's Henrin. In just 1 month, Bai Lingman helped the One Shou sect to capture the entire yellow sand thick earth turtle territory. The yellow sand thick earth turtle king, who was famous for his hard work, escaped to the Bayun Spirit Fox clan's territory with his strong defense and superb earth escape technique, avoiding death. Bai Ling's Henrin and Bao Yuan's Henrin were concerned about the powerful strength of the White Cloud Spirit Fox King, who was in the perfect Jinden stage of the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan, and did not dare to chase into that territory, so they could only let the Turtle King leave. Afterwards, Bai Lingman also took away 1/3 of the spiritual veins in the yellow sand thick earth turtle territory that they had just occupied, about 1,000 spiritual veins. The disciples of the Wanchao sect who were developing their territory in the Bayun Mountains were relieved to see that the Bailing sect was not too bad, and they just thought that the spiritual veins occupied by the Bailing sect had never appeared in the yellow sand thick earth realm. In this way, the Bailing sect did a lot to occupy this territory. The Jinden and their own sect was still dealing with the internal strife in the sect territory, not here. If they, the foundation building monks and key training monks, wanted to occupy this vast yellow sand thick earth turtle territory alone, it would be impossible. Bailing sect only needed to take the 1,000 spiritual veins in the yellow sand thick earth turtle territory, which was within the tolerance of the Wanchao sect. If there were more, the Wanchao sect would naturally not be as easy to talk to as it is now. Thanks, book friend 533-420. Silly Versus, Book Friend 202002110532404428, Book Friend 20210301106560365998, Book Friend 2022032611537340, Military Soul Past, Wei Fengquing Liang, Cherish the Monthly Ticket. Chapter 469 Seeking Yang's Help in Managing the Spiritual Veins. The Territory of Bailingmen, Jingshao, Huaishu County. Today, a strange late-stage key training visitor came to Lingxiao Mountain, the mountain of the Ling clan, and asked to see Ling Pengyun, the current acting patriarch of the Ling clan. After Ling Pengyun learned the news, he immediately met the visitor. Senior Ling, this letter was given to you by the ancestor Ling. The middle-aged monk with regular features, wearing a linen Taoist robe, did not say much, and took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Ling Pengyun. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Ling Pengyun also understood that the visitor was a messenger recruited by Ling Pengyun, who was in the Bayun Mountains to open up the clan land for the family. After thanking him first, he reached out and took the letter and read it carefully. There were many words written on the letter, which simply stated that after occupying the Muddy Swamp territory, it was to arrange some things that Ling Pengyun needed to do. After Ling Pengyun finished his visit, he happily sent the visitor away. Then, he left the clan mountain and rushed to the clan mountain of the Yang clan in Yunchu County. The Yang clan mountain is in the reception hall at the foot of Qingshi Mountain. Brother Pengyun, you are a rare guest. You must have come with something this time. If you have any questions, my Yang clan can help you. Just tell me. No need to be polite to me. Yang Mingshun, the head of the Yang clan, asked Ling Pengyun enthusiastically. 8 years ago, Ling Pengyun announced to the outside world at the Golden Elixir ceremony that the Yang clan was a relative of the Ling clan. After the two clans were to form a 1,000-year friendship, the relationship between the two clans became as close as brothers. As a result, the relationship between Yang Mingshun, the head of the Yang clan, and Ling Pengyun, the head of the family in recent years, gradually became close and they were like brothers. Brother Mingshun, I came here this time because I do need your help with something. My 8th brother killed the giant-level crocodile king of the swamp giant crocodile clan, the overlord of the Muddy Swamp area in the Bayun Mountains a month ago, and killed the rest of the monsters in the Muddy Swamp area. That area is currently occupied by my 8th brother. However, that area is vast. Although our clan has occupied that area, there are more than 2,000 spiritual veins in it, and it is difficult for our Ling family to utilize all of them. Brother Mingshun, is your Yang family willing to send people to help our clan manage some first-level spiritual veins? In the future, the spiritual plants produced in those spiritual veins can be divided into 30% and 70%, with 3 for us and the Ling family and 7 for you. This is my 8th brother's order. As long as you are willing, Brother Mingshun, you can name as many spiritual veins as your Yang family wants. In the next 1,000 years, our clan can hand over those spiritual veins to your clan for care according to this division method. Seeing Yang Mingshun's attitude, Ling Pengyun smiled and told the purpose of his visit. During the Little Demon Rebellion, the Yang family rescued the Ling family with all their strength, and Ling Pengyun never forgot it. Therefore, the family gained Ling Pengyun's trust. At least the 3 generations of the Yang family were trustworthy to Ling Pengyun. The main reason why Ling Pengyun was willing to let the Yang family manage the spiritual veins in the Muddy Swamp was that the Ling family was short of manpower and needed trustworthy people to help manage it. The profit of the spiritual plants planted on the spiritual veins was 30% or 70%, and the Yang family was actually at a disadvantage. After all, the Bailing sect handed over the spiritual veins in the territory to the major families under its command, but they only needed those families to hand over 1,000 spiritual stones every year. Of course, although the Yang family suffered a little more under this condition, they had the advantage of being able to ask for any number of spiritual veins. Under such circumstances, the rule of 30% and 70% profit of the spiritual plants planted on the spiritual veins was actually acceptable. Bailingmen will limit the number of spiritual veins of the foundation building families under its command. Generally, the number of spiritual veins of a foundation building family is more than 21st level spiritual veins and 1 second level spiritual vein. As for the 1,000-year right to use those spiritual veins, Ling Pengyun also took into account that it would be difficult for the family to grow in a short period of time, and the Yang family was a trustworthy family. According to the 30-70 split method, Those spiritual veins were rented to the Yang family. Even if the Ling family had enough manpower in the future to take care of all the spiritual veins in the muddy swamp, they would not suffer too much. Moreover, only the first-level spiritual veins were handed over to the Yang family for management, and the hundreds of the most precious second-level spiritual veins in the muddy swamp were still firmly controlled by the Ling family. Yang Mingxian was shocked when he heard what Ling Pengyun said. Some time ago, because the Ling family wanted to open up the Banished Mountains, he also specially inquired about the situation of the monsters in the Banished Mountains. He had also heard of the reputation of the swamp giant Crocodile King, who was at the peak of the third level of the Golden Core in the swamp giant Crocodile clan. He had not thought that Ling Pengyun, the ancestor of the Ling family, who had just entered the Golden Core stage for only 8 years, had killed such a powerful demon king by himself. In comparison, the strength of the ancestor Ling is probably a little stronger than that of the ancestor Ling Fu. The Ling family now occupies the vast territory of the muddy swamp with more than 2,000 spiritual veins. The Ling family where it is located will surely prosper in the future. Looking at what the ancestor Ling has done to my Yang family over the years, and today he is willing to help my Yang family and give me an extra spiritual stone income, it is enough to see that the ancestor Ling is a man of loyalty and righteousness. Back then, Uncle Changsing sacrificed his life and my clan helped the Ling family to survive the small demon chaos and formed a 1,000-year friendship with the Ling family. It was indeed a wise move. Yang Mingxian sighed in his heart. Then, with a smile on his face, he asked Ling Pengyun, "Brother Pengyun, of course, our Yang family will not miss such a good thing. This is not a noble seeking help from our Yang family, but a good thing coming to our door. Thank you, fellow Taoist and Elder Ling, for giving our Yang family this opportunity. I just don't know what you just said, Brother Pengyun, that our Yang family can easily tell us the number of spiritual veins. Is it true?" Ling Pengyun smiled and nodded. "Of course it is true. That's great. I wonder if the noble is willing to give 300 spiritual veins to our family to take care of." Seeing Ling Pengyun's affirmation, Yang Mingxian no longer hesitated and reported the number in his mind. The Yang family is different from the Ling family. The Yang family has been prosperous for nearly 1,000 years and is a real old-fashioned foundation-building family. The number of cultivators in this family has reached as many as 500 after growing in recent years. Although such a prosperous number of cultivators seems good, it is a huge burden for the Yang family. Due to the rule of Bailingman that limits the number of spiritual veins, the Yang family has only obtained more than 60 spiritual veins in recent years through various schemes of the Lingfu patriarch, and there is no need for so many people to take care of the spiritual veins. The other jobs of the Yang family that require manpower do not require many people. This also means that at least half of the Yang family members need to rely on helping to hunt monsters or working as servants in the shops in the market to earn spiritual stones. If they rely on the family alone, the Yang family, which is only a foundation-building family, cannot afford it. Ling Pengyun is willing to hand over some of the spiritual veins in the muddy swamp to the Yang family for management. It can be said that it has solved the urgent needs of the Yang family and provided a good job for most of the Yang family members. Taking care of spiritual plants is much better than working as servants in the shops and the market and hunting monsters. Okay, it's 300 spiritual veins, it's a deal. Ling Pengyun saw that Yang Mingxian wanted so many spiritual veins, and he was happy and said with a smile. This move by the Yang family solved a large part of the family's difficult-to-use spiritual veins. When Yang Mingxian heard that Ling Pengyun did not refuse the number of spiritual veins, his face became even happier. He immediately thanked him. "Thank you, Brother Pengyun, for this." Ling Pengyun waved his hand and said, "Thank you, my brother. By the way, Brother Mingxian, this is the spiritual vein distribution map of the muddy swamp occupied by my clan. The 500 spiritual veins marked by my Ling family at the core of the map are what my Ling family wants. The rest of the spiritual veins are currently unowned. You can choose the 300 first-level spiritual veins that your Yang family wants." Chapter 470 Migrating Mortals. Yang Mingxian nodded, took the map, and carefully selected it. He finally chose the 300 first-level spiritual veins that were relatively close. Since you have decided on the spiritual veins, you can directly send people to the muddy swamp in the future. Just tell my Ling family and we can go directly to guard these 300 spiritual veins. There is one more thing. Our family will not have any spare people to guard a second-level spiritual vein rock scale snake cave in Yuan's Hao, which is owned by both your and my clans. Brother Pengyun, who was originally stationed there, will be used by our clan for other purposes. The spiritual plants in the rock scale snake cave can only be taken care of by your clan, Brother Mingxian. However, the spiritual plants that mature every year in that land will still be divided equally between our two clans. This will not change. Ling Pengyun said. That's easy to say. Over the years, nobles have been sent to guard the mountain. The spiritual plant dividends have always been 50-50 between our clans. Our clan has taken advantage of it for so many years, and it is indeed time for our clan to send people to guard it. Yang Mingxian said with a smile. Then, the two chatted for a while, and Ling Pengyun hurriedly said goodbye to Yang Mingxian, riding on the fairy crane king of the family that had been stuck at the peak of the 6th level of foundation building for many years and had only broken through to the 7th level of foundation building a few days ago, and flew away from Qingshi Mountain. Yang Mingxian, who was still at the foot of Qingshi Mountain, looked at Ling Pengyun's departing back, and the smile on his face became more and more prosperous. With the 301st level spiritual veins of the Ling family, the family's annual income can increase by at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. If the family saves a little in the future, within 50 years, it will be no problem to save up the 300,000 spiritual stones needed to buy an ordinary golden elixir spiritual object. In this way, Siki will also have the opportunity to break through the golden elixir. If Siki can really break through the golden elixir in the future, my Yang family will be rich. Ho ha ho ha. Yang Siki is of the same generation as Ling Pengyun's cousin Yang Xiling, who is also from the Yang family. His spiritual root attributes are the same as Ling Chengxin, the second-level alchemist of the Ling family. They are both fire and wood spiritual roots, and their talents in cultivation and alchemy are very strong. At the same time, he is also the most promising member of the Yang family to break through to the perfection of foundation building, and Yang Mingxian, a 7th-level cultivator of foundation building, has high hopes for him. After the joy, Yang Mingxian, who has served as the patriarch of the Yang family for decades, trembled and thought of something. Bailing sect, the reason why they have blocked the spiritual veins of our foundation building families in recent years is to prevent our foundation building families from gathering the spiritual stones needed to purchase the golden elixir spiritual objects. The Ling ancestor of the Ling clan, who has a transcendent understanding, must also know about this. But he still did it, giving our Yang clan this opportunity. Based on the reputation of Ancestor Ling, it should be impossible for Ancestor Ling to raise our Yang clan like pigs and kill them after they are fattened up. Thinking of it this way, this Ancestor Ling's mind and spirit are much bigger than those golden elixirs of Bailing sect. Since Ancestor Ling has given our Yang clan a chance, it depends on whether our Yang clan can seize it. On the other side, Ling Pengyun, who left Qingshi Mountain, went to the Yunwuwen clan, King's Huwen clan, and Huxiaoliu clan all in Huaishu County according to the instructions in Ling Pengyun's letter, as well as the Shen clan and Sun clan in Jiazhao, which have a good relationship with the Ling clan. He asked the 5 major foundation building families whether they were willing to help the Ling family manage part of the spiritual veins in the muddy swamp. The Yunwuwen family and the King's Huang family suffered heavy losses during the small demon chaos, and their foundation building cultivators were all killed. To date, the 2 families have not recovered, and there are still no foundation building cultivators stationed in the family. The 2 families can continue to this day, thanks to the help of the Ling family. The relationship between the 2 families is therefore very delicate with the Ling family, and there is a trend that the Ling family is the leader. In addition, these 2 families and the Ling family are in Huaishu County, and the Ling family knows the 2 families inside and out. Therefore, Ling Pengyun is willing to give these 2 families a chance to earn more spiritual stones and expand the family. The Huxiaoliu family has been honest and dutiful in Huaishu County over the years, and has no conflicts with the Ling family. In recent years, many female cultivators have married into the Ling family. Therefore, Ling Pengyun gave the Huxiaoliu family a chance. The Shen family and the Sun family in Jiazhao also have a good relationship with the Ling family, and the cultivators of the 2 families often visit each other. However, the real reason why Ling Pengyun was willing to help these 2 clans was that during the last monster rebellion, Ling Pengyun took advantage of the opportunity when the mountains of the Shen and Sun clans were captured by monsters to copy the core talisman making inheritance of the Shen clan, and took away most of the local spiritual silkworms and spiritual mulberry trees that the Sun Clan had established. The second-level silkworm breeding inheritance of the Sun Clan was also taken away by Ling Pengyun. In addition, Ling Pengyun also got a lot of foundation building techniques and Kigan techniques from these two clans. This time, Ling Pengyun was also willing to give the Shen and Sun clans a good opportunity to earn spiritual stones in order to repay the karma from his early years. Of course, the conditions offered to these 5 major families were also different. For the Yun Wu clan and Qingshi Mountain clan, which can be said to be vassal families of the Ling clan, Ling Pengyun was willing to hand over the spiritual veins they wanted to them for 500 years. For the Qingshi clan, as well as the Shen clan and the Sun clan, Ling Pengyun was only willing to hand over the spiritual veins they wanted to them for 200 years. The 5 families would naturally not refuse the good thing of having a few more spiritual veins, but the 5 families were short of manpower, so they successively asked for 51st-level spiritual veins in the muddy swamp. The 5 families combined would have 250 spiritual veins. Adding the 300 spiritual veins that the Yang family wanted, the spiritual veins that the Ling family rented out this time totaled 550. According to Ling Pengyun's plan, there were still nearly 1,000 spiritual veins that needed to be rented out temporarily, and they couldn't just leave them there. However, Ling Pengyun did not plan to hire tenants for the remaining 1,000 spiritual veins in the Bailingmen territory, so as not to cause dissatisfaction with the Bailingmen. There were other arrangements for the 1,000 spiritual veins. After all, whether it was the Pengyun Yang family, the Yun Wu family, the Qingshi Wang family, and the other 5 families, in the final analysis, they would not move their clans to the muddy swamp because the Ling family rented them spiritual veins. Their situation was different from that of the powerful Ling family. The spiritual veins in the Bailingmen territory were their roots. The reason for the dissatisfaction of Bailingmen was that it was only a matter of time before the 5 families became stronger by relying on the wealth brought by the spiritual veins in the muddy swamp. At least, there was no problem in becoming the strongest foundation-building family in the county city where they were located. This was enough to change the power structure within a county city. As the superior of the 5 families, Bailingmen did not want the power in the territory to become stronger. Now that the family power that they had finally controlled would have the possibility of becoming stronger, it would be strange if Bailingmen had no objection. If the Ling family only pulled in 5 families such as the Yang family to join, it would be fine, but if more families were pulled in, it would surely stir up the power of the entire Bailingmen territory. Under such circumstances, it was possible that Bailingmen would go to war with the Ling family. After handling this matter, Ling Pengyun, the acting patriarch of the family, began to walk to the villages in the family territory, and together with the Ling family monks stationed in those villages, they moved the mortals in those villages to the towns to which they belonged, in preparation for moving the mortals to the muddy swamp. There are many people in the mortal villages of the Ling family, at least nearly 10,000. This also makes it take a long time to migrate to the mortal world. Ling Pengyun and other Ling family monks spent nearly 3 months to complete this task. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun led dozens of monks and the family and spent a lot of effort to catch all the mortal fish in the rivers and lakes in various places in Huaishu County. Even in the huge Huaishu River, there are no fish anymore. And Ling Pengyun and others also had a good harvest, catching millions of mortal fish alive. Ling Pengyun plans to put this batch of mortal fish into the muddy swamp in the future. Ling Pengyun is leading the clan to clean up the silt in the muddy swamp, and he wants to turn that area into a large lake. Ling Pengyun knows about it. The most suitable place for lakes is to raise fish. The muddy swamp was originally a swamp, and there were no fish. If you want to enrich the fish population in that area in the future, you naturally need to put some fish in it to reproduce. These millions of mortal fish may seem numerous, but in Ling Pengyun's eyes, they are just fry. As time goes by, these millions of mortal fish will multiply and expand the muddy swamp lake several times, or even dozens of times. With these fish, the mortals that the Ling family will migrate to the muddy lake in the future will have a better life. After waiting for about half a month, the Bailing sect, which had already made an appointment with the Ling family, also sent a large group of flying boats to the Ling family to help the Ling family migrate mortals to the muddy swamp area of the Bayun Mountains, a million miles away. There are as many as hundreds of flying boats in the Bailing sect's flying boat group, and each time they can transport nearly 50,000 mortals to the muddy swamp area for the Ling family. After 4 round trips, the Bailing sect's flying boat group also migrated 200,000 mortals of the Ling family to the muddy swamp. Chapter 471 Ling Pengyun and Liu Mengting. On this day, in the Ling family territory, on the wall of the mortal town Lingxiao town next to Lingxiao Mountain, Ling Pengyun, the acting patriarch of the Ling family, and Ling Pengyun, who used to be stationed in the rock-scale snake cave, stood here and looked at the distant sky. Suddenly, a large group of flying boats flew in from a distance. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun showed a trace of relief on his face, but also a little sad, muttering, "The flying boat group of bailingmen has finally arrived." It seems that this flying boat group transported the fourth batch of 50,000 mortals of the family not long ago, and should have successfully arrived in the muddy swamp. I wonder if they can get used to the environment over there in the muddy swamp. Mortals are the most important source of Ling family's spiritual roots. As the current acting patriarch of the Ling family, Ling Pengyun attaches great importance to the mortals of the family. Mina and the others have already started to gradually remove the black mud in the muddy swamp. In the future, as long as our generation of cultivators occasionally help those mortals to farm and let them store some food, after a few years, those mortals who moved to the muddy swamp should be able to adapt there. Ling Pengyun, who was standing aside, heard this and said with a smile, "I hope so." After saying this, Ling Pengyun asked Ling Pengyun, "Brother Pengyun, this is the fifth and last time that the bailingmen flying boats have come to our clan to pick up mortals to the muddy swamp. According to Mina's instructions, the matter of moving mortals has been completed, and I should go to the muddy swamp to manage family affairs. The mortals in Huaishu County, the salaries of the clan members here, and some businesses in the market will be handed over to you. The Ling family currently only plans to move nearly half of the family's more than 500,000 mortals, that is, 250,000 mortals, to the muddy swamp. Under such circumstances, there will still be many mortals left in the family in the future. The family's business in various markets in the bailingmen territory will also be maintained. All of these need to be managed by someone. The family currently has only 6 foundation building cultivators: Ling Pengyun, who is at the 8th level of foundation building; Ling Pengyun, the 2nd level array master; Ling Chengxin, the 2nd level alchemist; Ling Pengyun, Ling Pengyun, the 2nd level spiritual plant husband; and Wen Nianling, the 2nd level refiner. Ling Pengyun is now stationed at Lingxiao Peak and Lingxiao Ridge, and Ling Pengyun is setting up arrays on the spiritual veins in the muddy swamp. Ling Chengxin is refining pills in the muddy swamp. The careful Ling Pengyun is going to the muddy swamp to manage affairs. In this way, the only 2 people that the Ling family can use are Ling Pengyun and Wen Nianling. Among the 2, if one of them is to be chosen as the head of the family, it will naturally be Ling Pengyun, the direct descendant of the Ling family. Wen Nianling is just Ling Pengyun's wife. When Ling Pengyun heard what Ling Pengyun said, he felt as if he had put a huge stone weighing thousands of pounds on his shoulders, and his body became heavier. His face gradually became solemn, and he nodded. "Don't worry, Pengyun, I will take care of the affairs in Huaishu County." Ling Pengyun nodded. "Yes." At the same time, halfway up the Ling family's mountain, Lingxiao Mountain, outside the gate of an ordinary courtyard, stood a beautiful woman with delicate features and considerable talent. She looked at the sky a few miles away, and the huge fleet of bailingmen flying boats gradually flew towards the neighboring Lingxiao town. She looked a little melancholy. Counting the number of times bailingmen has come to the Ling family to transport mortals, this should be the 5th time, and probably the last time. Fellow Taoist Ling. As the current acting patriarch of the Ling family, I'm afraid that this time he will also accompany the last batch of mortals that the Ling family will migrate to the muddy swamps of the Bayun Mountains. I have known fellow Taoist Ling for several years. He played chess with this man all day long, and he didn't even come to say goodbye before leaving. When she thought of this, she immediately became angry, and muttered to herself angrily, "That's good. In the future, I don't have to play chess with Ling Pengyun, who loves to play chess but is terrible at chess. I can finally be quiet down." However, even though she thought so, there was a little more reluctance between her brows. Unconsciously, she sighed, and with a bit of loneliness, she returned to the courtyard behind her, sitting alone on the stone table in the center of the small courtyard, taking out a chessboard and black and white flags, without moving, just staring blankly at the empty seat opposite the stone table. In the future, that seat will probably be unoccupied. But not long after, the gate of her courtyard was suddenly knocked. She was also startled and came back to her senses. With a sweep of her spiritual sense, she found that the person knocking on the door outside the courtyard was Ling Pengyun. After knowing this, her eyes were happy at first. But in a flash, she returned to her angry look. She stood up, walked slowly to the front of the gate, opened the gate, and said unhappily, "I didn't expect that you were still in the Lingxiao Mountain at this time. I thought you had followed those mortals to the muddy swamp to enjoy yourself." Ling Pengyun listened to Liu Mengting's strange words and guessed some of the reasons why Liu Mengting did so. But he was not angry, but laughed and invited her. "The ferry is in the clan mountain, how can I leave alone? Recently I have been busy relocating the mortals in the villages under my clan to various towns, so I haven't had time to ask the ferry. Ferry, I wonder if you are willing to go with me to the muddy swamp." Liu Mengting heard the words, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on her angry face. "Really?" Seeing Liu Mengting's look, Ling Pengyun's face became even happier. His expression was condensed, and he said with a little solemnity, "Of course I am serious. I want to play chess with the fairy in the future. I wonder if the fairy is willing to go with me to the muddy swamp, the new clan territory of my clan." Liu Mengting heard this, and the smile on her face froze. In a flash, the smile on her pretty face became much brighter, and there was a little more blush, and her head lowered. Although she was unmarried, she had been on the road for decades. She had not seen or heard about love affairs. She naturally understood what Ling Pengyun meant. 3 years ago, during the Ling Pengyun Golden Elixir ceremony, she came to the Ling family to please people. She was recognized by Ling Pengyun, who had dealt with her in the early years, and invited to join the Ling family. Except for a few days, she played chess with Ling Pengyun for several games every day in the past 3 years. After a long period of chess, and Ling Pengyun always treated her very well. During the chess games, he often brought her delicious food or toys. It would be a lie to say that she had no feelings for Ling Pengyun. However, she never dared to say it clearly. She was just a cultivator in the middle stage of key training, while Ling Pengyun was not only in a high position, but also the acting patriarch of the Ling family, the Golden Elixir family, and had the cultivation of the middle stage of foundation building. On the surface, her identity and status were completely incompatible with Ling Pengyun. If it were in the outside world, people like Ling Pengyun would be considered okay to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. It would be normal to marry more than a dozen concubines. Now that Ling Pengyun took the initiative to point out this matter, Liu Mengting would naturally not refuse. After she calmed down, she said shyly, "I am willing to go with you." Ling Pengyun was overjoyed when he saw Liu Mengting's statement. He laughed. Very good, then fairy, pack up your things quickly. Half a day later, we will take the flying boats that Balingman helped my Ling family transport mortals to the muddy swamp." Liu Mengting's face flushed even more when she heard Ling Pengyun's hearty laughter. She nodded slightly, then bared her head, hurried back to the courtyard, and began to pack up her things. Ling Pengyun entered the courtyard by himself, walked to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down. He looked at the chessboard and black and white chess pieces on the stone table, which had not moved yet, and smiled, guessing something. Usually at this time, Liu Mengting would not practice chess alone, but would practice. Obviously, Liu Mengting took out the chessboard and chess pieces and placed them here this time, with a deep meaning. Thanks to Book Friends 533-855, Gao Shugao, Wei Fenkinglian, and Liaozi for their monthly tickets. Chapter 472, Rare Medium-Sized Mineral Veins. Half a month later, in the muddy swamp, beside a second-level earth spirit vein deep in the black mud of the swamp, Ling Pengyun, a giant's Hanren, was facing a piece of black mud in front of him, performing the art of controlling objects. In an instant, a piece of black mud that was 100 feet wide and dozens of feet high kept trembling, slowly floating up, and flew towards the second-level earth spirit vein not far away. But at this moment, Ling Pengyun suddenly discovered that there was a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation deep in the land where the black mud he had moved before was. He looked over and saw that there was no abnormality in the mud area deep underground without the black mud. His expression moved, and he waved his hand and sent a spiritual power to bombard the ground. Boom! There was only a huge sound, and the ground was immediately hit by the spiritual light that Ling Pengyun had hit, creating a deep hole dozens of feet deep. And the spiritual energy coming out of this deep hole became more and more dense. Seeing this situation, Ling Pengyun was secretly amazed. Then, he sent out another spiritual power, which extended the deep hole for dozens of feet. But just when the remaining spiritual power was exhausted, it seemed to hide a piece of metal, causing a sound of iron and steel. The remaining spiritual power also ran out of energy and disappeared. Ling Pengyun was delighted when he heard this sound. He looked over and saw that at the bottom of the nearly 100-foot deep hole, there was a layer of iron ore with a gleaming iron luster, yellow color, unevenness, and rich earth spirit. It's really a spiritual iron vein. Just now, there was a groove several feet deep where the iron wall was hit by the spiritual power, and many small iron ores fell around. Ling Pengyun performed the art of controlling objects, waved his hand to pick up a small piece of iron that fell into the deep hole, and took it in his hand to look at it carefully. Judging from the appearance of this spiritual iron, it should be a first-class, top-grade earth-type spiritual iron, Huangyan steel. If the scale of this vein is good, relying on the solidity of the steel, the family can make a small profit. The family's financial shortage caused by setting up formations for the spiritual veins in various places in the muddy swamp can also be alleviated. Huangyan steel is an extremely solid spiritual iron. In terms of solidity alone, this spiritual iron is enough to rank among the top of various first-class earth-type spiritual irons, and can be regarded as a relatively superior first-class, top-grade spiritual iron. And this spiritual iron, because of its solidity, is most suitable for refining earth-type defensive magic tools. And the defensive magic tools refined are generally of excellent quality and are quite popular in the market. Basically, there is no shortage of market. In order to set up formations on the more than 2,000 spiritual veins in the muddy swamp, which covers an area of 200,000 miles, the Ling family has recently used up all the spiritual stones in the clan treasury, which were originally scarce, and used them all to buy the materials needed to set up the formations. Even half a year ago, Ling Pengyun sold the third-level lower-grade life magic weapon Black Evil Wind Control Banner of the third-level Giant and Black Wind Wolf Demon to Master Bai Ling, and the 250,000 spiritual stones he obtained have now consumed tens of thousands of spiritual stones. I am afraid that it will not be long before his 250,000 spiritual stones will be used up. According to Ling Pengyun's estimation, if he wants to set up a formation on the more than 2,000 spiritual veins in this area, it will take at least 1 million spiritual stones. Although he knows that this expenditure is huge, it is difficult to complete it with the current financial resources of the Ling family. It is a huge project. But if the more than 2,000 spiritual veins in the muddy swamp are not set up with spiritual veins, it will not take long before those spiritual veins will be occupied by monsters or rootless floating cultivators. The Ling family has few people, and if some spiritual veins in remote areas are occupied, it will be difficult to find them in a short time. Those spiritual veins belong to the Ling family. Although it is difficult for the Ling family to use them at present, even so, the Ling family does not want to see their spiritual veins being occupied by others for free. In this case, if there are arrays protecting those spiritual veins, such a situation can be avoided. At the same time, with those arrays, the spiritual veins rented out by the Ling family in the future will also be guaranteed. If the cultivators who rent the spiritual veins do not follow the rules, they can directly use the arrays arranged on the spiritual veins to kill the cultivators in the array. A few months ago, the Ling family killed more than 200,000 monsters in the muddy swamp and obtained 210,000 monster corpses, which are worth a lot of money, but the materials on these monsters are difficult to cash in a short time. First, there are countless monsters in the Qingshi Mountains where monsters are rampant. In recent decades, the other 5 sects of Yan state have also killed many monsters. The Bai practitioners in the 5 sects have also refined a lot of this kind of spiritual objects through the materials on those monsters and put them into the market. As a result, the market for this kind of spiritual objects is saturated. Even if the Ling family refined all the materials from the 210,000 monsters into spiritual objects, it would take at least 200 years to sell them all and exchange them for spiritual stones. Secondly, there are not many people in the Ling family who have hundreds of skills. It would take at least 200 years to refine all the materials from the huge number of monsters into spiritual objects. Combining the two, it would take at least 200 years for the Ling family to really turn the corpses of the monsters into cash. Due to various reasons, the current finances of the Ling family are becoming increasingly scarce. Ling Pengyun looked away from the Huangyan steel ore in his hand and looked at the Huangyan steel ore in the deep cave below. He raised his face with an expectant look. Then, he began to rely on the powerful giant in realm consciousness to cross into the deep cave where the Huangyan steel ore appeared, and gradually explored the scale of this vein along the direction of the extension of the vein. Because his consciousness is comparable to that of a strong man in the third level of the Jade realm, it can cover the surrounding area of 3,000 feet. Not long after, he discovered the true size of this Huogiant steel vein. What surprised him was that the Huogiant steel vein stretched for more than 2,500 feet and was about 500 feet wide, which was considered a very rare medium-sized vein. According to his experience, this vein contained at least 500,000 caddies of Huogiant steel ore. 10 caddies of Huogiant steel ore can be refined into 1 caddy of Huogiant steel. The first grade Huogiant steel is more expensive than the same grade spiritual iron because of its strong financial situation. The price of 1 caddy of Huogiant steel on the market is about 13 spiritual stones. In terms of conversion, the value of the ore of this medium-sized Huogiant steel vein alone is as high as 650,000 spiritual stones. If it is refined into earth-based defensive magic tools, the value of these ores will be doubled or even tripled. With the sturdy characteristics of the defensive magic tools made from this spiritual iron and the scale of this mineral vein, the family's reputation for refining will surely be enough to make the whole Yan kingdom famous. In the future, I'm afraid that all the first-level earth-based defensive magic tools in Yan kingdom will be bought by my Ling family. By then, there will be a lot of spiritual stones entering the family. It's just a pity that the tedious things like digging spiritual iron can be compensated by relying on mining puppets. The defensive magic tools made from Huogiant steel are also quite popular on the market, and there is no shortage of market. But there are not many family refiners at present. It is difficult to refine all this batch of ore into magic tools in a short time. Just like the family's huge batch of monster materials, it takes a very long time to fully realize it. The family's refining still needs to be taken seriously, and the other 100 arts also need to be taken seriously. Otherwise, even if there is an opportunity in front of the family, it will be difficult to seize it. This kind of 100 arts people also need to be summoned in large numbers, relying on outsiders to stabilize the family's foundation first, and wait for the family members to grow. Ling Pengyun looked at the Huogiant steel vein in the deep cave. Although his face was full of smiles, his eyes were somewhat helpless. There were not many weapon refiners in the Ling family at present. There were only 3 of them, namely Ling Pengyun, a second-level upper-grade weapon refiner, Wenyan Ling, who had just broken through to become a second-level middle-grade weapon refiner a few days ago, and a member of the Cheng generation among the 5 generations of the family, Yun, Xiao, Peng, Cheng, 1. The member of the Cheng generation was named Ling Chengyang, ranking 25th in the Cheng generation. Now he was 48 years old, and his cultivation had reached the 9th level of key training, and his weapon refining grade was the 1st level upper grade. This kind of cultivation talent and weapon refining talent were considered good, and he was one of the members of the Ling family who were currently being trained. In the past, Ling Chengyang had always been in the family mountain, refining magic tools for the family. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473 Ling's 6 Halls. However, some time ago, when the family moved a large number of mortals to the Muddy Swamp, Ling Pengyun transferred Ling Chengyang to the Muddy Swamp, hoping that he would be in charge of Lingxiao Market in the future. Lingxiao Market has not yet been established. The manpower required to establish a market is extremely large. The clan members in the Muddy Swamp alone are not enough to establish and operate the market. Thinking back, according to Ling Pengyun's estimation, it would take at least 50 years to truly realize this medium-sized Huogiant steel vein. During this period when Ling Pengyun was distracted, Ling Changsha and others who were cleaning the black mud in the swamp not far from him were all startled by the spiritual energy emanating from the Huogiant steel vein. They also followed and surrounded him. Ling Changsha, who had been forced by Ling Pengyun to read a lot of immortal classics since he was a child, had some experience and recognized the type of spiritual ore exposed outside the deep cave at a glance. He also knew something about the value of Huogiant steel, and he was delighted, so he asked Ling Pengyun, "Dad, is this the vein of Huogiant iron?" Ling Pengyun, who was distracted, heard this and came back to his senses. He did not hide it and nodded in response. "That's right. The scale of this vein." Ling Changsha was halfway through his words, And when he thought of the 31 members of the one-character generation, including Ling Wandel, he immediately stopped talking, so as to prevent the scale of the vein from being known to too many people and causing it to be spread. Seeing Ling Changsha's actions, Ling Pengyun naturally understood what Ling Changsha was worried about. This child has grown up a bit. Ling Pengyun's mouth corners slightly raised, and he muttered. Then he looked at the members of the tribe around him, and an idea came to his mind. He did not hide the information about the vein, and wanted to take this opportunity to test whether these young members who followed him to fight in the muddy swamp and fought against more than 200,000 monsters were truly loyal to the family. Then, he spoke directly. The scale of this Huanggiant steel vein has reached a medium level, and it can produce at least hundreds of thousands of kilograms of Huanggiant steel ore in the future. However, the benefits brought by this vein are huge, and it must not be spread. If this matter is eventually spread, I will not disturb you lightly. Whether it is Ling Changsha or the earth-based magic cultivator Ling Wandel, after hearing this news, they all showed shock. There are not many medium-level veins worth at least hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones in the entire Yan state, no more than 5 fingers. Large-scale veins worth at least 5 million have not been discovered in Yan state at present, even if you look at the thousands of years since Yan state was founded. In a flash, Ling Changsha and others also showed ecstasy on their faces. The family will become richer if they discover such a valuable vein, and they, as members of the clan, will naturally get feedback. As for Ling Pengyun's warning, these young clansmen all remembered it in their hearts. After fighting with more than 200,000 monsters not long ago, they have more or less grown up. In addition, since their spiritual roots were detected, they have been in the family and have not been affected by external factors. They are still a blank slate, and the family has a very high status in their hearts. Under such circumstances, these young people of the Ling family, who are already full of blood and know that Ling Pengyun is cruel, immediately made a heavenly oath with their cultivation and would not tell the matter. Ling Pengyun was very satisfied with the actions of these young clansmen. Then, he took this opportunity to express his early thoughts. I intend to establish a battle hall. The only purpose of this hall is to fight. Are you willing to join it? After joining this hall, you will also receive the family's key training. No matter what your spiritual roots are, I will train you to the late stage of key training within 10 years. Those who perform well can even obtain spiritual objects for foundation building. However, after entering this hall, if the family is in danger, the members of this hall must be at the forefront. Ling Pengyun had the idea of training this group of young clansmen to focus on fighting when he brought them from the family to this muddy swamp. After saying this, Ling Pengyun looked at his only son Ling Changsha. Ling Changsha saw his father's slightly expectant eyes, and his own position was to fight. Without much hesitation, he answered the question in his first words. Dad, I am willing to join this battle hall. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun was very pleased, and his face was even more happy. Ling Wandel and the other 31 members of the Wandi clan who were born in the mortal world, had no ancestors to pave the way for them, and had no skills. They were full of blood. When Ling Pengyun talked about the benefits of joining the war hall, they were already tempted. They also saw Ling Changsha, the son of the giant and ancestor Ling Pengyun, take the lead in accepting this matter. They also spoke out one after another, wanting to join the war hall. As for the fact that after joining the war hall, the family would be in danger and they would need to be at the forefront, they didn't care at all. Even if there was no war hall, and the family was in danger, these Wandi clan members who had been established by the family to protect the family when they just joined the family and their hearts were not yet determined would definitely be at the forefront and contribute to the family. This move was to repay the family for their cultivation, and also because they were members of the Ling family, and they would rise and fall with the family. For these cultivators who were born in the mortal world, and most of them have only 4 or 5 spiritual roots, if their family is gone, their path will basically end, and they will only be in the middle and late stages of key training at most. However, if they have the support of this giant clan, their future path will be very bright, and even if they are in the foundation building stage, they are not without opportunities. Seeing that these young clansmen agreed, Ling Pengyun laughed twice. You are my good sons of the Ling family. Come with me to clean up the black mud in the swamp here. After the black mud in this area is cleaned up, I will take you to do a big thing. Ling Changsha and others were curious when they heard the big thing that Ling Pengyun mentioned. However, they did not ask. Ling Pengyun did not say it at this time, and there was naturally a reason for Ling Pengyun. If they asked, it would be a bit impolite. After a few days, the flying boats of the Bailing sect that transported the fifth batch of 50,000 mortals also arrived at the Muddy Swamp area, and were located on several huge islands with second-level spiritual veins. These islands were artificial islands built by Ling Pengyun and others relying on the swamp black mud and magic in the Muddy Swamp. When the islands were built, Ling Pengyun and others also built a lot of mud houses and cultivated fields for the mortals who were coming. The mortals who had just moved here only needed to plant and plant. With such complete preparations, the mortals who moved here quickly adapted to life in the Muddy Swamp. At the same time, on the new clan Lingxiao Island, in a meeting hall, Ling Pengyun, the acting patriarch of the Ling family who had just come to the Muddy Swamp, Ling Chengxin, the second-level alchemist in the Muddy Swamp, Ling Pengyun, the second-level formation master, and Ling Pengyun, who was stationed at Lingxiao Peak, 4 family leaders were summoned here by Ling Pengyun. Pengyun, how many clansmen stationed in various spiritual veins in Huaishu County did you dispatch this time? How many young clansmen did you bring? How many spiritual veins in the Muddy Swamps were rented to the 5 families including the Pengyun Yang family? Ling Pengyun asked Ling Pengyun. I dispatched 48 clansmen here, including 43 clansmen in the middle stage of key training, 5 clansmen in the late stage of key training, and 15 young clansmen, 11 of whom had their spiritual roots just measured this year, and the other 4 were clansmen who had their spiritual roots measured last year but had not yet entered key training. A total of 550 spiritual veins in the Muddy Swamps were rented out, including the Pengyun Yang family. Ling Pengyun replied. The 48 clansmen above the middle stage of key training were originally stationed in various places in Huaishu County. The lower and upper grade spiritual veins of the first level. Because the Ling family now occupies a lot of spiritual veins in the Muddy Swamp, and the family no longer intends to occupy the territory of Huaishu County, Ling Pengyun also brought the tribesmen who were originally stationed at the first level lower and middle grade spiritual veins to the Muddy Swamp. The number of tribesmen you brought is not bad. Have the mortals who were originally located in the villages next to the first level lower and middle grade spiritual veins been properly arranged? Ling Pengyun asked. I have moved them all to the towns built next to the first level upper grade spiritual veins or the second level spiritual veins. Ling Pengyun replied. That's good. Let's get back to the point. Let's first talk about the arrangements for the 1,000 remaining spiritual veins in the Muddy Swamp. I plan to rent the remaining 1,000 spiritual veins to our neighbors in the Muddy Swamp, Bailing sect and Qingshi Mountain. After this meeting, I will go to the 2 sects' residences in the Qingshi Mountains and talk to them about renting spiritual veins. Pengyun, the 15 clansmen you brought this time who have not yet entered the key training stage should be arranged for older cultivators to teach them the knowledge of cultivating immortals as soon as possible. The 48 clansmen who are above the middle stage of key training that you brought are all not young, at least in their 30s, and have rich experience in various aspects. In the future, this group of clansmen will follow Pengyun to Lingxiao Peak and Lingxiao Ridge to establish Lingxiao Market. When the market is built, the clansmen above the middle stage of key training will stay with Pengyun and patrol the market for safety. More than half a year ago, Chang Xia, Ling Wanduo and 31 other members of the 1Z generation who followed me to this Muddy Swamp to open up the clan land, established a hall called the Battle Hall, which is specifically responsible for handling family-related battles, such as protecting the clan, hunting monsters for the family, and beheading those who offend the family. I personally serve as the head of this hall. In the future, if clan members want to enter this hall, there is no requirement for spiritual root talent, but they must be decisive in fighting. Without dozens of monsters on their hands, they cannot enter this hall. In the future, 10% of the family's total annual income of spiritual stones will be tilted to this hall to cultivate the cultivators in this hall. I want to make this hall a hall full of killing gods. In addition, as the family controls more and more spiritual veins, we are short of manpower. In the future, I plan to recruit a large number of people with hundreds of arts to join the clan as guest officials. And copy the Bailingman's way of establishing halls, and establish a hall for the 5 more common hundreds of arts: spiritual planting, alchemy, talisman making, refining, and formation. These 5 halls are specially used to manage the guest officials of the 100 arts recruited by the family. This makes management more convenient. It is not appropriate for the 100 arts people to be the hall masters of these 5 halls. They often need to refine spiritual objects in practice, and they don't have much time to manage ordinary affairs. Pengyun, You are good at managing affairs, so the positions of the hall masters of these 5 halls will be handed over to you. This matter consumes a lot of time. If you work harder, your salary can be increased by 50% in the future. You will arrange the tasks that need to be arranged by the guest officials of the 100 Arts every month. Of course, the 100 Arts people of the family must also join in. Do you have anything else to add about the affairs of the various halls? Chapter 474, a large amount of spiritual stones earned from Lingxiao market. Ling Pengyun and the others were shocked when they heard this proposal. This kind of hall was set up for the first time in the nearly 300 years since the Ling family was built. They also heard that Ling Pengyun attached great importance to the war hall. After all, the family's annual profit of 10% is not a small amount, at least 2,000 or 3,000 spirit stones. In the long run, the clan members in the war hall will also get a huge accumulation of resources. As for Ling Pengyun's proposal, everyone agreed with the hall system proposed by Ling Pengyun. This system is indeed very suitable for the Ling family at present. Everyone also agreed with Ling Pengyun's proposal. Ling Pengyun also continued. The cultivation requirements for family members to be promoted to the top of the family must also change. Now that our family also has the vast land of the Muddy Swamp, the family's income in the future will be very different from the past. As long as the family members have good talents, there will be spiritual objects in the family to help them build the foundation. Under such circumstances, the number of foundation building cultivators in the family will definitely increase in the future. In my opinion, the position of elders in the family in the future can only be held by foundation building cultivators. The clan members who have practiced the 9th level of Qi or perfect Qi in the family will serve as the elders of the family, assisting the elders of the family in managing family affairs. Ling Pengyun said a lot in this meeting, so the meeting lasted for 3 full days before it ended. After the meeting, everyone left the meeting hall and returned to the regular. Ling Pengyun pondered every day to refine the system of the 100 Arts and 5 halls. Ling Pengyun led people to the spiritual veins in various places in the Muddy Swamp to arrange the formation. Ling Changxin was refining pills on Lingayan Island. Ling Pengyun left the Muddy Swamp directly, went to the Taoling area to find the master of Bailing sect, by Lingxiao, and went to Qiuyangayan area to find the master of Qingshi Taoist temple, Qingshi Liudao, who had some dealings with him, and talked to them about whether they were willing to rent the 1,000 empty spirit veins in the Muddy Swamp. Bai Lingxiao and Qingshi Liudao both knew the huge value of spirit veins, and immediately expressed their willingness to rent the Ling family's empty spirit veins. Ling Pengyun had expected this, and he took this opportunity to borrow 100,000 spirit stones worth of formation materials and 200,000 spirit stones from each of the 2 families. The price was to return it within 100 years, and add an additional interest of 50,000 spirit stones. If it was not returned within the agreed time, it would be supplemented with spirit veins. As for renting spirit veins, Ling Pengyun also agreed with Bai Lingxiao and Qingshi Liudao to rent them more than 500 first-level spirit veins respectively. The profits of the spiritual plants planted on those spiritual veins were split 30% to 70%, with the Ling family taking 30% and themselves taking 70%. The lease term was 100 years. So far, more than 2,000 spiritual veins in the Muddy Swamp were also utilized. The Ling family, which was short of manpower and had a lot of new giant forces to manage the land, also became the landlord. In the Muddy Swamp, the higher grade first grade and second grade spiritual veins were managed by the Ling family themselves. The other 550 were leased to the Yang family and other families. The remaining more than 1,000 spiritual veins were leased to the Qingshi Taoist temple and Bailingmen. A few days later, Ling Pengyun brought dozens of clansmen and easily built the Lingxiao market on the Yangxiao peak of Lingxiao Ridge. However, Ling Pengyun did not open the market directly to the public. Instead, he sent people to spread the news that the Lingxiao market would hold a huge auction on the day it opened to the public 3 months later. The auction will feature 5 bottles of Xiao Bailing water, 5 vein protection pills, and 1 foundation building pill, a total of 11 foundation building spiritual objects, as well as many high-level magic tools, high-level spiritual talismans, and other spiritual objects, as well as the hundreds of shops in the market that are available for rent. Foundation building spiritual objects are very attractive to key training cultivators. Some time ago, those casual cultivators who were called by the Yan Kingdom's giant forces to attack the major monster gathering places in the Qingshi Mountains and made a fortune, After learning that foundation-building spiritual objects would appear in Lingxiao Market, all rushed to Lingxiao Market, wanting to buy the next foundation-building spiritual object so that they could reach the foundation-building stage. Or those cultivators who want to buy powerful magic tools, spiritual objects, etc. to improve their combat power and cultivation, etc. After hearing about this, many cultivators in other areas of Yan Kingdom also traveled a long distance and rushed here. The major forces in Yan State were also quite interested in the shops in the market opened by the Jindan force of the Ling family. There were frequent children of major forces who went to Lingxiao Market to negotiate with Ling Pengyun, who was in charge of the market. However, in just half a month, all the hundreds of shops rented out in the market were rented out. The prices of these shops varied according to their geographical locations. Some were rented for 10 years at 1,000 spirit stones, and some were rented for 10 years at 500 spirit stones. Therefore, in a short period of time, the Ling family earned more than 70,000 spirit stones just by renting shops. The Ling family also used these 3 months to warm up the market and push the popularity of Lingxiao Market to an extremely high level. On the day the market opened, nearly 30,000 cultivators poured into Lingxiao Market. Just the tolls for entering the market, the Ling family earned more than 30,000 yuan for nothing. The Ling family was also prepared for this huge flow of people. The Lingxiao Market was built very large, and the auction house in the Lingxiao Market was also very large, enough to accommodate 50,000 people at the same time. When the time came, the auction officially began. Because the spiritual objects that Ling family put in this auction were all high quality, they were all auctioned off. The 11 foundation-building spiritual objects that were the last were even more scrambled for. In the end, half of them fell into the hands of those wealthy independent cultivators, and the other half fell into the hands of the foundation-building forces in various parts of Yan State. After the auction ended, Ling family also informed everyone that Ling family would hold an auction every 3 years in the future. This also aroused the expectations of nearly 30,000 independent cultivators who participated in the auction. Many cultivators who did not bid for good things have already decided to come to the auction in Lingxiao Market again in 3 years. Hundreds of shops in the market also made a lot of money because of this huge flow of people. Ling family also took this opportunity to buy hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones worth of materials for setting up formations from the nearly 30,000 cultivators who participated in the auction. That night, deep in Lingxiao Market, in a courtyard, all the senior leaders of the Ling family gathered here, and Ling Pengyun, a Jindan's Henren, was also here. Ling Pengyun flipped through an account book in his hand and said with a smile, "According to statistics, the 1,000 spiritual objects that our clan put on the auction this time sold for a total of 215,300 spiritual stones. The entrance fee collected in this market was 29,553 spiritual stones, and the rented shops earned a total of more than 73,000 spiritual stones. Combine the three, this time we earned a total of 310,000 spiritual stones." Everyone present laughed when they heard this number. 310,000 spiritual stones can be regarded as a lot, and even for Ling Pengyun, a Jindan cultivator, it is an astronomical figure. This amount of spiritual stones is completely enough to buy an ordinary Jindan spiritual object, and Jindan spiritual objects are powerful things that create Jindan cultivators. Of course, they understand the price they pay to earn such a large amount of spiritual stones this time. In order to promote the reputation of Lingxiao Market and Lingxiao Auction, the Ling family basically took out all the good things in the clan treasury. In fact, in the past 3 months, Ling Pengyun and several second-level Bai practitioners of the Ling family have been frantically refining second-level spiritual objects. Under such circumstances, they were able to exchange for more than 210,000 spiritual stones. In the future, if they can earn a quarter of the spiritual stones of the Lingxiao auction held every 3 years, it will be considered good. After all, the spiritual objects of the Ling family are limited, and the spiritual objects for foundation building are even less. The Xiaobei Lingshu and Humei Den that the Ling family took out this time were all refined by the deceased Yang Changxing of the Yang family in the early years, and the second-level top-grade alchemist Ling Yunhuang who has not yet returned home. The foundation building pill on the auction was bought by Ling Pengyun from Bailingman. It can be said that with the current situation of the Ling family, there is no possibility of replicating this grand auction. As for the nearly 30,000 entry fees earned during this auction, it was completely exchanged for the precious spiritual objects that the Ling family put on the auction. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least several years to earn this entry fee. The spiritual stones earned from renting a shop in the market can only be earned once every 10 years. In general, although the price paid by the Ling family to hold this auction was high, the spiritual stones obtained were enough to cover the cost of the Ling family. Everyone was delighted for a while before they calmed down. Chengxin, Grandpa Yunhong has not yet returned to the clan. The family's alchemy needs you to take up the responsibility. We need someone to refine the second-class foundation building spiritual objects, such as Xiao Bei Lingshu and Hume Dan. This is very important. Whether it is the family or the auction held every 3 years in Lingxiao Market, these second-class foundation building spiritual objects are extremely needed to stabilize the scene. You have entered the second-level middle-grade realm of alchemy for several years. In the future, you don't have to worry about the failure of refining the second-level top-grade elixirs relying on the spiritual plants planted by the family or the spiritual materials of the clan. You can try to refine them. In this way, your level of alchemy can also be quickly improved in a short period of time. Then, you can also refine the second-class foundation building spiritual objects, such as Xiao Bei Lingshu and Hume Dan. Ling Pengyun, who was sitting on the main seat, made arrangements to Ling Changxin at this moment. Uncle, I will do my best. Ling Changxin frowned when he said this, and the pressure on his body increased countless times. After a moment of silence, he replied in a deep voice. Ling Pengyun saw Ling Changxin's expression and understood Ling Changxin's pressure. He sighed inwardly. This child has not been under much pressure since he joined the family. In the early years, the pressure of the family's alchemy was always borne by Grandpa Yunhong, and he did not have any experience. This sudden pressure this time can temper this child's character. Chapter 475 Perfecting the Market. After his thoughts came back to normal, Ling Pengyun said carefully. The spiritual stones that the family borrowed from Qingshi Taoist temple in Bailingmen some time ago are enough for the family to set up a formation on the 2,000 spiritual veins in the muddy swamp. The spiritual stones earned from this auction can be saved. The spiritual stones borrowed from that batch of spiritual stones are enough to repay the spiritual stones earned from the family's use of monster materials to refine magic tools, as well as the spiritual stones earned from the Huanggiant steel veins for nearly 100 years. At present, this amount of spiritual stones is spare. There are not many cultivators in the clan at present, and there are many spiritual objects in the clan. There is no shortage of spiritual objects for foundation building at present, but there is a lack of talent to use these spiritual objects for foundation building. Therefore, I plan to put this amount of spiritual stones into the clan treasury first. After I lead people to clean up the black mud in the muddy swamp, I plan to take 200,000 to buy water-based spiritual iron to help my life tool be upgraded to the level of a third-level magic weapon. The other 100,000 spiritual stones will be left in the clan and saved to buy golden elixir spiritual objects for Pengchu. There are not many young talents of the Cheng generation in the Ling family. There are only a few. The only one who can show off is the second-level alchemist, Ling Chengxin. The youngest talents of the one generation died in the small demon rebellion a few years ago. Nowadays, most of the one generation members of the Ling family are born in ordinary people and have poor qualifications. Only Ling Wando, a soil-based magic cultivator, can show off. It can be said that the Ling family is currently facing a shortage of talents. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed to Ling Pengyun taking the spirit stones. Some time ago, Ling Pengyun sold the third-level inferior magic weapon Black Evil Wind controlling banner to buy Ling's Hunren, and the 250,000 spirit stones he received were all given to the family first to buy materials for setting up the formation. Even if Ling Pengyun takes away 200,000 spirit stones from the family in the future, the family still owes Ling Pengyun tens of thousands of spirit stones. Not to mention, Ling Pengyun's contribution to the family's development of the muddy swamp boundary is an astronomical number of contribution points. Even if Ling Pengyun took the 300,000 spiritual stones earned by the family from opening the market this time, everyone had no objection. As for buying golden elixir spiritual objects for Ling Pengyun in the future, everyone did not object. They all knew that Ling Pengyun had been improving a magic secret method Saint Demon Continuation of Fate that could enhance the age limit of cultivators to break through the realm in recent years. When that magic method was improved by Ling Pengyun into righteous method, Ling Pengyun, who only had more than 30 years of life left and a body like 170 or 80 years old, could rely on that secret method to ignore the body of Qi and blood deficiency and try to break through the golden elixir. His success rate of breaking through the golden elixir was no different from that of ordinary cultivators. Ling Pengyun's talent was even more recognized by everyone. Double spiritual roots, fire method genius, cultivation genius, no matter which name, it was enough to suppress the other Ling family leaders present except Ling Pengyun. It was right to assist such people to break through the golden elixir. And the probability of such people breaking through the realm was higher than that of ordinary people, and they had a greater chance of breaking through the golden elixir. Since you all agree to this, let's settle it. Seeing that everyone agreed, Ling Pengyun nodded with satisfaction, and then instructed Ling Pengyun. Pengyun, there are many cultivators participating in the auction held by my Ling family this time, and there must be many independent cultivators who master the skills of 100 arts. In the past few days, while the flow of people in the market has not decreased, you should spread the news that our clan is recruiting 100 arts masters, and see if you can recruit a few more. Ling Pengyun nodded and said with a smile. Understood, big brother. I have already instructed someone to take care of this matter. During the 3 days of the auction, I established a store called Jiaidang in the core of the market town, which is specifically used to recruit people of all arts. Currently, this store has recruited 18 first-level people of all arts. By the way, big brother, in the past 2 days, many cultivators have come to our clansmen to ask whether our Ling family has expanded the number of shops in the market town, and whether our market town has a courtyard specifically for living. After this incident, I have clearly seen the shortcomings of the Lingxiao market town opened by our clan. I plan to spend some time to improve the market town and expand it. The market town will be divided into 2 areas, the inner city and the outer city, and they will be divided according to the concentration of spiritual energy and the strength of the protection of the market town formation. The residential area in the inner city is the core of the market town, and more than 70% of the market town will be gathered here. The main purpose of the outer city is to provide a safe place. There is no need to worry too much about spiritual energy, as long as the formation can protect it. In addition, these 2 areas will have shop areas and residential areas. The hundreds of shops that have been rented out in the current market town, as well as the 10 shops managed by the family, will be planned to be included in the inner city area. The residential area of the inner city will be built closer to the second great upper spiritual vein in the market town. This will ensure the richness of the spiritual energy in the residential area, and will be used to attract those wealthy and independent cultivators who have no safe place to stay. The number of courtyards in the inner city residential area is set at 50. In this way, the spiritual energy produced by the second great upper spiritual vein in the market town can be fully sufficient to supply the daily cultivation of the people living in these 50 courtyards in the future. The outer city area focuses on safety, so there is no need to consider the number of shops and houses. The more the better. I plan to build 200 shops and houses in this outer city, so that we can make some money from rent. Seeing that Ling Pengyun had thought of everything, Ling Pengyun thought more highly of this cousin, and said with a smile on his face. This is a good idea. Have you thought about the prices of those shops and houses? Ling Pengyun said carefully. Of course, we have already rented out the shops in the inner city. Changing the price temporarily will not be good for our Ling family's reputation. The spiritual energy in those houses in the inner city is rich, which is completely enough for the daily practice of cultivators in the late stage of key training or even the early stage of foundation building. I plan to rent out houses of this level at a price of 30 spiritual stones per month. No matter how many shops there are in the outer city, the location is still not good. There must be a mix of good and bad people in them, with few good things and no large number of customers. So I will rent them out at a price of 200 spiritual stones for 10 years. And the style of these shops is single family, with only one storefront, which is difficult to live in. In this way, it can also improve the business of the residential area in the outer city. The residential area in the outer city is mainly for safety, and the spiritual energy is thin. If the price is high, it is estimated that no one will be willing to rent it. So I will rent it out at a price of 5 spiritual stones per month. Ling Pengyun laughed. In this way, the family can earn tens of thousands of spirit stones every 10 years by relying on this market. Pengyun, your idea is very good. You deserve a reward. When I go to the boundless sea in a while, if I find some rare things that can enhance lifespan, I will give priority to you. Ling Pengyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Recently, his relationship with Liu Mengting has been improving, but his lifespan is only more than 20 years. He has used most of the things on the market that can enhance lifespan, and it is difficult to continue to take them to enhance lifespan. This also made him hesitate to take a step further with Liu Mengting, fearing that he would delay her. Rare things that can enhance lifespan are also what he desires most at present. Thank you, Mina. Ling Pengyun smiled and bowed his hands to thank him. No problem, this is what you deserve. Ling Pengyun waved his hand, thought of something, and asked a question. Is there any news about the third-level equipment refining inheritance? 3 days ago, when the auction started, Ling Pengyun instructed Ling Pengyun to purchase the third-level equipment refining inheritance at a high price of 300,000 spirit stones. Still not. The third-level weapon refining inheritance of my Yan country is in the hands of the major giant forces in Yan country. It will not flow out at all. It is even more impossible for those casual cultivators to have such a precious inheritance. However, in the past 3 days, there have been several key refining casual cultivators with great opportunities coming to my door with several first-level hundreds of arts. Among them, most of the hundreds of arts inheritances are common hundreds of arts inheritances, such as alchemy and spiritual plants. The content is also relatively ordinary. My clan also has it, so I didn't buy it. There is only one first-level fish farming inheritance that is useful to my clan, so I bought it for 3,000 spirit stones. As long as there are clan members with a talent for a fish farming in the clan to comprehend this inheritance, they can rely on the secret methods in this inheritance to speed up the growth and reproduction speed of the group of first-level blue moon spirit fish raised in the clan, etc. Ling Pengyun shook his head, took out a book from his arms and handed it to Ling Pengyun, with a bit of helplessness and a bit of joy on his face, and said something. The fish king of the group of blue moon spirit fish raised by the Ling family has already reached the foundation building stage, and the number of fish has also increased to more than 1,000. Every year, even without the help of fish breeders, this group of spirit fish can produce 300 or 400 blue moon spirit fish. Previously, when Ling Pengyun came from the family to the muddy swamp, he also brought the family's group of blue moon spirit fish to the muddy swamp of the new Ling family. And the group of spirit fish was raised in an island with a second-level water vein. Ling Pengyun heard this and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. The third-level refining inheritance is very important to him now. He has a full 200,000 spirit stones in his hand, which is enough to buy 40,000 kilograms of water spirit iron, and increase the weight of his 160,000 kilogram prototype of the magic weapon, the Behe Heavy Yuan Baozu, to 200,000 kilograms. When the Jade Sea Heavy Yuan bead reaches this weight, it has reached the limit of the prototype of a magic weapon. As long as the third-level Jade Sea Heavy Yuan spiritual pattern is engraved on the bead and the treasure is allowed to survive the magic weapon Thunder Tribulation, it can enter the level of the magic weapon. Without the help of the third-level spirit suppression technique and other secret techniques recorded in the third-level inheritance, even if he comprehends the third-level Life Jade Sea Heavy Yuan spiritual pattern recorded in the technique, he will find it difficult to engrave it on the Jade Sea Heavy Yuan bead. Moreover, he still has the corpse of the second-level red armored crab monster and the third-level peak swamp giant crocodile in his hands. These are all good materials for refining magic weapons. He now only needs the help of the third-level refining inheritance. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.